Oh, wow. What's up, my children? Forsen is on a god seed.
Now we're gonna get the fuck. Am I out of? Killing one on the way. The other guy is hovering lava. Where are we? We're gonna go 158 blocks. That's GG. 148 blocks. With the 89.
Why does he have so much hacker text on screen?
Because it's in lava and I have no more fire resistant potions.
Was TSA bad for you too? In and out of Omaha?
It cannot be done. Yeah. It's just impossible. 135. Unless this is
Any thoughts on the one battle after another's Oscar wins? I saw some of those Oscar things, but bro, I don't know, man. These new movies, I'm just not. I think maybe I'm too old. Holy shit.
I truly think this will go down.
Shut up. Do you think the DEI criticism was overblown? What is the DEI criticism? I don't even know. But they chose movies that were like racism bad or something?
We go entity distance 50, right? Render distance 8.
If you had to give 3 succinct reasons why you didn't like one battle after another, what would they be? I don't know if I'd give reasons why I don't like a movie. It would just be, there was nothing to like about it, I guess. Like, I don't know if any part of it was like necessarily like bad. I just didn't like anything about it.
Nice.
I don't know.
Nice.
Wait, is he getting fortress fucked? When does he need to get his stronghold?
Wait, was that not the starting staircase? I mean, that's so crazy to me.
Oh, yep. I thought you guys said this was a... Oh.
Where's the portal? Portal is here. This wasn't the starting staircase, so I didn't think about scanning behind me.
Oh shit, he was like pretty close to it, no? Well.
With the swallows flying high above.
What is this an ad for? Is this an ad for another live streamer? On your own stream? That seems kind of...
I got 2 words for you. Loyalty program. Snag this hotel for $250 a night.
Okay.
You didn't check Trivago? I got it for $155.
Ooh.
Yo, Benny, this guy didn't check Trivago.
He didn't check
you have to check
Trivago.
Trivago. Look, on Trivago, you can compare prices from multiple different sites.
Look.
And loyalty programs and prices from hotel websites.
Same hotel, $100 less.
2 words.
Holy
Check
shit.
Trivago.
He got fucked, bro.
Benny!
Check Trivago to compare prices and save up to 40%. Hotel? Trivago.
We were torn apart at birth. That's dramatic.
Is that Tucker
This
Carlson?
is the story of the best part of the sandwich and his crust.
Oof.
How does it feel to be so irresistible? Irresistible? Is that what people are saying? That's it. Ugh, irresistible. Uncrustables are the best part of the sandwich.
Damn.
Hours of streaming, and I still smell
Another
unstoppable.
streamer.
Level
Streamer
up
is streaming
laundry
commercials on
with 24-hour
streams.
non-stop freshness.
Oh my god, kitties! Wait, do you think this is real?
Friskies. Always more to explore.
Your take on DLSS 5. What are we supposed to be mad about right now? It looks like dog shit? Compared to what? Wait, like you think like this looks better than this? Or... Stop trolling me. Wait, why do people care? I mean, devs made games to look one way, and NVIDIA is basically saying... Oh, wait, is this done with like, Oh, hold on, wait, my brain just flooded with ideas. This isn't just like, Oh, hold on, wait, this is like the worst thing ever. Wait, I'm sorry, but I can't be understanding it right, or you guys are communicating this incorrectly. Hold on, wait a second. Was Hogwarts Legacy made... Is this like the older game? Was this made with DLSS in mind? Or is this just like a totally artificial, like, slop scaling? I don't like saying upscaling because it's not. I think you can maybe argue that upscaling is okay if you're trying to get a higher resolution on something. But here you're, like, literally just changing. Like, I'm going to go rewatch Gundam Wing with DLSS 5 on and upscale all the character, or not upscale, but like filter all the characters. It's not changing assets, it's a lighting change. Oh. NVIDIA is saying, oh wait, it's a setting the developers have to add. It isn't something outside that you enable across all games. Oh, okay, never mind. Sorry, my take on this is like if the game developers have a say in implementing this in their game, then I think it's fine. But if this is like a slop filter that you could literally just throw on any game, then I think that's kind of not good. However, I will give a hot take that I'm pretty sure is not true, and it's literally just me being old and nostalgia pilled, but I'll give it anyway.
I can.
There's a lot of detail that's missing from this face, right? There's like 7 lines. This is not even remotely close to a realistic looking face, right? No forehead wrinkles. Probably need way more detail in the ears and then the face in general. More like, there's not enough here for this to be like a real face, but stylistically, it makes sense. And we see things and we interpret them as such, and then we fill in parts. There's like a style here that is instantly recognizable, and I don't know, it does, there are things, it's just a nice, I don't know how else to say that. You could argue with like the most dramatic example of this might be the like the Final Fantasy VII character models. One thing that I thought was interesting when game engines had more limitations, or I shouldn't say game engines, kind of the engines, but the hardware was more limited, was you had to make stylistic choices about what you could show on the game. You can't show everything, right? Everything can't be ultra realistic, ultra detailed. You have to make choices about how you want to animate things and what parts of the model you even exist. I think that this era of people making stylistic choices about what to show, I think was more visually interesting than every single game trying to be ultra realistic, Cyberpunk 2077, ultra realism, ultra ray tracing realistic, ultra fine hair details, ultra ray realism, ultra ray tracing lighting, shadows, bouncing, ultra realism. I think that's kind of boring. Yeah. But that literally might just me being old. And maybe saying that, but like I never played this game, but I appreciate like stuff like this. I just think is so much more visually interesting because there's like a style that they're going for to convey something. Sorry, hold on. I think my Google Chrome crashed because I accidentally tried to full screen a YouTube video, and I only have a 5090, and I think some huge Ryzen processor in this computer, so I couldn't full screen that YouTube video. Oh, cool. We got Breaking Bad somehow. Okay. Like, I think stuff like this is visually cooler, more interesting, or more, I don't know what you would call it. I don't know what you would say ambitious, but it's just like stylistic. I like stylistic stuff. Just like any other art form, the technical skill / detail is not the only thing that matters. You wouldn't call Picasso a bad artist because his work isn't photorealistic. I would. I would play this game. Hell yeah. DLSS activate. Hassan slot.
Like,
I don't know if I'm going to lose my voice halfway into the stream, so I'm trying to be careful, okay?
Did you feel weird being at such a capitalist mainstream event while being a socialist? No, I live in the United...
The funny thing is Hassan is like, now he's smarter than Voosh because Voosh was more honest and thought he could have the debate. Remember one of the last debates, I think it was the second to last debate me and Voosh had, was Voosh was basically saying, if you're a socialist but you live in a capitalist world, you have to live exactly like a capitalist. He wasn't saying that exactly, but by the end of our argument, that's where I'd pushed him. It's like, so functionally, there's no difference between how a capitalist would live and a socialist would live in a capitalist world. What's the point of even being a socialist then? I think he looked pretty bad. It was a pretty dumb argument on his point. And Hassan is like speed running that argument in his whole life now. It's very funny that like Hassan really truly does. If you were to break apart everything, he lives his life, I've said this a million times, like a maximalist, hyper-consumerist, hyper-capitalist. It's just how he lives. So he's always going to have a reason or an excuse why he needs to be in the most schmoozy, clout-driven environment possible. He always has to have an excuse for it. There's always going to be a reason. He needs the biggest house, one of the best cars, the most expensive clothes, all the bougie socialite events. Like he has to be in all of these. It's essential. He's a capitalist. He's a slave to the system, guys.
Did you feel weird being at such a capitalist mainstream event while being a socialist? No, I live in the United States of America. Like, that's not even a question for...
What, socialism is when no more parties, guys?
For me. Like, people, like, it's so funny. Like, there is no... Like, everything we do is still defined by the economic organization of society that we live in, okay? It's not... Of course, it's not a thing that I even remotely consider. Like, what do you mean? Weak excuse? I don't need an excuse. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? For who? For what excuse? We were just talking about Wagner Moura, who quite literally... is there's some fairly radical people there.
King. What is this?
Every single person.
Oh my God.
Okay, I'm done talking about politics.
Wait, I think I've seen him wear this shirt before. He repeated an outfit?
Actually, every single neoliberal was correct. Every single person in this community is a mouth-breathing troglodyte. Zohran was at 1% in the beginning of the primaries, like 5 months out of the race, not 5 days out of the race, you fucking baboon. Oh my God. Every single time we have a conversation about electoral viability, this entire community turns into a bunch of idiots. It is probably the worst aspect of this community. Every single centrist neoliberal is vindicated. Anytime some of you dumb try to open your mouth about, well, there's a better candidate out there. Like when I was interviewing Tom Steyer, there's a race with like 20 Democrats right now, and it's going to be the top two candidates in the state of California for the gubernatorial race, because there's like 25 Democrats running for office, is going to go to the top two Republicans. There's a reason why I interviewed Tom Steyer and not Ramsey Robinson, which I will, but it's not going to change anything. There's a reason why Ramsey Robinson doesn't have the capacity. I don't personally have the capacity to make Ramsey Robinson into a viable candidate. A lot of you...
What is Hassan's argument then for buying expensive jewelry, watches, clothing, animals, houses, cars, etc.? Surely by living in a capitalist society, you don't need to be a hyper... Well, he's never really pushed on it because none of the people that push him care to push it much, because it's all of alternative media is this fucking clout game.
You literally don't understand it. You think like, well, this guy has the best policies, so like he should win, right? Like this is how it works. That's not how it works. There's a reason why AIPAC is dumping $850,000 against Kat Al-Ghazali. They recognize the threat that she presents. Why the can't you? That's the problem. I'm sorry. Every single person that works at AIPAC is a million times smarter than you. They see her as a threat. She went on television and said, I want to condition all aid to Israel. No distinction between defensive...
Is there like a name for like anti-Semitism if you get there because you just hate hearing about Jews and Israel? What's that called? How do I join that club? I'll do it. I'm ready to join that club. I'm good on that, Chief.
And offensive weapons. And you guys still think she is not a real advocate for Palestinians when she herself is a Palestinian. I'm done. I can't have this conversation with you guys any longer. It's very frustrating. You just want to meme around. You want to be like, no, if you want Daniel Biss to win, go right ahead.
And when you're researching a topic, where do you typically go first? Been watching for a couple years. Love the videos. Typically what I'll do is I will start banging your mom, and before I let her orgasm, I'm edging the fuck out of her, and I tell her, if you want to come, you need to find me the best place to start for this particular research topic. And then she's super motivated. She scurries over to your computer while you're at school, and she starts typing up a storm, and then usually whatever source she gives me is Kino, and then I bang the fucking shit. I'm sorry, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry, I'm just video gaming. My bad. Bro, it depends on the topic. Politics sucks. Why would you even waste your time researching right now? Your best bet is to be a centrist, have no real political views, and then basically just slurp up whoever wants to agree with you. Find some friends that agree with every single thing you say, or are too stupid to realize you have legitimate disagreements, and just yes and each other for 4 hours and have the world's leading podcast. You're literally 43 Destiny. Yeah, technically, as I get older, banging your moms gets less and less cringe because it's more and more age appropriate. Do you understand? I'm actually aging into that joke instead of aging away from it. Dipshit.
Vote for Daniel Biss. Vote for Bushra. Vote for whoever the you want to vote for. If you want to spend the next...
This is photoshopped. Nothing about this picture is real. So I don't even know why you're... Why is your throat sore? Good luck making a your mom joke out of this one. My throat is sore because I was fucking your mom missionary, and my dick is so fucking huge when it's in your mom, it goes all the way up through her vagina, perforates into her fucking stomach, and comes all the way out her throat and fucks me in my own throat while I'm banging her. That's why. When a naturalized citizen commits terrorism in the United States, current law makes revoking citizenship extremely difficult unless fraud in the naturalization process can be proven. That gap leads to serious national security concerns, and it's a reality we have to confront head on. What the fuck does that mean? We're going to denaturalize people for committing crimes based? Okay. How was your time with Nathan? I don't know, man. Pretty rough. He's older now. He's larger, so he's 15. So I would have expected his... I don't know. I was hoping like if he got like my genes to start turning on, but he got obliterated in mini golf twice. He got obliterated in laser tag twice. He got annihilated in ice hockey or in air hockey. He's a little closer on that one, but still blown the fuck out. It just wasn't even close. Maybe for his 16th birthday he'll get there, but man.
On language policing the other day, and I do want to cover more. One by guaranteed to hit 200 today. Don't take that as advice. At the moment,
oh my god, stock trading Voosh stream. Holy shit! What the fuck is this jacket? Does he do like a stand up and twirl around at the start of his streams? What is this? Somebody link me this. Oh my god! What the fuck, bro? He's like dangerously dripped the fuck out. Holy shit! Is there a full... Does he have a full... Find me the stream. Does he do a twirl on this? What the fuck?
It's always something. Why are you wearing gloves? Why do people wear gloves? What?
I love this
it is an article of clothing. Why do you wear clothes? Obviously, because there's no social stigma against exposing one's bare hands. It's obvious that my hands are cold.
Nobody has a link to me? Fuck you guys. Okay, whatever.
At least it seems like it's holding with a slight rise. We had a great talk on language policing the other day, and I do want to cover more Jang videos.
I will also say, fuck this piece of shit for still not retracting all the lies he spread about me. But, okay, just as a reminder, so you can know I hate him in my heart, okay? One thing Voosh does really well is I feel like when people's facial hair gets long, it gets very unkempt. He's very good at having like a very full beard and mustache, because I hate mustaches. I'll fucking trim the fuck out of mine up my lip. I don't like anything go over my lip because it drives me crazy. But he's good at keeping it long, but still like very kept, like very like it looks. Is there a better word than that? Kept, kempt. Is there a word I'm looking for there? Like it looks well maintained. It's not like crazy scraggly, groomed. Well, I don't want to say groomed. That's a little loaded. Okay.
Because it gives me the opportunity to engage a little bit more with the stuff he's talking about, but like a better version of it, I guess. At least I think it's a better version. I am nowhere near the like best source of information on anything regarding historical materialism, but damn, it is so informative, dude.
Why was I like
Historical materialism is so useful. It's so useful. It's such an important way of like you should at least familiarize yourself with it so that you have it in your toolbox when trying to engage with the world. Because I've seen I'll end into a bit of a taboo, if I may. I saw a recent debate. It was brought to my attention by chat between Destiny and Hutch, and it felt like it's like a lib thing. They're libbing at each other. They're throwing libs at they're libapulting lib bombs at one another. But I felt like at least on Destiny's side, there's like a fundamental puzzle piece missing, and I don't know if it's possible for him or for anyone, I guess, of that political predisposition to look past it. The idea that beyond the partisan distinctions of this country, beyond the behavior of the media or of any individual politician, there's an underlying current towards the interests of capital that everything flows back towards. And every push and pull that we see is like people playing at the surface of the water, right? Like you enter the river and you're playing with your friend, you're splashing each other, whatever. You move this way, you move that way, but the current is always pulling, always pulling. And I think that like a lot of what we're seeing right now, a lot of these insane developments, no rule of law, president can do whatever they want, open corruption, a lot of this stuff, it's not just incidental, and it's not like an accidental byproduct of Trump's idiosyncrasies. It's not just like, oh well, he's a crazy guy, so whatever, it's happening. It is either the consequence of or the deliberate like byproduct of this longer shift towards capital interests, and it's not a coincidence that it's happening here at the center of global.
So here is the only issue. This is why I don't understand, but I don't know, I've never seen these guys actually have to critically engage with this because nobody has any conversations anymore. If we were purely looking at like the capital class, I feel like the neocons would still be in power because Donald Trump has not been good for, broadly speaking, the capital class, right? Like the capital class would want free trade, would want as much immigration, legal or otherwise, as possible. They kind of like tax cuts, not as much as the Republicans seem to say they do. But I think the free trade and global stability that brings, and I think that the other thing I said, I forgot it. But I think those things are more important than... Well, I don't know what the fuck I don't even know what this current administration is doing. I just can't even speak intelligently about it. I don't know what the fuck anything is. I don't know anything about politics anymore. What, the U.S. was like baby raging because they're like, we asked the whole world to help us and nobody's coming to our aid. Like, no shit, Sherlock. I'm just waiting for, what was my prediction last night in chat, for the European countries to start cucking out and be like, oh no, we'll come help you. Oh no, just kidding, Trump will come help. You could argue maybe there's like one hyper-specific capital class that Trump favors, and it's like the crypto people, maybe. But I don't think, I guess they do represent a big chunk of it now, but Jesus.
Capital, right? This is all the oligarchs, they fell in line, the three guys that own all major media, they all fell in line. And I think like that, and then you look at it like, well, why isn't it? It's like, okay, underlying all these superficial arguments that we have, there are underlying battles that are being fought, and we are losing badly, and we're losing to some very stupid people because they're very, very powerful, like Elon Musk, very, 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 very stupid, but he still bought Twitter for a tiny fraction of his wealth, leveraged out, and the world is worse for it. The Ellisons, I don't think the Ellisons are particularly smart. I just think they're wealthy. I really don't think there's much of a correlation between wealth and intelligence. Man, 101.5, sheesh, and they're going to own the fucking world, Disney, I think, is owned by some smarter people because they're more traditionally into the management of business, but even then, like, how smart do you want your rulers to be, really? They're still on the other side.
Like, why would Trump be able to bend these companies to his whim instead of the companies bending Trump to his whim, right? Like, I feel the reason why I don't like these capital analyses is because they end up feeling very reductive, and that you could basically make any argument and say, well, because capital, first of all, wealthy people are going to have more capital anyway, and then wealthy people are going to be better off in so many other ways in terms of education, in terms of political influence, everything else. So it's almost going to be like of course they're going to have more influence everywhere else, but is it because of their capital or other things? I don't know. I just don't, it just doesn't, it's not very explanatory to me. Like, if we go back to before the second Iran war that we launched this term, and we were to say, well, what's Trump going to do? I don't think the capital class wants another war with Iran. I just don't know what useful predictions we're making from capital ownership there. I really, honest to God, I just think that Trump is fucking retarded. I just don't know how else to say it. I'm sorry. I think Trump is just, I think he's a fucking retard. I really, truly think Trump is fucking retarded. The oil class would? What is like our total revenues for our oil industry? Look this up for me. Total revenue, oil sector, United States. The U.S. oil and natural gas industry is a massive competitor, with the sector contributing approximately $2.1 trillion to the U.S. economy in 2023. God damn, that's a big old number. Holy shit, that's a lot of money. God damn. Never mind, I changed my answer completely. The oil capital class sent us to war with Iran. Whew. Holy shit. The last Republican to win the popular vote was Reagan. He also had dementia, right? I'm sorry, I just got so incredibly upset because I just remembered something. Reagan only had dementia in his second term, I believe. Didn't Trump make a statement about how he said, it's like there's a million things that should just be instantly impeachable. I'm so tired keeping up with all this. I just want to play video games. This is a crazy statement for Donald. Now that I didn't realize, I knew it was big. I didn't realize that's a lot of money. Holy fuck. Oil executives are set to meet with President Donald Trump at the White House on Friday to discuss investments in Venezuela, a White House official confirmed to ABC News. This article is from 3 months ago, January 7th, shortly after the Venezuelan stuff, I think. Trump previously said he spoke to U.S. oil companies prior to the raid on Venezuela, even as he said he opted to forego disclosure to members of Congress ahead of time due to concerns about possible leaks. Excuse me? What is that? What? Why did that happen? Why were we okay with that? The U.S. produces enough oil to support itself, if I recall. Kind of, but not really. Remember, these are global markets. So if the supply of oil is down in other parts of the world, the cost of gas will rise in the United States, or oil will rise in the United States because it's more expensive to sell it in other places. Does that make sense? Do I need to explain this? No, I don't need to explain it, or no, it doesn't make sense. This is, Florida. This is California, okay. North America. This is a totally realistic thing. Let's say that oil sells for $90 a barrel in the United States of America, okay? This is Europe, Africa. If it sells for $90 here, okay, have you ever heard of a wonderful thing called arbitrage? Wait, let me explain arbitrage first. Sorry, hold on. Arbitrage is important to understand for other areas of your life too, okay? Let's say that there is a market over here, and let's say that on this market, let's say that you can buy a thing for $100. Let's say that's the bid price. So what people are offering, and let's say that the asking price is $105, right? So this is your spread. It's $5, okay? Let's say that you have another market over here, of $80 to $85. Let's say this is the asking price, this is the bid, okay? In a decently liquid environment where things can be transferred from a market to another, assuming there aren't like weird barriers in place or whatever, right? These two markets will never, ever, ever exist at the same time. Why? Who can explain why? Raise your hand. Why can't these two markets exist in parallel with one another? Mr. Mooten, I'm calling on you. Lucas, why can't these markets exist together? Oh, I can't connect. Hello? Mooten, I'm calling on you. Lucas, why can't these markets exist at the same time?
It's quite simple. I wasn't listening. Just wanted to be in voice chat. I'm sorry.
Are you serious?
Yeah. But I'm ready to listen now.
Okay. If I knew that people were bidding $100 over here for oil, they were willing to pay $100, and this market is selling $105, and I know that people here are willing to sell for $85, well, I'm going to buy all the $85 asks, and then I'm going to sell it to all the $100 bids until this price is driven down and this price is driven up, and then eventually these markets will reach an equilibrium. Right? Does that make sense?
Correct.
So this is called arbitrage, right? This is why
it's the reason I can't go to India and buy gold for $10 an ounce and then bring it to America, right?
Good job, Lucas. Great answer. Great example. 2 gold stars for you. Okay. Yeah. On global markets, arbitrage is the reason why things tend to equalize. If you want to make money in your own personal life by being a scumfuck, you can make friends bet you on things with a 1-to-1 ratio or whatever, because that's what most people bet at is 1-to-1 because nobody understands odds. And then you could take those bets to Polymarket and you could just arbitrage all the bets with your friends and make money. Does that make sense?
Shrimple. Yeah, because you get better odds on Polymarket.
Exactly, yeah. Okay. Back to oil. So in the United States, if oil is being sold at $90, even though in the stock market we can see physical asks and bids. Now in the real world in markets, we don't really see those physically, right? You either walk into the store and you decide to buy something or you don't decide to buy it. You don't put forth, you're not bidding at the store. Companies might have some kind of ask bid process. I'm not sure. But So anyway, let's just say it's $90 a barrel in the United States. Let's say that for some reason there's a huge supply shock. This is my accurate Middle East. And all of a sudden, all these other areas that might be trading, now the prices aren't going to be exactly the same because you might have like transportation costs or other things, other weird local taxes, whatever. But let's say there's a huge supply shock, okay? Iran is saying, no more oil through our strait, fuck you. And let's say that supply shock, remember the X graph for our supply and demand, right? Mm-hmm. If the supply decreases on a given thing, okay, when the supply goes down and the quantity demanded remains the same, it pushes the price up, right? Because people are willing to pay more per thing to get the thing because they need it. Less supply, more people chasing the same supply, right? So these prices are now going to go up to, let's assume in Europe now it's like $120, and in Africa it's $150 a barrel, right? Well, let's assume, so somebody correctly points, well, the United States, we produce enough oil for ourselves. We don't ever have to worry about global markets. Well, let's say you're a producer in the United States and you're selling at $90 a barrel, and you look across the Atlantic and you see, well, they're buying at 120 and 150 over here. What are you going to do? You're going to start to arbitrage. You're going to export over here until people in your own country also have to pay whatever those international prices are. These are global markets. So even when there's supply chain stuff impacting other countries over here, even if we make enough oil domestically to fund our own economy, because we have an open market and because we can sell to other people around the world, that means that the prices in the United States will also rise. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Cool. Good job. Wow.
Couldn't the United States, in theory, I think Biden actually did this. Didn't he release the strategic oil reserves when prices were high?
Yes.
Sell a bunch of oil, make money, and then just replenished it when they were low? The price was low?
I don't know who manages economically does the United States government get to keep the money there? Like for the strategic oil
reserve?
reserve?
Sure they did. I feel like I read a thing about that.
I don't know if we ever replenished our, I think it's the SRP, the Strategic Reserve of Petroleum. There's a whole bunch of metalloid sloppers or people. Actually, I don't think metalloid has said anything, but there's a whole bunch of retards in chat who are saying things like, storage costs aren't zero. There's transportation costs. Correct. These are not frictionless vacuum markets with teleporters where everything can be transported instantaneously from one place to the next. So there are transportation costs. There is not perfect equilibrium. There are going to be local taxes and other hurdles and stuff. That is true. Good job. You get the Pedantic Star Award. Congratulations.
Very smart, Metalloid.
Well, I don't actually know if Metalloid was, I think he was one of the few who actually did well actually there, but all these other retards in chat. They're likely nearly negligible, right? It super depends on the type of good you're talking about. I don't know how long crude can be stored for or what that looks like. I don't know the answer to that. My guess is for crude, it's probably fairly negligible because so much of this is transported around. There's probably a great deal of investment and supply and infrastructure to like move this stuff around, but I don't know the answer to that. I'm not sure. What's the difference between crude and Brent? Crude is when I slap your mom across the face, and Brent is when I slap her with a...
You slap her boyfriend.
Yeah, I don't know. What the fuck is Brent oil? Is that a thing?
I've never heard of Brent.
Crude versus Brent. Brent crude and West Texas Intermediate are the two primary benchmarks for global oil pricing. Brent is the international benchmark for Atlantic Basin crude extracted in the North Sea. WTI is the U.S. benchmark, sourced primarily from Texas. Brent is a grade of oil based on where it's pulled from. Okay. Do you know if oil is, when you talk about a barrel of crude, is the type of crude oil assumed, or is crude oil after it's already been refined a bit? Because like I know oil pulled out of like Venezuela is not the same as oil pulled out of like the Gulf.
Canada. Well, actually, Canada's and Venezuela's are apparently pretty similar.
Like, what is the? Does crude have to be like a certain composition or?
Sulfur content. It's percentage.
Okay. Wow, Destiny, good Reddit factoid. Wait, what was my Reddit factoid? Which one?
I think they're just being mean to you.
Crude is just raw oil. It still has different grades. Oh, okay. When you say a barrel of crude, what is a barrel of crude oil? One barrel of crude oil gives you nearly 70 kilowatt hours. Wait, how much is 1 kilowatt hour just running something at 1,000 watts for 1 hour? Is that what that means? Does this mean that if your computer were to consume on average 500 watts, that it would take a whole barrel in 140 hours, your computer would burn through a barrel of oil? That can't possibly be right. Is that true? Am I missing some zeros there or something? Holy shit.
Oil good?
No, isn't that bad?
Well, no, I'm saying like
if somebody were to lug a 42-pound barrel of oil to my house, in my brain, I'd be like, "Oh my god, I bet I could run my computer for years off of this."
Yeah.
Everything there is produced by one barrel, not just 70 kilowatt hours. Oh, true. I'm sorry. You're right. Okay, never mind. I was going to say, that'd be crazy. That makes more sense. So all of this stuff can be produced off of... Biden emptied about half of the strategic oil reserve and then was working to refill it. Trump stopped refilling and didn't think to refill before starting this war.
Classic. Then he blamed Biden.
Well, why didn't Biden fill the whole thing?
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's see. From 2015. So this is how much crude we have. And then Biden began to dump the strategic reserves around 2022 and then was slowly rebuilding it up till... Well, no, it looks like Trump didn't stop, did he? In January of 2025, we had 395,000 and then up to 440. He just didn't like refill it with any urgency. But I don't know how much, well, let's see. How many barrels a day does U.S. consume oil? We consume 20 million barrels per day. So 413, we have 413 million barrels. Because we can't just like fill it up immediately, right? Because it would shock the market. We'd be buying, the supply would drop like
You'd
crazy.
be buying it all.
Yeah. Huh? One barrel can make all, or each of those can be made with a whole barrel? One barrel should be able to make all of these things, I believe. Different parts of oil are made...
Used for different shit.
Yeah. I feel like if you've played any fucking slop game, like Factorio or Minecraft or whatever, you take oil and then you make different products from the same oil. Like you refine it into different products, and then those things are refined into different products. Damn, oil really, you can do a lot of shit with that. God was so nice for putting that in the ground, right? Thank God.
Mm-hmm.
What a king. I wonder why he didn't give any to Israel, though. Isn't that kind of weird? You kind of fucked him on that.
He's putting
Testing
them through
them?
another trial.
True.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if Israel had oil? Holy shit.
Maybe they do.
He really seemed to be so ignorant that he truly believed Iran would roll over and never go as far as closing the strait. But I just don't know if he understands anything. Like when Iran, like I've told you this before, right? Hopefully you guys are a little smarter than the average retard online, right? That when Iran is saying things like, we're going to get vengeance on you, we're going to attack your U.S. base, right? When they say things like that, these are really good statements because they're making them publicly. They're giving us advanced warning to retreat our people. Like I think even when Iran bombed the base in Qatar, didn't we get a forewarning of that a while ago?
They always give you fucking forewarnings because they
but-
don't want you to kill an actual citizen.
Yeah, but not this time, I don't think, right?
No,
now they're
'cause
just going
we
crazy.
fucked them up,
But
yeah.
before, we were doing like, we're attacking your nuclear power plants or your nuclear centrifuges because we don't want you to have nuclear weapons, but that's it, right? Or we're killing Soleimani, and now you guys can...
Well, yeah,
you know,
they even had time because we saw fucking satellite images of them moving the shit out of those like Forden or whatever.
Maybe. Well, I don't know about those. If we give them advance warning, we were bombing those. Maybe we might have. No, because we would actually want to destroy those things. But I'm saying that like for this current set of strikes or whatever we're doing right now, we didn't tell them about Soleimani. No, of course not. But I'm saying after we killed Soleimani, they told us that they were going to bomb one of our bases, right? Because we're still playing it back and forth, right? But if you're talking about a regime change war, this is now an existential fight against the Ayatollah. Well, now they're not going to play by the same. They're not going to give you a heads up because they know that like their lives are on the line. They're all going to die, and their regime is going to be destroyed. So now you're not going to get the same heads up. So I don't know if Trump expected them to play by the same rules like they did in the past. I don't know if nobody around Trump told him. Like you do understand that if you're doing a regime change war, these guys are going to go all out. They are going to shut down that strait. They are going to try to bomb allies like crazy. They're not going to give us any forewarning about attacks. You are going to need to be able to truly fend stuff off. It's not just going to be...
But they must have.
That's what I would assume, but I just don't know. Like the amount of talent exodus, the problem is we just take this stuff for granted. You just don't realize, like, you don't know what nobody really knows what their fucking pancreas does, or I think you actually might be able to live without your pancreas. I feel like it's one of the organs you might be able to live without. But like your liver, like if you just take somebody's liver out of their body and they slowly start fucking dying, then it's like, oh shit, I think I actually really needed that organ. Like now I'm fucking dying. I think it's over for me. It's all over. And I think that's what's happening now is that there are so many of these bureaucratic pieces, so much talent, so much knowledge that was being sucked out of these departments, and people didn't realize, like, oh shit, maybe these people actually are like, maybe these people really did do stuff that was important, and now we just don't have them. And now it really is just the retards leading the retards.
I would just figure that the generals would be there.
Who is our current general? Trump hated the last one. Remember, it was Milley, right? I'm not mixing these names up, right? I think it was Milley.
Yeah,
Milley was the one who, when Trump left his term in office, Trump said, I want to pull every single person out of Afghanistan. I want all of them pulled out. Fuck that place. And then, and I'm pretty sure that was one of the commands that Milley was just like, yeah, we just didn't do that because fuck that. They just didn't do that. That's one of the reasons I think why Trump fucking hates Milley. He hates this guy. But I don't know for this Kane guy. I don't know what his foreign policy. I don't know if I'm not sure. People would talk about your appendix. Oh, no, I think you can live without your pancreas. I feel like I heard this at one point. It was surprising to me. Maybe I'm thinking of your gallbladder, actually. I might be thinking of gallbladder. You can live without your gallbladder. Wait, what does the pancreas even fucking do again? I don't even know. Pancreas. Wikipedia. It's one of these things that like helps with digestion. You have so many things that help with digestion. Who cares? Illuminator, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, buddy. Woo. Oh, and endocrine system. Damn, why does this look like a dick? Bruh. You have dicks in your body. Can you live without your pancreas?
Dick.
Gallbladder, not gallbladder. Shut the fuck up. Doing so, yeah, creates a state of permanent severe diabetes and digestive issues requiring lifelong management. Damn. Is your pancreas the one that makes the insulin? Fuck, my brain is falling apart today. I think I'm getting sick. I don't know. Yeah.
I feel like I was getting sick this morning too.
Shut the fuck up. Yeah, your beta cells in your pancreas. Fuck, I should have done that. I'm going to get insulin ads now for the rest of the year. Fuck. We're seeing the results of the loss of institutional knowledge and decision-making being bottlenecked. Yeah, I know. It's not good. Oh, God. And this fucking guy is making more videos. My country is being destroyed by people from the inside and the outside.
Jesus Christ, yeah.
Here's the full 40 minutes of my crew and I exposing California fraud. Minnesota was big, but California is even bigger. We uncovered over $170 million in fraud as these fraudsters live in luxury with no consequences. Like it and share. The fraud must stop. These people
got mentioned today in a
destroying my country. Fuck.
Mike Johnson was talking to the media, and the lady was talking about a bill to like end fraud, and she brought up like Nick Shirley, the independent journalist.
The independent journalist. Thinking more on the... I am glad I guess I had this fight with Taylor Lorenz. I really do think that income sources and stuff should be disclosed for people that are doing anything that's even remotely media adjacent. It is kind of crazy looking at Taylor Lorenz as she's part of that... the residents in the responder, what is it fucking called? The journalists in residence program or whatever. Like, you have no idea what kind of guidance they give to their journalists. There's no transparency whatsoever into any of that at all. You have no idea. I don't think they don't have to disclose. I read this, but I don't know how true this is. I don't think they have to disclose how much they pay under 50K. You have no idea what their ideological push is for the people there. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like that. I just think that's really weird. But I mean, I would say the same maybe about Chorus as well. I think that all should be disclosed too. I just don't know I don't know what the responsible disclosure should look like. I feel like we do need more disclosing stuff though for all of the media stuff. That one woman, what's her name? I'm never going to try to pronounce her last name.
But they say it like at the front of the video. Is that what you're kind of talking about?
Well, or I don't know, just anything. That cat. What's the name of that one cat? It's like Afu Bugu Booga Burger or whatever. Does anybody know who I'm talking about? Oh. Like, I don't know her. I don't know her politics at all. My guess is she's significantly to the left of me. I don't know. But like, imagine you're her, and like a ton of people start making attack videos on you, and it seems like a legitimate like social response to her as a person. But then imagine you find out, oh, hold on, literally all of these people were part of this other program, and now and they're all like getting paid money to do nonpartisan politics. Or like, I would just, yeah, I don't know. Fuck, I hate our current media environment so much. Holy shit. It's crazy how people attack Evan for the dyslexia shit. Meanwhile, the actual retard is their guiding light. I don't think anybody gives a fuck about the dyslexia stuff. They're just repeating Trump's talking points. Trump has, for some reason, decided that this is how he's going to get them. It sounds like what the logistical Discord does to you. True, except like for all of politics all over the place, yeah. Did you see the Schizo Flesh Simulator crash out video he posted a few days ago? The Schizo Flesh Simulator, what? Oh, Flesh Simulator. The ISAT nuke.
You to damage the only thing that you cared about for Apple was that I assume.
Do I know this person? Do I want to know this person? Why are you anti-Citizens United? I don't know if I'm anti-Citizens United. I don't know if I'm anti or pro that. I feel like we need more information. Do you think there's a point where there's too much disclosure where anyone can draw any conclusion they want? Well, the thing is, we need disclosure, but we also need, like, maybe we don't need disclosure. Maybe we just need gatekeepers back in the media again, and none of that else would actually matter. I don't know. I think I might be fixating on the disclosure thing because I'm trying to find a replacement for having actual media-trained, media-competent people. I watched it yesterday. It makes little sense without context. Oh. You need to get, for your keyboard, you need to balance it. It's unbalanced. Can you hear that? Like if you push your finger on one side of on like a corner, it's going to hit the, do you understand what I'm saying?
But it's not doing that. Look,
it is.
Listen, I'm pushing.
I don't believe you. The way that it sounds when you're pushing the keys, it sounds unbalanced.
It's balanced.
I hate you.
I think it was because it was touching the fucking microphone.
Maybe, but I still hate you. Why can't we just ban social media? I don't know how I would implement it, but I'm in favor of, I think there should be a ban on all algorithmically generated news stuff. Algorithms shouldn't be able to touch news. It should be chronological only based on your subscriptions or whatever.
I don't know. Yeah, we're in a weird spot where I think that like we kind of need an independent, I don't even know what it would be. Like a news agency, like an independent fact checker, but I don't know.
Nobody trusts those. As soon as you make one, the conservatives don't trust it.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Like you have
But the conservatives will also just go lie to you during the fucking, anytime they do have a press conference, they'll just fucking lie, so.
True. Wait, hold on. I like that one suggestion. What was it? Whenever a member of the government... Wait, hold on. Media. Whenever a member of the government is speaking to the media, it should always be under oath.
That was my idea. And it's fucking true.
It is fucking true. What is the counter to this?
I mean, it's good because like if they can't talk about it, they could just literally say like, no comment, I can't talk about that.
Yeah. Are they technically always under oath when they are sworn in? If they're sworn in, yeah.
Hello, well, that's why you'll have Kristi Noem not lie under oath. Instead, she has to like be slippery around it.
Because I don't like that you can make statements in front of Congress and then go onto the media to clean them up afterwards. Like, there should be a, how do you say this? Like some kind of, not like chain of custody, but like
a chain of events that
let's
has to
say
like
that
remain true?
Let's say that I make statements. I make statement A, I make statement B, I make statement C, okay? Then let's say that I go to court. In court, you have a judge that's evaluating these statements. Let's say that in court, under oath, let's say that I only really feel like I can say statement C, okay? Let's say that my argument over here for, we'll say my conclusion D, let's say that this argument is like compelling with all A, B, and C together, but let's say with only C, let's say that D is just not very compelling. I don't know, true and untrue? True and false, I guess. I don't like that I could make A, B, and C to the media and then go in front of the judge and make statement C, and then my conclusion is false, but then I can run back to the media and then I can complain that the judge didn't take into account A and B when I'm never comfortable making those statements under oath. Like, if you're saying something in an oath environment, I don't think you should be able to comment about it off, not under oath later on. Does that make sense? Like, it should be like,
and like change
it should be like an inherited property, like on a
What's an
computer
example
system.
of something that wouldn't be allowed here?
So like if I say something like, let's say that I go, we can do the election denial stuff. We can do the election denial stuff. So Giuliani was saying things like there's a lot of fraud, all this horrible stuff. Then when I go to court, I say, okay, well, it's not fraud, but I think that maybe some of these processes were changed in ways that they shouldn't have been changed. And then let's say the judge says that's not compelling, fuck you. You shouldn't be able to run back to the media and augment your under oath statements by saying, well, you know, we went to the courts and they didn't want to look at the fraud or anything else. Once you've made those statements under oath, everything that comes afterwards should be like in that property. Like, you know how like you inherit properties in permission trees or whatever for like security stuff? Like, I think it should be like an inherited property of all those statements. You can't change those statements that you made under oath, not under oath in the media anymore. Does that make sense?
Well, I would say the issue with this one, well, first off, you're using like the best possible example. Using something like more recent is more difficult. But even with Giuliani, when he went to the media and said, there's a huge amount of fraud going on right now. This is crazy. You're going to say, okay, what's the evidence for that? And he was like, he wouldn't maybe say that under oath. Like, where is that? But at the time when he said that, he could be like, well, I was told by this person there's a huge amount of fraud going on. I wasn't lying. I was literally relaying what I was told by a trusted person. If you're asking me, did I specifically investigate every claim? No, I didn't, but I was told by what's the fucking name of that crazy lady?
Yeah, that's fine. You can say all of this, but then when you go to court, if you can't bring any of these people to testify, once you're out of court, you're not allowed to bring this up anymore.
Well, they would just do it in another way. Like, they're slippery. That's the problem. Like, you can say so much without saying anything. You know that.
Then you would get held accountable for it.
How?
Never mind. There should be no laws ever because you can always get around everything.
That's
ever.
not
Just
what I'm
kidding.
saying.
Another glorious,
classic, Dan.
another complete and utter victory. Anything else, Dan?
Something has to be done.
I'm just asking how it wants to be implemented, and it seems impossible to do what you're talking about doing.
How could it be impossible?
Because it's like 4 rule chains. It's like, okay,
you make a claim about
this,
voter fraud. Once you go to court about a particular issue, whatever judgment is issued about that issue, that's the judgment. You're not allowed to augment the facts as a government official. You're not allowed.
All right, let's play it out a hypothetical. Let's use a real one that you want. So, the voter fraud thing, which is the most extreme one, right?
Yep.
I mean, okay. So before this, I was saying there's fraud going on. We need to investigate this stuff. Blah blah blah. Then we go to court, and Giuliani said, "What? We don't currently have any evidence of fraud going on." Specific
Correct.
fraud, as you would say it?
Any fraud.
Okay. Afterwards, what would Giuliani say? Giuliani would say, at the time I was in court, we haven't found any fraud. However, it appears that new evidence is coming out. I was informed yesterday of this. We're looking into this. This might be even bigger than what we thought was the case before.
Well, then in order to make those statements, you would have to amend your filings, or you'd have to file a new court case.
No, there's a new statement. It's unrelated to the previous one. You have to sue me now, and then have me go under oath, and then I won't be able to say this one again. It's completely different.
But it's not completely different. It's the same thing.
It's not. It's new. It's new evidence I just had.
It's voter fraud. It's the same type of claim.
So once I said that this thing can't happen, I can never say it can happen again?
Not unless you file a new court case.
What about if so you have to preemptively do a court case before you can say a word?
Yeah. As a government official,
even if there's new stuff.
Yep. Don't we do this for criminal stuff already? No. Like if I indict somebody for murder, and then they beat the charges, I don't come out and keep saying, I think they're a murderer, I think they're a murderer, I think they're a murderer. Like if new stuff comes out, you can file, I don't think double jeopardy applies if new evidence comes out.
Doesn't.
So you file another court case.
Filing another court case you could do, but that would be after the action. That would be different, not beforehand.
Any claims you make about voter fraud have to have court cases filed, and you can only reference the things that you say in the court case. Or at least if you're talking about it, it has to be under oath. Oh, actually, never mind. The under oath thing solves this. If you come out and you make claims of voter fraud and you're under oath when you're talking about it because you're a member of the government and you speak about it, then...
I mean, I don't know if that'll stop it. These people are so fucking slippery when they speak right now.
It doesn't matter, but it's not about them being slippery and getting them 100% of the time. This is like when you say, like, you shouldn't have passwords because people can hack passwords. It's about a percentage of things you can stop. If somebody were to say something wrong, but it's under oath, I can hold them a lot more accountable, or at least, like, roast them a lot more. That people act differently under oath than they do not under oath. Even if they still lie under oath, even if they're slippery under oath, they have to be slippery in a different way. When they're not under oath, people can say the wildest, craziest, stupidest fucking things ever. They'll still say wild and stupid and crazy things. We see them, but you see the way that they squirm when they're under oath. So
like
I think
Trump
it's fine.
Saying he has $17 trillion coming in the next month.
Yeah, or well, that's about the U.S. economy or whatever. I'm just saying that when they're under oath, they say different things. I think that if people who are in elected office or are functioning as an elected representative or an elected official or like an administration official, when they're speaking to the media, they should have to be under oath when they speak.
You should have to think if you're talking to the media as an elected official. Like, you shouldn't just go out there and just say whatever fucking comes to mind.
Because one of the things that I point out over and over again is this top-down synergy between, I've talked about this for years now, between conservatives and like from the president to the cabinet to the lawmakers to the media to the alt media. One of the reasons why the synergy can exist is because there's no accountability for the people who are lawmakers. Mike Johnson has the ability to lie to you the exact same way Alex Jones does. That shouldn't be possible.
Let me ask you this then. Republican comes out tomorrow and says this green scam is hurting American companies. Climate change is bullshit. It's still the same temperature now as it was 10 years ago. I mean, I would say that scientists would say that is complete bullshit, but there's obviously huge party division on if this is true or false. Is that the type of thing that you're going to litigate? Like climate change is probably a very good example.
If you make a concrete statement about the temperature, I think that's a litigible fact.
Climate change is bullshit. Complete bullshit. Scam.
Well, I think you would have to justify those words. How? Scam how? Bullshit how? You would have to make more specific claims.
They hate Americans eating cheeseburgers.
Fine. Make those claims. They can make those. That's an opinion. That's fine. But as soon as you start venturing into the realm of fact, temperatures haven't changed, there is no increase of carbon dioxide of the atmosphere or whatever, then you get smacked.
Well, no. What do they say? They say there is a change in CO2, but it's not related to climate change, and climate change is not real.
Well, how can you say climate change is not real? I guess maybe that broader thing might be an opinion. Whatever you're going to say, they say here, that's fine. Let them say it, but make them squirm around other statements. And then you can have people in the media that actually try to ask them real questions. So like when I'm arguing with Taylor Lorenz, the reason why she was able to get away with her slop, horrible fucking Wired article is because the people at Wired either don't care about journalism or the editors are massive Taylor Lorenz fans. Because everybody should be asking her questions. Like when I asked her, like, why don't you have parts of the contract in there? The first answer was, well, there are lawyers and everything. And it's like, okay, why didn't you put the actual quotes from the contract in there? Then she said, well, I have a whole process that I go through with editors and lawyers.
No, she's full of shit.
And then I asked her, no, but she's not, no. Kind of, but not really. She's answering strategically. But if I push and push and push, Eventually, we got all the way down to, why don't you have quotes in the article? And she said, it was my choice not to. That's what the final answer was. And that's what everybody in the media should be doing. They should push people to get actual answers on things. But the reason why she's being slippery is because she probably does have some kind of contractual agreement with Wired. She can't just come out and blatantly fucking lie about the underlying facts. So she has to be slippery. It's just up to people in the media to catch people being slippery.
Sure. I think that stuff is annoying. Absolutely. I guess I would say there is other parts of this which gets frisky when it gets into societal issues. And if I say, Stephen, is Caitlyn Jenner a woman?
For trans stuff, I don't think that this is not an edge case that I would build my entire rule around.
I feel like we're doing the Republican thing where like, the leftist thing of where if it's not perfect, then you can't do anything.
I'm not saying if it's not perfect. I'm saying I think that when you're talking about imposing measures to curb people's speech, which is, I think these Republican fucks should be curbed. I think that it's important that we try to be as narrow as we can to cut out the bad shit so that they can't point to something like this and make it get completely hand-waved away as bullshit, and then you're sitting there holding your dick because you haven't thought through some of the more obvious things.
Okay. I think this would be fine. Negatives to this might be a chilling effect where nobody wants to talk to media because it becomes a partisan weapon to investigate every statement. I disagree. I think Democrats will continue to talk to the media because they don't generally fucking lie about everything they say. And I think having one side that's willing to talk to the media and to see the Republicans that are never willing to talk to the media, I think that would be a nice example. It's kind of like saying, like, why bother asking these people for a thing? They're not going to give a comment because you want to be able to put at the bottom of your article, we reached out to ABC and they didn't respond for comment. That's a good thing to have. It's better than just not even trying.
Yeah, if Republicans won't talk to the media, I mean, then
only go on
they
their own
literally
media,
just want to lie to you. Yeah.
Here's the real problem, though. Taylor Lorenz is a blogger, so a lot of these rules are not going to be applying to her at all.
Well, she's not a public servant.
That either.
I think there should be a board. Oh, there's another thing. Good catch, Dan.
You're welcome.
There's no way this would work with free speech. This would actually be over the line. I feel like journalism or a journalist should be a protected title, but I don't think you could. That sounds like the worst idea ever for like a democratic free society or whatever.
It's so fucking annoying for Taylor Lorenz because she harps so hard on this. And if you say Taylor Lorenz was fired from WAPO, she'll be like, I wasn't. That's not true. But you know what the answer would be? Could you have stayed working there, you think? You think you could have stayed there for another few months?
It's possible. They never fired. She would say, I was never fired and I left completely of my own volition. Whether or not I could have stayed there a few months is inconsequential. It would be some talk around like this.
Yeah, exactly.
But I don't like, she borrows so much language. I talked with another friend about this, and this bothers me more and more the more I think about it. When people talk about, and Kafka talked about this with me on stream as well. When you talk about like ethics standards as like lawyers or as like a CPA or whatever, there are boards that you are certified to that you have to adhere to these standards. You have to, because if you don't, you'll lose your accreditation. You'll lose your license. You won't be an MD anymore. You won't be a lawyer anymore. You have to adhere to these things. When Taylor Lorenz talks about, well, I'm a journalist, so there are ethics. No, there are not ethics to being a journalist. You have policies at private companies that can enforce them or not enforce them. There is no accreditation to being a journalist. It's not a protected fucking title. There's not a criminal penalty for violating things. Yeah, it's
also,
whatever.
The ethics are kind of less meaningful when you can point to previous instances where they fucking didn't even
follow them. Yeah, but I would say not even ethics. I wouldn't say they're less apt. They don't exist. These are not accredited. These just aren't accredited names. They're not exist. Or they don't exist, sorry. Like there is no ethics requirement for journalists like there are for doctors or for financial people or for lawyers or for, I'm sure there are other things where you have to have an accreditation where if you fuck up the ethics here, you can lose your license. You can lose your accreditation. The idea of having, well, most of these boards are private, right? Or can you say private? Like the APA board, or what do you call it? The American, who licensed doctors? Is it the APA, the American Physicians Association or whatever? Who licensed MDs?
Per state, isn't it?
Yeah, actually, it might be state by state by state. I don't know if they're related to each other at all, or if there's like a federal one and then they do all the state ones. But I believe that they're all private, but like somehow they get accredited by the government. What rights would be taken away from a journalist if they lose their license? I think there needs to be a it might be AMA for American Medical Association. I think there needs to be, we need to create a journalist, a news media thing in the United States. Right now, that distinction doesn't exist because it's all just the same shit as like entertainment. I don't think we actually have like recognized like journalist stuff.
I think right now it's just like if you work at like Washington Post or I guess, I don't know, Associated Press, that carries a lot of weight behind it.
Yeah, but there's not like, but it's not like a thing. Well, yeah, but even press badges or whatever, right? Like if I go to the airport with my cases, I can say I'm press and I'll give you like a press badge, but there's not like a state licensed.
Correct, yeah. It means nothing.
What about anyone can be a journalist, but the highly accredited title can be a thing? Call yourself something else.
They try to legislate that stuff pretty heavily. I think didn't it happen to Mutahar with like calling yourself an engineer is something that like Canada regulates or some shit?
Yeah, in Canada, like you cannot call yourself an engineer if you're not. Don't corn pop Dan. He's correct.
Thank you. Feels so good to have someone.
Yeah, there are some differences between countries. That might have been a thing. Because I feel like didn't people make videos on Mutahar and they got ass pained about it?
Yeah.
Yeah, as fuck. They're like, why are you calling yourself an engineer? You didn't go through college. It's like, okay, bro, who gives a fuck?
What is the Bar Association? It's not like a government thing, right? It's just a private entity we all agreed to trust. I believe bars are accredited by the government. They get their accreditation or accreditation. Is it accreditation or accreditation from the government? But then they're the ones who decide if you become a lawyer or not. But like the idea of having some kind of like accredited journalist board where people could like lose their credentials or something, or where they have like these ethical obligations, I think would actually be super good. I think super based. I also got more triggered over I don't like all I hate this term dark money or dark whatever, but I don't like that people can be getting paid from sources and you just don't know, and they're doing media stuff. That just really it bothers me, because what I try to think about is like, if I had access to this information, would I feel differently about it? And like, let's say that, I mean, I can use my own personal life as an example. Let's say, for instance, that like when you make statements publicly, like the Discord server that you spend the most amount of time in is like shows up next to all of your real life stuff or whatever. Let's say that you find out that every single person criticizing me comes from like the Hassan or the Justical Discord server. I think that other people would look at that and they'd be like, oh, that's really interesting.
Or let's say these people,
yeah. Or let's say for Hassan, let's say that like 50 of the most vocal accounts that are attacking Hassan, let's say that all of that was published and you found out that all 50 of these things actually did receive a significant amount of money from APAC or something. You'd be like, oh, that's actually really interesting that all of those people are criticizing Hassan. I just think that having access to that information would change the way that people would operate in that environment, and it would change the way that we view people in that environment. I feel like the information would be really important to have. It would just change things, I think. Yeah.
If you had to go for one, right, because you probably can't like push all of these things at once, what do you think is more important? People in Congress lying to the American people, or I guess like journalist integrity?
Why only one?
Well, I'm just saying, if like which one you would want to push more, but it doesn't.
I think the media environment is the thing that matters the most. Technically, none of the lying politician things should matter, because the saying always used to be that like you expect politicians to lie to you, right?
To lie to you.
That's what they say. Conservatives still say that, but they treat all of their politicians like fucking gods. They don't pretend any of them lie. They assume everything that Donald Trump says is gospel truth, and everything that comes out of their mouths are gospel truth. And then I don't remember who said this before. This might have even been a fucking TV show. I don't remember. Somebody said it was something along the lines of like, if you're a journalist and you talk to a politician and you are not criticizing them, you're just doing like free PR for them. That's all you're doing. It's just free public relations, basically. But our media is just so not healthy right now. Our media and alternative media. I'm not just blaming mainstream media. Our alternative media environment is super fucked, and all of the social media feeds. Like, I think a huge canary in the coal mine, in my opinion, should be Richard Hanania. Like, I consider that guy to be pretty smart. I disagree with him on quite a bit. I disagree with him on a few things, especially he's way more hawkish than me. But I think he's smart enough he has his own thought process, he has his own mind. But even Richard Hanania got sucked down the MAGA hole, right? Do you know him at all?
This.
You don't know?
No, I don't think so. Not yet.
Wait, do you know who he is?
Let me look him up real quick.
The guy with the curly hair.
Richard Hanania. No, I haven't watched shit on this guy.
Oh, well, fuck you.
Is he the guy that you were talking about who was super on the Epstein stuff? Like researching and learning all about it?
Well, him and Michael
guy?
Tracy are big on the protecting the pedophile thing. Both of them are. When I say protecting the pedophile, I mean the word. They don't like that guys that fuck 17-year-olds are described as pedophiles and all. There is like a legitimate argument that they have behind it that like, and I actually do agree. I think I agree with most of what they say, that the obsession with pedophilia is just like a low IQ thing where it's like, it's basically like, it's the final form of like protect the children. It's just labeling every political adversary as like a pedophile. And I mean, it's happened in our world, in the online world, where everybody on YouTube is just like, that's a pedophile. And then that's just it. And then you've got it. It seems kind of cringe and dumb.
I think they should have like a board of accreditation for pedophiles. Like,
absolutely fucking true. Yes.
Hey, just a quick thing that kind of hit me while you were talking about these two different kind of semi-related things. What do you think about if there was like we're talking about, we have some kind of like protected version of journalist and maybe some board with it, but like if you're talking to that person, if a politician or actually anybody's talking to that person in the context of their job, that is whenever they're on the record, right? So like, okay, Taylor Lorenz is not that type of journalist, so if I talk to her, things are going to be on the record. But if I talk to Andreessen Cooper, he is part of that board or something like that. Do you see what I'm saying? Where like this person is some kind of like, we can trust them to be a like good steward of journalism, such that whenever people talk to them, we know that this is on the record and like a statement that can be held against them. What do you think about something like that?
When they're speaking like in the functionality of a journalist?
No. Whenever a politician is speaking to that journalist, you understand what I'm saying? We're like, if Taylor Lorenz comes on and says, "Hey, this politician said this, that, or the other," right? I'm like, well, yeah, but they can say whatever they want to you because it doesn't matter. But then if I see like, oh, they were speaking to Andreessen Cooper about it, Andreessen Cooper has a specific accreditation, that means that what they said is on the record, such like that this statement can be held against them. You know what I'm saying?
The reason why I think it would be nice if we could figure out how to do some kind of like journalist or journalism accreditation is because you could attach a whole bunch of responsibility and requirements to it. Because right now you can't attach like anything, right? Like when you talk about like defamation or actual malice or whatever, you know, like it would be nice if we could create a whole different set of standards for journalists that would be better and would improve the health of that environment, you know?
Sure. Well, and I think that's kind of the like, unfortunately, one argument against what this is that, you know, we have to now give journalists some level of respect and
I'm okay with that.
Power.
I think they should be respected.
Sure.
And they are powerful. They're very important, right?
Well, sure. Well, and that's fine. But I'm just saying like it's some kind of subset, like it gives them more legitimacy. And I'm
yeah,
not
that's good though. I want to give all those things, but the idea is that it would actually be more legitimate, right?
Sure, but then we have to decide what that means and how that operates. And I'm saying,
yeah, of course,
making that person essentially making it where like if you're talking to a journalist that is under this accreditation, you're basically talking to a stenographer who's going to be recording this, and it's like, okay, like if I like so like then that way, like if let's say Johnson says something to a reporter, and then for whatever reason that's relevant in a court case, I can just cite to that directly and say, well, you said this right here.
Oh, sure. I think all of this would be. I think all of this would be covered under my. I think that like any administrative official or politician that's speaking about stuff related to their job, I think all of that they should have to do like an oath thing before they speak. Like that should all be under oath stuff, basically. Like so, if Ted Cruz is asked a question about like where's your favorite place to go vacation, then that's like not an under oath statement. But if it's about stuff that he does in terms of his job in the government.
Oh, so it would be like a test of like, is this statement, does it rise to the level of like in the capacity of his
exactly, and then all of those things should be treated as under oath statements. So if you lie or something, then it's you can be whatever contempt or whatever the fuck. I don't know what the charge would be or whatever for lying under oath. I think it's usually just contempt, right?
Perjury. I don't know if this is
or perjury. Yeah, sorry.
I don't know if this is like too lawyer brained or something that I don't know how well people can engage with it, but I think that in conjunction with like, and I mentioned it in chat, I don't know if you saw, but that politicians should be treated as fiduciaries of their constituents. So like, if you can show that a politician took an action in the scope of their work that is for their benefit over the interests of their constituents, right? So it couldn't just be like, oh, he voted in a way I didn't like. It couldn't be that. It would be like, it's similar to corruption, but it's like.
Nah, I feel like that one's too hard because.
You think so?
Yeah, especially because now it feels like we don't really have. Now the politicians in like House seats don't really represent their constituencies anymore. They were basically just part of the big federal blob, you know?
It's like the whipping thing, right?
Well, right, but I think that's the issue. I find a big issue that they aren't doing that. Like this puts it back onto them to be.
Maybe, yeah, but it's hard. It's really hard because now you'd have a balancing test created every single time because a lot of the votes in Congress happen on party lines. So what happens when there's a new vote that comes out about how we need to nuke all the swamplands to make space for illegal immigrants, and every red district wants to vote yes on this, except for the ones in Florida who are like, wait a second, we're red districts. But also, if you don't vote along with Trump, you know they're going to vote you out of your seat in Florida anyway. Like, what are you supposed to do there, you know?
Well, but where's the personal benefit of these people that would make this?
Oh, well, I would assume that if you're doing things just to get elected again, you would consider that a personal benefit, like for raising money for campaigns. Well, because when you say personal benefit, what is the personal benefit? Are we talking about like just like taking bribes or?
Well, you could say taking bribes. If you could say like, okay, like here's you could even like, depending on how broad you want it to be, you could say, hey, let's connect it to like, here's like people that he is connected to that benefit specifically from this over the benefit of the constituency, right? So like, let's say you have shares in a company, or you have a family member that's on the board of a company that benefits directly from an action you took, and your constituency was negatively affected by it, right? In those cases, you wouldn't necessarily be convicted of corruption, but you could say, hey, you're doing things against the interests of the people you represent for your benefit.
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to think like who would have standing or who would even bring that case or whatever.
You can just make it a civil liability action.
That civil liability meaning could any private citizen bring like
any constituent that suffered harm based off of his actions?
Yeah, but
like the person that would receive the remedy would be the one to do this.
Aren't you creating like a private cause of action that like every single citizen theoretically now has a right to enact based on every single piece of legislation? Not to get pedantic, but I feel like you could.
Well, no, theoretically, but then also, but that's a question for any law, and we have solutions for that already through administrative processes. You can just say, hey, just have a pleading standard that they have to meet, and then you can just put it through
As somebody whose federal court case is already being delayed way too fucking much, fuck you. I'm just kidding.
Well, you earned it. No, but no. No. I understand. And I understand like this. I think there's like I would argue an untrue, but actually that probably a healthy like fear from a lot of people of like too much litigation and it being like burdensome, like around this whole 230 discussion. People are like, oh my God, the litigation is going to be too much and it wouldn't be worth it. I understand that fear, but I think that can be a bit reductionist and kind of hamstring.
No, I do agree that would be, it's not good to just say we're worried about litigation. I'm just trying to think of what problems do I feel like this is solving? Like the biggest problem I have right now is the fact that it feels like politicians don't have to be honest and that the media is kind of complicit in this dishonesty. So I'm trying to think of like, how do you fight against that particular thing?
Yeah, no, right. This is unrelated to the dishonesty thing. There's just like something else that I like. I like the idea of the being under oath thing, though I would say I think there would need to be like, I think it's actually like there would need to be specific carve outs where like, honestly, like I would even let the politicians like at the beginning of the interview say like, I intend for this to not be like they make a statement. I intend for this to not be.
Yeah, that would be nice. I love that.
Right.
That's really nice. Do you know?
And then if they violate it, shit, I got work to do. All right.
Oh my God,
love you guys.
bro.
I gotta go.
Get out. You just fucking how rude.
Yeah.
No, I like that idea. In addition to this, like if politicians and et cetera have to be honest, do you think that the journalists, now this should be a part of the journalist integrity, but if you're adding a whole new thing, I think journalists should have to portray you fairly in their article.
Well, like what there should be is like the I just feel so stupid saying it. I don't know if there's an IQ check and some people genuinely don't understand this but like you can make a bunch of true statements that don't give you like a true understanding of a thing, right? Like if I say like there were, oh my God, and that one guy tried to argue this, like Alex Preddy approached ICE with a firearm, right? Like,
Yeah, that's a true
factually,
statement,
that statement
I
is
guess.
true, but it's such bullshit. It's not really
Yeah,
true at
100%.
all, right? I don't know if I bet there's a name in philosophy for these, where it's like the statement is absolutely true. It's completely and totally true, but I don't even like to say misleading, but I would consider that a lie. Even though the statement itself is true, it's just not. But like, do you know what I mean?
It feels like a lie. No, I know what you're saying, because that's not what they're intending at all.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know how you would prove that. So let's say, okay, Kristi Noem goes up there. She's under oath, and she says Alex Peretti approached law enforcement with a gun. Well, that's not a lie. That's true.
Well, the benefit, the nice thing about the court process, imagine court where there was no cross-examination. Like, imagine if you could bring up a witness, ask them questions, and the other side wasn't allowed to ask that same witness questions. That's what the media is like. Because if you were to bring them up and you were to say, did Alex Peretti approach them with a firearm? And they say, yes, he did. It's like, no further questions, Your Honor. Then on cross, then the other side can get up and it's like, it's true that Alex Peretti's firearm was not drawn at all or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Objection leading, whatever,
Then
right?
they
Was
have
his
to say,
arm,
like,
was
you
his
know,
firearm
yes.
drawn?
But yeah.
No, it wasn't out. Did any officer see it? No. Was he on the ground? Did they tackle him on the ground? Had any officer seen the firearm yet? No. When he was just right, then that would look horrible.
you
But
get
that's
into
because
it.
you have the ability to cross-examination in an actual trial, whereas in the media you don't. It's just one side asking questions. So it's completely fucked.
Well, it feels like you're getting clipped, kind of. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can lead on cross, yeah, but yeah.
Oh yeah, because it's a hostile witness.
Yep. They're inherently hostile.
Why the fuck do you know that, you fucking retard?
Grand Theft Auto roleplay.
Shit.
Problem?
Okay, true. You can lead on cross.
If you don't want to leave, you don't want them to be led, don't ask the question.
Wait, why is it that why would you ever ask the judge for permission to treat your own witness as hostile? What's the point of that? Why would you have to lead your own witness?
Sometimes you have witnesses that aren't cooperating witnesses, right?
Oh, so like I want to bring a witness.
Me or Dan as a witness, right?
Gotcha,
we would have to go.
And they would want to treat you as hostile, asking questions. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I'd argue that politicians should be treated as politicians when everything in public. The amount of power granted you by being a politician should bring with it a level of public scrutiny responsibility outside the norm. No, I don't think that's fair. There's like in Catholicism, the Pope has there's a name for this, I think, but he's considered infallible, but not when he speaks on all things. It's only when he's speaking on matters of church doctrine, which makes sense, right? So if the Pope comes out and the Pope says In-N-Out is the best fast food restaurant in the United States, that doesn't mean anything. But if the Pope is speaking in matters of church doctrine, like I don't know what all that extends to, what language the mass be conducted in, or speaking on Jesus or some church thing or whatever. Like the Pope is considered to be speaking from God, essentially.
God
divine.
himself, yeah.
So he's considered infallible in those, in that context. And I feel like for politicians, it should be that when you're speaking on matters that are related to your office, that you are under oath. Those statements are all considered under oath and subject to perjury. Take a look at what a defensive democracy is. I think you would really like the framework of that. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. The leaders of our nation just going out and doing news conferences and just fucking lying to the American people has got to stop.
Yeah, because these are my representatives to the world and to me. I should be able to trust what my president says to me. I shouldn't think that he's fucking lying about things. I remember when I confronted Posobiec on that a long time ago, when he was saying he didn't trust our intelligence agencies over something, and he was quoting like RT. And I think I asked him, I was like, who do you trust if you don't trust our own intelligence? And I don't think he actually answered my question. He wouldn't engage with it. But it's like, we're truly lost if we can't trust anything our government says. And when they're like destroying offices, like they just released another bullshit thing today on the White House website about the fucking COVID lab leak stuff.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
Oh my God.
I actually thought that was old because I'm pretty sure they released some other bullshit like that in the past.
You can't. They probably have, but he has to do like official like disinformation pages now on the whitehouse.gov site, which is just fucking crazy.
Whoever our next president is going to have a fucking hell of a time cleaning this up.
Well, but it depends on how much they even want to clean up, right? That's my big fight with everybody else, is how much are we cleaning up versus how much is just going to be business as usual.
Well, they have to. in order to go back to business as usual, there has to be like a complete cleanup, because this administration is.
Yeah, but the complete cleanup has to happen with the
different.
public as well, right? Was there a statement Trump made you viewed earlier to spark this convo? No, I've just been thinking more and talking more with people. And I have to have a list of things now going into these conversations that I want to harp on a little bit, because I have to have some kind of solution. It's just a lot. It's just annoying. You've got this figured out. We just need a Michelin board that evaluates journalists, and if journalists meet certain criteria, they'd be given a Michelin star. The better you are, the more Michelin stars you get. Were you going somewhere with Kat Abu Ghazalib? I think you just said that she's a left. Didn't I mention? Well, no, apparently she found out that a bunch of people were kind of running attack ads against her, or were making kind of attack addy statements on social media, and she found out that there is some group, I don't know what the name of the fund is, but some C4, some dark money fund or whatever, that is apparently funding a bunch of people, and they're all making these statements about her. And that, yeah, I don't know, that would just annoy the fuck out of me. I don't like that I just don't like that can happen. That just bothers me. I don't like that. Would you rather have a liberal president that is soft on this administration, or a leftist president that goes hard?
Leftist president goes hard?
Well, leftist means socialist or communist.
Okay. We can fix that later.
Can we? The big issue that I would have, honestly, because I'm thinking about this, the big issue I would have with a leftist president is that I just read something YouTube that triggered me, sorry. The big issue I'd have with a leftist president is they would both sides it all. If there was a leftist president that legitimately thought the Republicans were significantly worse than the Democrats, I might actually be okay with it. But they wouldn't be. They would just both sides the fuck out of it. You do realize if you make this law, someone will challenge it under the first. This will easily be a burden on speech. Will not pass strict scrutiny. I think it will. Fuck you. If I have to show my fucking ID every time I want to fucking jerk off to fucking Pornhub now, that there's going to be a database of Coomers in every fucking state, fuck you.
I mean, it probably won't happen but I mean, then the First Amendment needs to be changed a bit.
Jesus. There's a lot of get arounds for the First Amendment stuff. It's not as absolute as
Well, I would hope so. If your politicians can literally lie to you and it's upheld under the First, then it needs to be changed.
No. Like the State of the Union should be an under oath thing. Right? Like imagine the president literally has a statement addressing the country.
Yeah. I mean, all of the old fireside chats should have been under oath in theory.
Yeah.
Like if you're talking to your nation.
What the fuck?
As a president, then yeah, it should be. Like Trump's Truth Social should be, in my opinion, under oath.
There's a great Veritasium video about different voting systems and how changing the voting system may lead to some of the reforms you're suggesting happening indirectly. Yeah, maybe. I don't know, bro. The more I read about other countries, the more I'm okay with America. The little bit of digging I did into, I can't believe how fucked the British shit is. You guys are crazy over there. I would take America, every part of America's system, over the autistic fucking first past the post, multi-party constituency, non-constitutional, supreme parliamentary system you guys have in Bongerland. Holy fuck. Every part of that is fucking wild. Every part of that is so unbelievable to me. I would be a million times more afraid of reform now that I understand that they could come in one legislative session can destroy your entire fucking country. Holy shit. And first past the post multi-party shit. Oh my God.
I don't like that they're basically Congress picks their leader.
I mean, they do. That's pretty common in most places, right? You do it in Canada,
I'm
right?
not a fan of that. Yeah, they do in Canada. I'm not a fan of it. Well, wait. No, you go up for election in Canada, though. You vote for... No. You vote for Carney. Yeah, Carney got voted in.
I think the people put up... No, the party... When they say the party votes for the leader, is it the party or like the members in... Hold on, chat is fucking...
You vote for your rep and they put the leader up. Hold on. Vote for PM and K. I haven't voted because I don't have citizenship here yet, so I don't know.
It's the leader of the political party that wins the most seats in the House of Commons during a federal election. I don't know how do they choose the leader of the political party? Do the members of parliament or the people the members of parliament themselves pick it? My understanding is that the members of parliaments themselves. It's an internal vote of the party. You retards keep saying internal vote of the party, but when you say the party, you mean like just like the like not all the
like the liberals versus the conservatives,
but
right?
not all
So,
the
like,
citizens, right? Like you're not a member of the party, right? You mean like just like the people who are part of the. All members. So every single citizen, like all, like, do you guys elect to be part of the party?
Yeah, so like when you register to vote as a Republican.
No. That's what it sounds like they're saying, but they're not. They mean it's just
Are they
like
not saying that?
No, they sound like they're saying that because they're retarded. That's not what they're saying though. It's like if you're part of the actual. It's like parliamentary people. Wait, hold on. Leaders are chosen by registered party members at a convention by public. Destiny, it's the elected MPs. Destiny, no. You can. Well, okay.
No one knows how it works.
No, hold on.
That's what I learned.
That's all good.
Nobody's got.
I'll look it
Hey,
up.
nobody. It's
Okay,
Canada. Fuck
that's
it.
fine. Okay. After a robust and secure nationwide process, registered liberals across our movement will choose our new leader on March 9th. This is a time for liberals across the country to exchange ideas. Okay. So it's citizens, average citizens who are registered as part of the party.
Yep. That's where I got confused. Now I remember why I was confused.
I hate all of you. Okay. Okay, hold on, quick. Dune break. 1 second. I'll start my stream for you too. Hold on.
If we have a girl, what will we name her?
What? Why are they together again? Spoilers.
What will we name her?
Her name should be Ganima. She would need to be strong.
I don't remember. Did you like Dune 2? Dune 2 was fucking awesome. Hell yeah.
Like her mother.
She's his mistress? Are you just allowed to have mistresses in the Dune world? Because the son was a...
You got it. There's no
The
porn.
wife was like a mistress. There's no porn? No, but like wasn't his mom like a mistress or whatever of the Atreides people?
I don't remember.
Oh my god.
I read the book too.
She was.
What if it's a boy?
I would name him Leto.
Cringe.
So he would have the wisdom of his grandfather.
War feeds on itself.
Wait, is this streaming in Discord?
You're giving me the wrong screen.
The more I fight, the more our enemies fight back.
Okay, I can't fix that. Get fucked. Who the fuck is this guy?
I'm doing the best I can to protect my family.
Oh, they got the PvP hats on.
How did father do it?
Your father never started a war.
Why is this girl in everything now? Wait. Are these flashbacks? Is this guy dead? Didn't he die in the first movie? Am I crazy? What?
Brother, that guy comes back in the next fucking 30 books.
Okay. He has a clone? Why is he a skinhead here? American History X?
Yet.
Okay. They need to do something more with Zendaya than like, I need you to look really angsty in this shot and be upset. I feel like that was her in the entire second movie. Holy shit. Also, you notice how like nothing happens in space, even though this is like a fucking space movie?
I wouldn't say that this is a space movie.
Well, it's like planets and shit, and they got spaceships.
Yeah, okay. I would not call this a space movie, though.
At Destiny, why do you never give a serious answer when someone asks you for advice on how to start researching for politics? I've given serious answers before. I'm sorry, fuck. I made that fuck your mom joke to that guy, and he donated $15. 15. I hope he's still here. I'm sorry. Listen, the serious answer, I hate that I'm giving you this answer, but post Vyvanse Destiny will tell you unfortunately, there's no shortcut for, you just have to start reading stuff. You have to develop like a working vocabulary for a subject field, and then you just have to start reading stuff in that field, and then eventually you'll start to, because it's impossible to tell what's even true or not true, or to gain any insight about whatever you're reading about, to even know what you should be reading about the thing you're reading about, until you've read a little bit about what you're reading about. So like, it could be as simple as like, I know this is cringe and horrible, but like, it could be as simple as like you have to actually pick up, this is a big one, you have to actually pick up a book and read it about a thing. And first you have to make sure you have the general knowledge of the thing. So that might mean if you want to learn about central banking or something, like you should have like, go take an Econ 101 online course, a 12-hour Econ 101. You should know, like, what does it mean when somebody says inflation or supply and demand or comparative advantage, or what is productivity? Like these basic, you should know like basic stuff about marginal cost, whatever. Like you should know basic stuff about the field, and then you just have to pick a book. Usually in any given field, there's going to be like, this is the most widely recommended book in this field. There are going to be, some people say there are a million different studies and blah, blah, blah. That's not actually true. If you're going into a particular field, there's going to be renowned researchers from a given field. They're going to have like landmark papers that are published in those fields. And if you start actually reading stuff, you're going to recognize the same names, the same concepts, the same whatever else. I don't remember them anymore, but like when we were doing all the research on COVID lab leak, the topic that I will never get to debate with anybody in the entire world, because nobody has the confidence to debate because they're all fucking losers. But like when you started to see like the same researcher names popping up over and over and over again, it's like, oh, I recognize this guy. Oh, I recognize this guy. Oh, this person publishes here. But there's just no shortcut into, like, you just have to start reading stuff. Yeah, I can't give you a shortcut there. Yeah, that's it.
That's what I do every morning.
There's just no shortcut for it. But like once you start to read stuff, like even Mr. Moot, as we've watched him get more political or whatever, right? Like even there are things now that somebody could say to him that he would instantly recognize, that before there's just no heuristic, there's no shortcut, there's no way to do it without just kind of
there is a shortcut.
Immersing.
It's called Claude.
Good one.
Research mode.
Without immersing yourself in any given subject matter first or whatever. What do you want, Radiant?
I wanted to talk to you about your takes about bad faith actors, because I was listening to your thing with North, and I joined late, so I didn't listen to the first part. But apparently, you got into you said something about how like you can't make a rule. You can't like structure a system around bad faith actors, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And one of your examples is like about murder.
Okay.
And like, if it was like the hypothetical was like, if somebody like murder is bad, but if somebody were to like find some random jurisdiction where like they could murder somebody and not be punished, like.
It was about culture at that point. No.
What are you asking me? What?
I don't know what you mean.
I said that no, you can't make a rule system that can survive bad faith engagements with the rules. That's impossible.
I mean, yeah, I think.
And we agree.
I feel like. Well, no, I don't agree with that necessarily, because I feel like it's in human nature to be kind of like bad faith, or to like find a loophole or whatever, or like, find just like holes in the system, right?
No.
And like it's kind of like on the rule makers.
No.
What do you mean no?
Just what I said. No.
But what does that mean? Like, is you saying you disagree with that?
Like, if we were to play Risk, if we were to play Monopoly, like, we would understand that there's like a rule set, and we would play within that rule set. We wouldn't be trying to break the rules all the time.
I mean, yeah, but you're trying to figure out how to play within those rules, right?
Yeah,
within the rules. If you just break the rules and you're just like throwing it all away, then like nobody's gonna obey the rules. It's like whatever, right?
Sure, but like we're trying to figure out like, when things reach the real world, so Monopoly and all these things are much simpler. Do you ever play D&D?
No.
Have you watched me play D&D?
A little bit.
So like me and Moot and Nick playing D&D with Neil, Jesus, Koibo, Neil. Like that would be an example of what I would consider borderline, would I say like bad faith engagement with the rules, because we're trying to break them in very ridiculous and wacky ways. Now we all agree to do this, like it's fun for us, and Neil agrees to let us do this and it's fun for us. But like, for instance, when the rules say that if you drink a potion, it has these effects, right? Well, it's pretty clear that the intention of that rule is when you unquaff a potion or whatever, and then you drink it, that the potion takes effect. So when me, Moot, and Nick have a side rule we make, well, what if we put the potion in our mouths, but we don't swallow it until later on? That's not like a good faith engagement with the rules. Now, Neo can let us do it, and I think he did for some things, as long as we put water in our mouths and held it or whatever.
Yeah.
But like that type of thing, like ordinarily, like if you're playing in a normal game, we were trying to be expeditious and you're trying to do things quickly and by the book, you'd say, well, no, you can't do that, right? But if you
then it's on the DM or whatever to
exactly
figure out how
correct on a judge,
like enforcement.
Yes, on a judge or executive, yeah. But it can't be a perfect rule set. You need human enforcers to make sure that people are playing by good faith in the rule book.
Well, right, yeah. So, but like, okay, so in real life, like, shouldn't you just say that like we've got the laws on book? Kind of like outlining
but you need judges,
what
right?
should be happening.
Like you can't just break a law and you're held instantly accountable. You've got to go to court to figure out if you really did break the law. That's a whole ass argument that requires a human interpreter to figure out if it happened or not.
Yes. But okay, so like I don't understand like why you're saying that like you would need to do like some kind of like, I guess, illiberal like exercise, like well, mostly with the hypothetical. I was having an issue with the hypothetical where you're saying like if somebody finds like some jurisdiction where you can murder somebody for like without being punished for it, like it's somehow bad, when like it's more just like maybe that jurisdiction or whatever should be just like ruled or written into the law, right?
What?
About your hypothetical about murdering people.
Oh, I think when I gave, okay, I'm sorry, let me clearly elaborate on this. I'm sorry. I gave the hypothetical of like a guy shooting somebody across state lines and then them not like being held accountable or whatever by the other state because they're across state lines, and that would be a bad faith engagement with the rule, right?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, sure, you could write that into the rule. What I'm saying is that like if there are people that are looking to break the systems in this way, you would never be able to write enough rules to help all of them. It'll be infinitely fucked. It'll just never work.
There's always people looking to do that though.
Yeah, but you still hold them accountable. You punish them when they are doing bad faith breakings of a rule to get around something that was clearly intended by the legislature. If they're clearly trying to get around a thing that we clearly know is bad, then you still find ways to hold them accountable.
Yeah, they're punished in later infractions, right?
No,
like,
you punish them trying to break the spirit of the rule immediately.
I mean, so okay, so you know how like there's like, what do you call them? Like are they red hat hackers or something? You know, like how there's like hackers that like try to break into systems or whatever, but they get paid lots of money by companies because
white hat hackers.
You know, like
sure.
Yeah, exactly. Like, but like I feel like there's like some like, I don't know, like there's just onus on the people to write proper rules.
Well, hold on. Why did you use that example? Because that example is going to play exactly into my thing, right? This is a company that's hiring somebody to either do penetration testing, or it's going to be like a white hat hacker guy who discovers some vulnerability and then responsibly discloses that vulnerability to the company, usually in exchange for payment and security and safety, right? These are people who are working very much within the bounds of the system, no?
I mean, technically, but okay, so because I'm thinking in situations where let's say like we've got like people that abuse like let's say Twitter API, right? And so what Twitter would do is that they start charging everybody to use the API from now on, because there's people that would spam it to train their AI or whatever, right? Like it's not like Twitter's gonna go ahead and punish those people or whatever. Like they basically changed their rules. They didn't like punish the people that were abusing the API. If that makes sense, right?
No? Wait, why is my mouse not working? What the fuck? Was that what the noise was? Hold on. I don't know what the fuck you just said. That's what.
But okay, no, like like people who break the current rule, or they're not breaking the current rules. They're not breaking any currently written rules. Like they're not going to get punished, or at least I don't think people usually get punished for that. Like in law,
man, no one knows what you're talking about.
I know. Okay. Because I'm not forming my argument properly. Okay, like people who do stuff, like who do things that's not currently illegal, they can't get punished retroactively, right?
Usually not. No.
Okay, so like, I don't understand like why, but like the reason for that is just because like it wasn't against the rules before.
Okay.
Like, are we saying that you can't ever treat rules in a bad faith way? Like, I feel like that's the entire reason why like rules are written, so we know like what is allowed, what isn't allowed, and like.
You got the tism, huh?
But does it make sense? Like, it does make sense, doesn't it?
There are some things in a rule that you should change because it's like, there are some things in a rule, like there's, like, I don't know what the distinctions are. Everybody who's not autistic knows these things intuitively. There are some.
No, I know. No,
stop. No, it's not a cop-out. It's not a cop-out because we're human beings and we're human beings. We don't operate like fucking computers that read machine code. Everybody understands like the intentionality of a rule. And there are ways that you can maybe break these creatively that aren't going necessarily against the spirit, or they're like edge cases. And then there are ways that you can break these where it's like, it's very clearly bullshit, right?
Okay, so wait, in regards to Trump, right? Like, we agree that Trump is breaking a bunch of, like, existing laws, right? It's just that there's nobody that's there to enforce them. Like, shouldn't we then, I guess, like, rewrite these laws so that they're enforceable in their own ways? Or, like, maybe they're more distinct or clear about what are, like, how, like, when
you can clarify them if you want, but you should still hold the people accountable who are breaking them, right? So I just looked up the 2025 murder statute in Florida, okay? Do you think that in the 2025 murder statute in Florida, I'm seeing here the second element that's listed here is the unlawful killing of a human being. Okay, or sorry, so 1A. This is the unlawful killing of a human being. All right. So I see here that the unlawful killing of a human being when perpetrated by any act eminently dangerous to another and evincing a depraved mind or else of human life, although without any premeditated design to effect it, blah, blah. I'm seeing a lot of human being here. What if somebody identifies as like a furry, anthro, or whatever, and I kill that person?
Well, we have a definition of human being, though.
And what if I legitimately, like, do we have a definition of human being that excludes, like, fucking furry anthro? Am I really going to find that in Florida statutes, that a human being is defined as a thing with 2 arms and 2 legs and has human DNA and all of that? I doubt it. It's probably a conventional understanding of, like, what a human being is going to be my guess.
I mean, but then we'll just bring in an expert who would then determine if they're a human being or not. Or like it's not... This isn't hard to figure out.
We would bring in an expert to determine if they're a human being. That would be the burden? What if I bring in another expert and I say, well, I don't think this person is a human being, and my expert wins in court, and then you patch the law to say, fine, now furries and anthros are going to be also considered part of this human being class. Is the person that murdered the furry just walking away scot-free, even though he's like
that's a good person,
very clearly and obviously like breaking this?
Isn't the definition of a furry a human being that's wearing an animal costume?
Okay, what do they call the guys that? There's a name for the people that don't. I don't remember.
Yeah, like they pretend like they say
aren't
like,
they?
Oh,
don't anthros consider
an
themselves
animal.
not like humans, or am I making this up? I don't know.
There are some people who believe that they are deers. Yeah.
Otherkin, anthros.
Okay, yeah, there's people who believe that, but like physically and everything else, I don't think they would deny that they're physically, a human.
I don't know. Some people are crazy.
That's silly,
what if they
though,
legitimately truly say that, and they really do, and they're of sound mind, and they say, I don't consider myself a human being. I really, truly don't consider myself a human being. And then you kill that person. You don't really have the mens rea of murdering a human being. They thought they were some animal thing, and you thought they were some animal thing. Like, should that person really not be held? Like, would you patch this law?
Well, one, that guy would be an insane person.
Why would they have to be insane? They're making logically coherent and consistent statements.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. Like, as in, like they would go like to mental treatment or whatever. Like, what the thing is? Like, people get off based on insanity. Like,
why would this person be insane? What's insane about this?
That they're an animal.
Well, not an animal, but they just think that human being is defined as something different. You have to have the cognition of feeling like you're part of the human race. And if somebody truly identifies more with some animal kin or whatever the fuck else, then fine, they can identify that way. And I think that's legitimate, but there's not a human. Is this a crazy person?
Based on, like, if we had a psychologist assess them, yeah.
I just disagree.
If you beg the question on everything, then of course everything you're going to say is correct. If a psychologist is going to assess them and agree, but like if they're reasonable in every other part of their life, why would you assume this person is insane?
Because okay, we're saying in this situation, there's a person who considers themselves as an animal, and they murdered somebody. But because they think that they're not a human,
yes,
they didn't break any laws.
Yes. Well, they didn't break the murder statute because the murder statute says human being over and over again.
Well, I would say it's probably a mental disorder to consider yourself as a.
Okay, that's great, but all you've done
animal.
now is you've taken my argument of good faith and you're using that same argument. You just don't realize it because now you're saying if somebody doesn't engage with the legal system the way that I like it, rather than saying they're engaging in bad faith like I would say, you're saying, well, they're just crazy.
Okay. Regardless, yes, the law could be rewritten, but I think if you were to assume that the judge is a reasonable person, they're just going to indict them for murder. Assuming
I
that,
agree. But that's because they would look at the law and they would say, you're not engaging with this in good faith, motherfucker. And they wouldn't patch the law either. They wouldn't say, we're going to include furries as humans. They would say, this is retarded. You're retarded. But not legally retarded, just retarded.
Well, but the point is that, there's no need to go towards, dictatorial type of, enforcement.
Who's talking about dictatorial enforcement?
I mean, as in, illiberal, right?
Who's talking about illiberal? You're going back to the broader government argument? Yeah, I don't know what that would look like 100% yet. Can you give me an alternative or anything, or is it just
so right now I feel like that there's a lot of things that Trump is doing that is probably illegal. Is that there's no enforcement body or nothing currently. There's no system to kind of account for that. I guess there needs to be the people currently who are in place are not neutral people, so they aren't able to enforce what's on the books.
I mean, we have an enforcement body. We have Congress that can impeach. We've got a Department of Justice that can indict.
That's what I mean. They're not objective.
Sure.
And at the end of the day, it relies on in a democracy, the people have to kind of keep themselves accountable, right? And if they don't believe that they if they don't believe it's corruption, then it's not actually corruption because they don't think so, right?
Okay.
I just mean I don't think. Yeah, you don't need to go to Nuremberg trials, I guess, is the main thing.
What should happen? What do you think should happen to right our country?
Yeah, fucking tell us,
It's
man.
hard to say. Okay, I know, and it sounds dumb. It sounds cucked, right? But if Trump is democratically elected, then maybe the people really just don't like democracy, as dumb as that sounds, right? It really does kind of depend on the people to kind of hold themselves accountable, right?
That's a non-answer, though. I'm saying let's assume that we're going to continue in a democratic system and we win power next. What do you think we should do to right the ship?
Enforce the laws on the books.
Okay, so if Trump does a global pardon on every conservative...
What do you mean by global pardon?
He says every single Republican person, I'm writing every single person registered as a Republican in every state now, and I'm pardoning them for all crimes that they've committed for the past 50 years.
Then you're going to have to write an amendment, or then you have to do a constitutional amendment that says Trump pardons are illegal, or they don't count anymore.
Is that not illiberal? Because now you're I don't know if it's
It's not illiberal because that's in the system that we agreed upon.
You just said
altogether.
We have to amend the Constitution, which definitionally means it's not in the system.
No, it isn't. But the Constitution has a system where we can change any rule that we want.
Well, in that case, then I can write any rule that I want because it's the Constitution.
No,
I can change the Constitution.
No, because but it's 90%. It requires 70% of the people to decide on that, right?
Well, then you're probably not going to get them to decide on it because 50% of the people just got global pardons.
Well, then that's the thing, right? That means that people just don't think it's corruption.
Okay,
that's the problem.
then you're saying that we don't do anything then.
No, I'm not saying we don't do. I mean, that's just what it is. People just don't believe in democracy. You can't the Constitution itself. We have a system to account for those extreme edge cases where the president is abusing pardons, right?
Hey, that's just what it is, Stephen. Trimple ass.
It is in the system, right? We have it. It's there. If it turns
that's just
out,
what it is, man.
I mean, what am I saying is incorrect?
That's just the way it is.
You can't, because the problem with that is just that we have the system in place where it says well, if let's say if we get a president that does abuse the pardon system, because I guess that's always been a possibility. Well, then we could there's a mechanism in the Constitution where you can just get, I think 70% of the population to decide that we need to add this new amendment to change how it works, right? But if we're just going to ignore that, and because we decided, or at least I don't know, let's say 40% of us decided that the president is not using the pardons in the way that we want it to, well, you know, then you're just kind of breaking the rules, right? Like we're
Hey.
breaking the rules that we set.
That's just the way it is, man.
You're just being silly. Listen, the point is just that, like, if in a democracy, like, if just the people don't believe it's corruption, then you can't really do anything about that, or it's really hard to fix that. Like, the only way you can fix that is by teaching the people, like, I don't know, to think better, be more democratic.
Shrimp-a-las. Okay.
Nothing's ever fixable.
Yeah, I will.
Thank you.
Moon
No,
is,
that's
Moon
not
is being
it,
defeated, but
though.
I will register your thoughts as they're registered, okay? I've registered them, all right?
Okay.
Okay. I love you.
All right. Oh, wait, one more thing.
What?
We got to play Marathon.
Okay. I'll download it immediately.
Come
okay?
on, Destiny. You know, I know you'd love
I'm
it.
downloading it right
All
now. Okay. Be careful.
DGL.
After much reflection, I've decided to resign from my position as director of the National Counterterrorism Center effective today. I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. It has been an honor serving under POTUS and DNI Gabbard and leading the professionals at NCTC. May God bless America. And its powerful American lobby. One thing that I will say, historically, this is Israel. Close enough. One of the advantages that Israel had when they came into the region was they had a lot of lessons from like Western style democracies. Jordan looks something like this. This is the Sinai. Perfect map. And so they were able to do politics much more effectively. Like they're much more able to manipulate political environments better than Arab leaders because the Arabs were just not good at politics. Maybe because they hadn't practiced it because they were all part of the Ottoman Empire and the Turks handled everything or whatever. But Israel is very good at political stuff and organization and military stuff and everything. They had all these Western lessons they took with them. One thing that is very frustrating, though, about the history of Israel is I would argue that Israel is very not sympathetic to or doesn't do much to shore up the... They don't take into account like the political realities sometimes of people that are helping them. So I have this book back here, The Lion of Jordan. So King Hussein of Jordan actually had a ton of back and forth dialogue with Israel over the course of decades. Like would secretly fly to Tel Aviv and have conversations with Golda Meir and was kind of like, they had like an extensive relationship back and forth. But Israel would do nothing to soften the blow that King Hussein would deal with whenever they're attacking Fedayeen or people across the border or engaged in these wars with other people. Israel wouldn't do anything to help the King of Jordan's political positions, and I'm aware of. They just have no consideration sometimes for the political realities that other people are dealing with in the region. And I feel like today, now we're seeing that a billion times over with the way that Netanyahu has just fucking dog-walked Trump into this fucking war with Iran. Like, anti-Semitism is already on a pretty spooky rise, I would say, in the West, in the world. I don't know what the fuck else. But, like, holy fuck. Israeli leadership really has no care whatsoever for the political realities that exist in the United States. Like, I don't know. I feel like this war in Iran, unless the polling has changed, is like the most unpopular fucking war the United States has entered in the past several decades. And I don't know what Israel thinks is going to happen with their relationship with the United States in the future, but they are fomenting so much bad will in the U.S. I fucking sniped some retard in my subreddit who was like, Destiny said that that Democrats wouldn't care about Gaza 2 years later. It looks like he was totally wrong on that. I wasn't wrong on that. They don't give a fuck about Gaza. What they care about right now, some retard on my subreddit, what they care about right now is the fucking war in Iran. And every single person in the United States, or a lot of people in the U.S., are probably looking at Trump, and then they're looking at Netanyahu and Israel, and they're like, why the fuck are we here? And this isn't helped at all by the fact that the Trump admin, unless I've missed it, hasn't given us a good reason for why we're at war with Iran. Everybody knows that Netanyahu fucking hates Iran. Like, that's what it feels like to me. That's my read on it, is that Netanyahu basically sold to Trump. Wouldn't you want to be the dude that took out the Ayatollah? Wouldn't that be based and epic? And Trump was like, fucking A, hell yeah. How do I sell this to my people? Me? And Netanyahu was like, 47 years, bro. 47-year war. Fucking go. It's so stupid. I think Israeli leadership is okay if anti-Semitism gets really bad in the U.S. because it means they get 6 million new Israelis from the American Jewish exodus. That is true. One of the irritating things, I've said this over and over again, between anti-Semites like Hassan and the Young Turks and all the general like anti-Semitism is that my impression is Israel doesn't really like Exodus Jews. They don't really like when you talk about like the Brooklyn Jews and shit, Israel really wants Jewish people to go back to Israel. That's what they really want. Like if you're a diaspora Jew and you're not back in Israel, they kind of don't like you. Like they're very aggressive on the birthright trips and trying to get people to come back to the country and everything because they need to shore up their demographics in this country because it would help them absorb like the Gaza Strip or parts of the West Bank and still have their demographic majority. And for like people will look at Israeli Jews and like Jews outside of Israel as all part of like the Jewish mind or whatever, but Israeli Jews are significantly like their own breed of thing, and I don't think they're like I'm not going to say they're anti-Semitic towards foreign Jews or whatever, but they definitely appreciate their own kind and appreciate the people living in Israel, the Jewish people in Israel, like far, far, far more than the Jews that choose to remain outside of Israel. Israel is decoupling from the U.S. Netanyahu said this over and over again. This will likely be the last 5 years where Israel is strongly allied with the U.S. It might be because, again, to the opposite of a lot of people's understandings, the hard right in Israel does not like the alliance, quote unquote, with the United States for the exact opposite reasons why pro-Palestinians were always protesting Kamala and Biden and shit, because Israel sees itself as limited and inhibited a lot by the relationship they have with the United States. A lot of the more unhinged shit, like now that we've seen kind of in Israel that's a little bit more uncapped, is a little bit more unhinged. There's a little bit more bombing Beirut and going all over fucking Lebanon and setting off pagers in southern Lebanon and doing crazy shit at Gaza and now starting this war with Iran and doing all this crazy shit in all these regions. Assad's finally gone, all this shit that's working out of their favor in Syria, all of the shit that they're doing. This is like what Israel kind of wants to do. And they know that they are militarily strong enough to do it because the enemies in the region are not sophisticated. I don't think Egypt gives a fuck about anything going on up there. And the Gulf states are all the leadership at least is preferable to Israel over the fucking Ayatollah or Assad or fucking Saddam Hussein. And yeah, so Israel just wants to be able to do all their shit, and they don't like somebody in chat said that the golden handcuffs of being with the United States. The far right in Israel does not enjoy that very much, and they would like to see that decoupling because they saw the U.S. as a limiting factor more, at least under prior regimes. Now under Trump, I guess they can do whatever the fuck they want, but yeah, I don't know, it's annoying. This guy was the head of the director of the National Counterterrorism Center. I think the pager attack isn't a good example of that, but I do agree with the rest of your point. Well, I'm just saying in general, Israel wants to destroy all of its enemies in the region as aggressively as possible. But then I'll also say, God, I hate this region so much. All the commentary is so retarded. All the pro-Pally losers back in the day that were clapping for Hamas and were cheering on Hamas and kept saying that, oh my God, like they're freedom fighters and blah, blah, blah. They really fucked it up. They really fucked it up hard for everybody because now that Hamas did their big attack, and it was bad, and it was horrible, and I think Israel did have every fucking right to go to war with Gaza, look at what Israel has gotten. Like, it really is. It really is just the history of the whole fucking region. Is the Arabs constantly misstepping and then giving the Jews a really good fucking reason to fuck shit up. It's like over and over and over and over and over again. That's just what happens over and over again. And Hamas did their October 7th attack, and what did Israel get off of that? They got to level the fucking Gaza Strip. They get to play politic games now with the Palestinian Authority. Assad is gone. So Syria is hopefully moving in an Israeli-friendly direction. They're bombing Beirut. They got to kill Nasrallah. They got to destroy all of the Hamas leadership. Hezbollah is crippled right now. You've got Iran is on the fucking way out now. Like, Israel got so much of that. And this is what I hate. This is why I keep saying, like, foreign interference. I've said this from as soon as I started studying this region. I feel like foreign interference is, like, fucking it up so much. All those comfy losers in the West that were all cheering on Hamas, all your Hassan Pikers, all your Brooklyn anti-Semitic demonstrators that were cheering on Hamas's freedom fighters, they cheered them right into oblivion. Like, they really fucked all their shit up hardcore. They fucked their shit up so bad, and nobody in the West has to pay a price for that. None of these pro-Pali dipshit losers, these people called Palestinian Americans who were born in fucking Michigan, none of these people had to pay any price for that. And now, Israel fucking runs shit. Remember that Saudi Arabia seems to prefer Israel to Iran / their proxies? Well, maybe. We don't know that for true. We know that the leadership there prefers it, but I don't know what the Arab street thinks. I don't know what the average Arab citizen thinks of Israel compared to any of the other people. It's harder to say. Remember that those regimes are there because the United States wants them there because they're U.S. friendly, right? Why do we prefer a monarchy in Saudi Arabia or monarchies in these Emirati places? Why do we prefer monarchies instead of democracies? Because we know that the monarchies are loyal to U.S. interests. We don't know if a democracy would be. So who's to say if we pulled out of that region and all of our interests completely, what future governments might look like, how they would align with or without Israel? I don't know. But fuck all this. Fuck this region. I hope they all blow themselves up. I hate this fucking shit. This is why I'm a huge green energy climate change guy, because the sooner we get off oil, the sooner we can stop looking at the Middle East, the sooner I never have to talk about fucking Israel ever again. Fuck all that shit. Oh my God. And then all the left fighting. That was another thing I was getting triggered about for the chorus thing with Taylor Lorenz is, unless there's something I don't know about Brian Tyler Cohen, I don't think Brian has to do anything with chorus. Like, the guy makes a ton of money on YouTube. The guy's super successful. Like, he can do all of his shit on his own. Tries to start up this chorus thing and immediately gets fucking shit on by Taylor and probably every other person on the left that reads this fucking article. And it's like, why the fuck? Why would you do anything on the left? What a waste of time to ever try anything over here when it's just a massive shit show of backstabbing by a bunch of politically ineffective leftists that don't even care if they win office or not. The Democrats do not deserve to win the midterms just by sitting by and letting Trump commit war crimes and drag the entire world in the abyss. Do something, you absolutely useless and worthless cowards. I wonder if this guy supported Kamala Harris. Oh, nice. He responded to somebody. You're showing proof of me saying Harris would lose to Donald Trump. Let me quickly check what actually happened a few years later. Do something. Boy, you. Maybe the fact that Bernie is leading Kamala by 20% in California. America, we want universal health care and affordable college. We want a living wage. How about Hillary with more melanin? Hashtag Kamala. My statement regarding Senator Kamala Harris 2020 in full. Haha, no. To be fair, this was 2020. Maybe for 2024. But whatever. From my understanding, the Saudis want Israel's high-tech weaponry, are kind of okay with opening up trade since the alternative is dog shit. I mean, the leadership, I think, all wants to be friendly with Israel because it's just a better country. Bombing a nation into smithereens like a real Oh, this is 2018, bro. I don't know. Okay. What bed would you sleep in? Okay, Jesus. Okay, let me get through some things real quick, and then I got a video to watch. What is this?
And I mentioned it to the president, and I said, Congressman Dunn is a real champion and a patriot because he's still coming to work. And if others got this diagnosis, they would be apt to go home and retire. And
what was the diagnosis?
It was, I think it was a terminal diagnosis.
He would be dead by June.
Okay, that wasn't public, but yeah, okay, that's, it was grim. That's what I was going to say. I don't think
with a heart problem, by the way. This was a heart problem.
Right. So, the long story short, the president called him, and I mentioned.
Well, that wasn't public. I mean, Johnson said terminal diagnosis. Isn't that kind of...
Very ill. It looked like he wasn't going to make it. I don't know. I won't mention his name. Should I? Do other people know his name?
Wait, what? Hold on.
We had one man who was very ill. It looked like he wasn't going to make it. I don't know. I won't mention his name. Should I? Do other people know his name? Do you want to mention it? He'll be proud. Go ahead. Tell him the story.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. President.
Hold on.
Congressman Neil Dunn of Florida had some real health challenges, and it was very serious. And
Wait, did nobody know that Neil had these challenges?
had a pretty grim diagnosis, and I mentioned it to the president, and I said, Congressman Dunn is a real champion and a patriot because he's still coming to work, and if others got this diagnosis, they would be apt to go home and retire.
What was the diagnosis?
It was, I think it was a terminal diagnosis.
He would be dead by June.
Okay, that wasn't public, but yeah, okay, that's, it was grim, that's what I was going to say. I don't think...
With a heart problem, by the way, this was a heart problem.
So, long story short, the president called him to encourage him and thank him, and they had a conversation. And the president mentioned in the course of the conversation, you know how to get my doctors involved, and they did. And within a number of hours, they took him to Walter Reed Emergency Surgery. The man has a new lease on life. He acts like he's 30 years younger, and he walked into the conference meeting, and we thought we'd seen a ghost. And I spoke with him over the weekend, and he's encouraged and thankful, and he thanks the president for his leadership and intervention. And thank you.
Oh, I hate this for so many different reasons. Okay, forget that he leaked or whatever bullshit, but like, unless you're coming from like an impoverished third world country or something, there might be things that you can do to help people that otherwise wouldn't be. But like, it's not the case that like, oh, a normal person has terminal cancer. If only they were super rich or had the president's doctors, they could magically fix this thing. The healthcare available to the president is probably going to be good in that it's going to be like state of the art and the latest shit available. But it's also, there's going to be like a lot of precautionary stuff done that might not be done for normal people. So for instance, he can get to hospitals quicker. They carry around like blood bags like nearby for transfusions. They've got like doctors and medics and everything on standby more than for an ordinary person. And obviously cost is not going to be a limiting factor, but they don't have like magical like med beds. Like, oh God, I have cancer. And the president's like, let me use my special doctors to cure your cancer. That's just not a real thing. So I don't know what heart condition he had or what the fuck was going on here, but okay.
He actually called, Mike called me and he said, sir, we're up by 3, but we're going to lose 1 by June. I said, who? Neil Dunn. He's a great congressman. Incredible. He called to say that he was terminal, really bad heart. There's nothing they can do. I said, that's bad. Number 1, it was bad because I liked him. Number 2,
maybe like another thing could be maybe bumping him on like a donor list or something. Maybe, I don't know if the president's allowed to do it or how that works. Maybe
it was bad because I needed his vote. But he really said, Mike, I'm going to last this out for the president and you, and however long I live. I mean, it looks like June is the time, but however long I live, I'm going to be voting for you. I mean, how many people are going to say that? Most of them are going to say, Mike, I'm retiring immediately. That's the end.
He's extraordinary.
But he didn't do that. It was really impressive. And then I realized I have doctors in the White House. White House doctors are incredible, and they've helped me with other people. They're helping me with people right now. People that are very sick are like they're miracle workers. And I said, I have to call them. And I called the 2 doctors. They're both great. And they immediately went over to see the congressman. And he was on the operating table like 2 hours later.
Yeah.
And it was a long operation. They gave him more stents and more everything that you could have. I think he's got everything that you could possibly have. And they called up. They said, sir, I think he'll be fine. I said, you got to be kidding. He said, I think he'll be fine. And Mike was telling me the story that the other day he came into a meeting for the first time in a long while. Go ahead.
Well, it was incredible. I mean, he has a new lease on life. He has more energy than a man half his age, and very encouraged and encouraged all of us. So, again, a testament to great leadership. And he's, my hat's off to Neil Dunn and his beautiful wife and family. He's an extraordinary individual.
And just, because I don't want to have a terrible story about this, I did it for him first and for the vote second. But it was a close second, actually. But I did it for the vote second.
Like, what? The guy couldn't afford surgery or had no insurance or was totally like, I don't believe any of this. I just don't believe any of this story. I don't know. Because it sounds like it's not even a donation related thing. I'm ready to trigger MAGA. Are you? Based. Why is nobody focusing on how bad the optics are? The bragging while Americans are going bankrupt for medical debt. Yeah, I don't know. Everything about this is fucking retarded. Trump said that he ended up leaving troops in Syria specifically to take the oil. Among those troops was Joe Kent's wife, who was killed in 2019. Ooh. Now he claims his wife was left in Syria because of Israel, not because of Trump's clearly articulated plunder doctrine.
So they...
Is that true? Damn. Holy shit. Brianna Joy Gray with a true take. What's funny is that I didn't even say the movie outside of the first 30 minutes was bad, just that it was anti-revolutionary and libbish, and the libs melted down. They could have just agreed that, yeah, it's libbish, and that's a good thing to them. The OBAA people are really going to the mat for this film, rather than just admitting what's perfectly obvious to everyone. This film is tailor-made for white liberals. True.
Can't let Iran, who's truly a nation of great terror, and you can't let Iran, who's truly a nation of great terror and power. Look what happened in the last 2 weeks. They weren't supposed to go after all these other countries in the Middle East. Those missiles were set to go after them. So they hit Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait. Nobody expected that. We were shocked. And the other one, you know, they fought back. They could have yielded. But think of it, if we weren't around, they had tremendous power. They had thousands of missiles, most of which we've terminated. You can't let Iran, who's truly a nation of great terror and
Susie Wiles is an incredible chief of staff, a great person, one of the strongest people I know, but unfortunately she's been diagnosed with early-stage breast cancer and decided to take on this challenge immediately. Damn.
I'm back.
Rip.
What happened?
Chief of staff has breast cancer. I see Anicia is tweeting at Justical. Nice.
You know, this is all my fault.
Why?
I should have never fucking left.
This could be us. Look how happy you look. Oh, because Jessica and them have to defend Ian and Anissa because they're on the other side of the Ethan Klein and they think I'm like an Ethan defender or whatever. Based.
How could you be an Ethan defender?
I don't know. I just don't. We don't.
You did the whole pedo troll thing.
True. Former COD trick shotter known as Era Dixie joined ISIS and died fighting for them. October 17, 2020.
All right, so I'm just going to make this video really quick because I don't think anyone in this community hardly knows about this. There was a former trick shotter in Era named Era Dixie who joined ISIS and later died fighting for ISIS. I know this sounds crazy, but let me explain. So on Era, there's a video called Introducing Era Dixie, and if you go to the description, they link Era Dixie, which is the person we're talking about. As you can see, he made a new channel, so you go to that channel right there, and if you go to the bio, he links a Twitter. This Twitter is D for Dixie. If you look up D for Dixie, along with Phase 5, you'll see people liked his Phase 5 response. So if we go to that, you'll be able to see that this is Era Dixie. That's his face right there. If you go to the comment section.
Is this going to be like a bloody death thing? Or?
Love you so much, Mohammed. So we know his name, we know his face. If you go to his Twitter, you can see he's from Hamilton and he disappeared in around 2014. So if you go to this news article, you can see Mohammed, Hamilton youth, killed as an ISIS fighter. So that's his name, that's where he's from, and that's what he looks like. This is former Era Dixie. He joined ISIS. His name, that's where he's from, and that's what he looks like. This is former Era Dixie. He joined ISIS and died fighting for ISIS.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, did you see the fucking guy who was doing like, he was on TikTok and he was like, here are the coordinates at like fucking Iran. It's for Patriot missiles, blah, blah, blah. You would want to strike here. Did you see that at all?
Nope.
Shit. Does anybody have a link to that?
Completely dishonest without mentioning how many Christians have raped Hermione. What? Muslim men have raped at least 500,000 predominantly white girls in the UK alone in the last... Oh. Jesus. 500,000. Where does this number come from? That must be what Constantine was alluding to. What is this?
Some of the artists, they took a pounding from Rick. It's almost like this guy right over here, Anthony. You know, he knows what it is to pound people, right, Ike? Anthony knows.
Okay.
That was, yeah.
Discussing act by them to do this. The more I think about it, really just while discussing a small percentage of their base will see this and think I'm evil and eventually want to kill me because of propaganda created from the governor of California's office. This is a perfect example of state-run propaganda, ladies and gentlemen. Here you have an official press office for the governor of the largest state in our union pushing a defamation campaign against an independent journalist. Oh my God. Sue him personally and the state of California for defamation. Oh my God.
We're protecting him. We don't need him. We didn't need him before we started Dig We Must. Dig Me Was, that's the Trump policy of lots of oil. And we didn't.
Yes. And let's get to the bottom
It's
of
like
that.
anorexia.
What's causing all that? How come 1 in every 12 kids who's a boy in California has autism now? Because that's what's going on. That's what's going on in California, which has one of the strictest fucking vaccine policies. 1
Oh my God.
in 12. Did I say vaccines cause autism? Maybe I...
Well, RFK's getting to that, yeah.
Yeah.
And now Florida doesn't.
Wait, how old is this video? March 14th, 2026. Is this a recent episode?
Demand vaccines.
Yeah,
that's
That's
older.
Yeah. I knew you'd jump on that trend.
Of course it's dangerous, Brian. What are you talking about? All
Tetanus,
vaccines.
tetanus,
All vaccines. No.
Just go down the road, Ron.
It's recent. It's old. Last episode. It's old. It's old.
B44 Trusted Flare said it's old.
Okay. Yeah, because I think we watched this exact video.
Need to bail on the tetanus thing because
What do you
Suzanne
mean?
Humphreys.
Educate his ass.
Suzanne Humphreys explained
She's
tetanus.
not a
She's like-
vaccinologist. I know that woman. What are you talking about? So you're saying we
She's a
shouldn't have
medical
vaccines?
doctor that absolutely understands tetanus. She said tetanus, all you have to do is keep the wound open and clean it.
Oh, that's
you
such
don't.
bullshit.
It's not
Oh my
bullshit.
God,
It's not
what
bullshit. Do you know how many people die of tetanus
Holy
every year?
fucking
Very few.
shit.
What about
Okay,
Stop.
so let me ask you a question, Mr. Joe Rogan, Mr. Scientist. Are you saying that
Don't
we shouldn't
do
have...
that. Don't call me Mr. Scientist. I'll start mocking you. And it's so much easier to
Are
mock
we,
you.
so are we not... So you don't believe in vaccines? You don't think we should have vaccines?
It's not that I don't believe in vaccines.
Kids
It's like, I
shouldn't
don't
have
think you should
74.
give a kid a Hep B vaccine when they're a baby.
Different subject.
I don't know. MMA vaccine is absolutely connected to a host of serious, debilitating fucking problems that kids have gotten from them. There's a lot of them when they're a baby.
Different subject.
I don't know. MMA vaccine.
Is it MMA? Or did he mean mRNA? Or did he mean MMR? I think he misspoke. Got him. Renewing my U.S. passport. The old design on the right is full of color and civic pride. The new one left is just transparently a sad little Zog pass. Zog pass? Damn. Wait, are these the new U.S. passports? These do look sad. This is my passport.
Would I have the new US one?
On the left?
Yeah.
Damn. Fumbling this question is insane. Everything having to do with Irish anything is cringe. First of all, Irish Americans are cringe.
True.
And then secondly, this, I don't know if Irish unification, I feel like if I were to research this for 2 seconds, it's a dog whistle for some extremist, radical bullshit socialist group. Because Irish people were obsessed with that Palestine thing more than any other European group of people I've ever seen in my life. Oh my God.
And then on Ireland, you've talked about the importance of self-determination and international law. Do you support a united Ireland?
I got to be honest, I haven't thought enough on that question. I have to say, though, that I am incredibly appreciative of the privilege to lead a city where Irish Americans have played such a critical role in the city. We know that when it comes to the building of the city, the skyscrapers that pierce the clouds, solidarity by Irish hands. And
God, leftists are so fucking cringe.
Well, Mayor, should it be a united Ireland? Yes or no?
Uh-oh. If he's going to get a national profile on the strength of a younger woman's campaign, I'm going to come out and say it. During his short-lived tenure as a math professor, Biss had an inappropriate romantic relationship with one of his undergrad students. I was that student. Uh-oh. What happened? Let me paint a picture of what it was like to be a woman math major at the University of Chicago circa 2004. First, there were no tenured women faculty in the department. I don't want to say with certainty that there were no tenure-track women faculty either, but if there were, you can count them on one hand, and I didn't know their names. In early 2005, Larry Summers would famously attribute this absent, not just to U Chicago. I don't know why people are saying 21 years old or 26, 21. The thing would be if he's her professor. That's kind of
about the power
not good.
imbalance.
Yeah, I don't know why you guys are so fixated on the age, but. Third, whether it was well-intentioned or not, the undergraduate chair employed is sought out to hire the top women math students at various departmental secretary roles. As his personal secretary, for example, on managing administrative back end of various K-12 outreach program. It was after the class ended. If it's after the class ended, this is retarded. Paid well and had flexible hours, so I took the job a few months in. One of the other women students revealed to me that if you close the door between the chair's office and the external area where the secretary sat, you could see a picture of a girl in her bikini. The chair had hung there. A few more months in, I started to realize the hidden cost of being visible as a secretary in a department where only men were professors. Rather than direct my enthusiasm for math to the subject, my topology professor directed it at himself and her fantastic essay for the New York Times. I got longer and longer. Topic sending well beyond mathematics. Office hours lasted later and later. Flattered and insecure, I convinced myself it didn't mean anything. I was a student after all, until the quarter ended, and he emailed to ask if I wanted to meet up socially. Oh, it was after the course ended? Okay, I don't care. Not great, I don't care though. Okay, this is retarded. Okay, one more quick Hassan slap. What is this? I didn't realize he was actually this stupid. TBH.
You want to know the worst possible outcome for 2028? Tucker Carlson runs on an anti-Israel platform, and the Democrats put forward a pro-liberal Zionist, pro-defending America's military might candidate. Tucker Carlson wins by Ronald Reagan numbers. The Democratic Party is done.
By Ronald Reagan numbers. People care about it that much, bro.
The next wave of fascism is here. That's what I'm afraid of. Tucker Carlson versus Gavin Newsom is unlimited Tucker Carlson victory. Tucker Carlson's like, you're Israel first. You're an attack dog. You're a lapdog for Israel. I can't even tell what your positions are. One day you say Israel's an apartheid. You get a boss call from all of the Israel lobbyists. And next day you come out and you say, actually, Israel's not an apartheid. Americans need someone who actually can stand on moral principles. And as a Christian, I think that is unconscionable. What's going on? You see, Tucker, you are being quite anti-Semitic. No, I love Jews. I love Jews. I can't stand what Israel's done to my Jewish friends. What's going on? Ronald Reagan victory condition. This is why I've been trying to urge Democrats to take a stronger stance against Israel. You cannot have a guy like Tucker Carlson lead the conversation on Israel. The Democrats, as a national party, have to universally oppose Israel. If you don't do that, a guy like Tucker Carlson, who has been leading the conversation for normies on the issue of Israel, will come out and destroy you.
This guy got brain broken by the Jews.
Everybody does. Okay. Have you ever heard of a thing called Nickland?
It sounds racist, but no, I haven't heard of it.
Why?
What is it?
So in this,
hold on. We're about to watch a video on it. One sec.
This Convo.
What is this? Oh, from The Substance. Oh, one of my favorite anti-fans.
Love Soy in this Convo was good, but the Saltman Convo was an elite version of this. I know that blows up your Twitch for what it's worth. Oh, Dan's Saltman conversation? Why the fuck would I want to hear what he has to say about politics? Literal 2 IQ. Literal 2 IQ, Andy. No, Saltman's a coward. Fuck, he's not gonna talk to me.
Oof.
Oh, I'm not dodging. He's dodging.
Uh-oh.
I called him out how many times? He dodges me.
Oof.
He's also obsessed with me. I can tell. He talks to me nonstop.
Uh-oh.
Absolute PISSCO snarker. Obsessed with me. Obsessed with me. Lies, by the way. He tells his story. A complete lie. Now, I don't get into it because, you know, it's a private conversations, but just know, whenever he's talking about me and interactions, lying. Has no compunction about lying. Complete total liar. Complete total fraud. Constantly talking about me. Constantly, and trying to, I don't know, do this kind of hate mob, this snarking. He is a PISSCO snarker, 100%. Obsessed with me, obsessed. Well, I don't like him because he lies about me and just constantly lies about me. That's why I don't like him. He lies about me and attacks me and is like a very unhinged and obsessive person who constantly lies about me. That's why I don't like him. It's like the thing is, it's like so obvious. Like, if you just constantly snark someone, attack them, and lie about them, it's probably the case that you're not going to be ingratiated and like the other person's not going to like that.
What are the lies that Dan tells about PISSCO?
I think what he's referring to is one time that he told like a story about you were maybe going to do a podcast with him in New York or something. And
I don't go out of my way
Dan
to
talks about that. I don't know. That's the only time I've ever
100%.
heard Dan really talk about PISSCO, just besides calling him like a retard, and he talks, you know, like an idiot, etc.
Okay. He got upset that Dan called him a commie and a Hassan dick suck. Okay.
In late 20.
Okay. Is Nickland the AI demon Kabbalah? Apparently there's another Dark Enlightenment style thing We'll watch this for a second.
In late 2025, Tucker Carlson pulled out this image on his nominal podcast. Many people were confused. What was it? Who made it? And what secrets doth it hold? Conrad Flynn tried to explain, only further confusing Carlson. But this was the work of...
Wait, do you know if JD Vance is like in with all of like the weirdo finance bro crypto people or whatever?
I don't get that impression. I've never seen him do any of the finance bro shit.
I thought he was, or like Peter Thiel. I thought he was like, for some reason, I thought he was like part of that faction or the Curtis Yarvin thing. He's in with Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel recommended him. Oh, that might be where it came from. Okay. I just don't know 100% how, I guess, but I don't know. I don't follow a lot of this stuff. Like I watched like, we watched like Joanna's video a long time ago related to all this, but I just don't follow it all, yeah.
Only further confusing Carlson. But this was the work of several members of the Cybernetic Cultural Research Unit, also known as the CCRU, the leaders of which was one such Nick Land. Despite the podcast playing him out to be a leading expert in the occult, AI Doomsday enthusiasts might be dismayed to know that Nick Land actually has no background in AI, or technology, or demonology. Born in 1962 in presumably England, not much is known about Nick Land's childhood. He's left it purposely pretty opaque. The first we see him emerge is at 25 years old through his PhD thesis from the University of Essex, published in 1987 on Heidegger's Thoughts on the Young Poet Jörg Träkel. This got Land his PhD in philosophy, a true man of the liberal arts. Yes, that is completely right. Not a STEM kid cell in his body. After that, Land seems to land a job as a PhD supervisor at the University of Warwick. The sources tend to cite him as high, under the influence of several substances at his job, casually coughing as he'd let students into his smoke-filled office. He began teaching in the philosophy department and started mingling in the ideas of cybernetics and experimental theory, with a huge influence from Immanuel Kant for his grounding in critical philosophy, and Georges Bataille for his economic theory. Land's biggest influence by far seems to be that of Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari for their
I can't believe in 2026 we're getting Nick Land to discourse. I don't know much about any of this background stuff, but the I will say, going along with what I was talking about yesterday, it is kind of weird how many like actual schizo crazy people are part of the conservative movement now. Like your Eric Weinsteins and your Terrence Howards and your there's one other big one I keep forgetting, but people who legitimately have like their physics theories of everything in the universe, but they're like, these are like crazy people. I don't know.
Grounding in critical philosophy, and Georges Bataille for his economic theory.
Oh, the Asian guy, the professor guy, yeah.
By far seems to be that of Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari for their major work Anti-Oedipus, whose dense, hyperbolic writing style and references to machinistic processes would stay ingrained in his works to this day. Land would often find thinkers like Nietzsche darkly comic. To give you a good understanding of his personality, quotes from him would go, "Think of life as an open wound, which you poke at with a stick to amuse yourself." The Cybernetic Cultural Research Unit would emerge from the University of Warwick in October 1995, co-founded by Dr. Sadie Plant, another Warwick professor. They'd soon be kicked out of campus grounds in 1999, though, due to a multitude of reasons, notably a lack of academic rigor, amphetamine abuse, and crazy raves with jungle music. A philosophy conference Len attended included a session in which he was lying on the ground, croaking into a mic, while jungle records played in the background.
Based.
The now anti-academia CCRU would then relocate to Lymington Spa, birthplace of Aleister Crowley, mind you, to a space above the body shop.
I saw some CCRU shit on TikTok, and I thought it was some fake schizo Agartha shit. Maybe he's like the Aegon Chalakian dude. They're not fake. They're out there. They're just very weird. Flint Dibble did a debunk on the predictive history guy. I mean, everything the predictive history guy says is like crazy out there. It wouldn't surprise me, yeah. I can't believe that it was Graham Hancock that Flint debated on Joe Rogan, right? Oh, Graham Hancock would be another one who thinks that there's like lost civilizations that are just out of reach that we just haven't quite discovered yet. And the fact that Joe Rogan like prefers Hancock over Dibble, like really? Dibble? Flint Dibble, right?
Locate to Lymington Spa, birthplace of Aleister Crowley, mind you, to a space above the body shop. One can only imagine the employees hearing weird EDM bass going on while trying to explain lotions to a customer. Despite this odd location, a wild lineup of names would join the CCRU, including Marc Fisher, who later developed K-Punk blog and wrote the acclaimed book Capitalist Realism, Ko Shun, author of More Brilliant Than the Sun and a key figure in Afrofuturist theory, and Luciana Parisi, professor of literature at Duke University and author of Contagious Architecture, Competitions, Aesthetics, and Space. Most of them would find their association had aged like milk. Why, hello there, intrepid viewer. What brings you to this channel? Anyway, time for today's ad sponsor, yeah? Have you ever wanted to learn about the Gnostic, the occult, the esoteric?
Oh my god. Is this one of the What were the things that Dan was talking about? Fuck. Do you remember the key things for encrypting?
The keys?
A UB key? Is that a
Oh
UB
yeah,
key?
the UB key.
Is that a fucking UB key?
Eric, have you ever wanted to learn about Cthulhu and the old ones? Well, that's
Also, what the fuck is this microphone?
where this video's sponsor comes in. Yay! This video's sponsor is MVU, also known as Miskatonic Virtual University. Be it Abrahamic, Hermetic, or Memetic, MVU teaches courses for all levels of study. You want to learn about the AI singularity? You want to learn about Axis from the CCRU, right? From the CCRU writings. You want to learn about Yagzagov's lineage? You want to learn about Axis from the CCRU writings? It's all in MVU's courses online for you! For you! Isn't that great? But wait, I hear you say, isn't this sacrilegious? Isn't this a cult? And to that I say, yes, but also, there are other courses too. Learn about all your favorite Abrahamic religions through your favorite format. Watching a podcast with pundits who have never actually read the text at 2 times speed. And what's even better is MVU's offering a total of 42% off the first 50 million subscribers to their service. Yeah! That's actually really good. I got this sponsorship. Listen, I worked very hard for this. So be sure to scan the QR code here on screen so you can get your first year subscription with MVU.
That was a real sponsorship, right?
And
I think so.
Huge thank you
I
to
think so.
MVU for helping sponsor this video and support me and my channel. Back to the video.
Huge fans of H.P. Lovecraft, notable writer and terrible cat namer, the CCRU would publish the CCRU writings, 1997 to 2003. Reading this might make you question if you're accidentally reading nonfiction at first, since it starts as articles from real people and references real events in history. But about halfway through, you'll realize that
This looks like, I feel like I've gotten emails from people like this. First level of command, encrypts machine code BIOS. Oh, second level of command, encrypts assembly procedure, DOS. Third level of command, encrypts operating system Windows. Fourth level of command, okay.
from real people and references real events in history.
My daily email to Destiny, true.
But about halfway through, you'll realize that Miskatonic Virtual University, MVU...
It's a group of people taking schizophrenia as an actual mode of analysis. Okay.
But about halfway through, you'll realize that Miskatonic Virtual University, MVU, that certain authors reference, is a wink to a fictional university from the H.P. Lovecraft universe, and not a real university. At least, not yet. I won't cover the CCRU writings in depth since a friend of the channel, Lisa from Hijinks, can describe much better in her video. Link to that here. Either way, the CCRU would refer to this style of writing as hyperfiction, basically when a fictional text takes itself as reality. Not to be confused with hyperstition, which is an engineering of manifestation or practical fiction that is ultimately unworthy of belief. To the CCRU, nothing is true because everything is under production. This reflects the famous nihilist and anti-humanist stance the CCRU is known for, which is to say that nothing has value, including human life. Nick Lynn would refer to humans as
worthy of study, but only as much as the experience of sea slugs.
You may even be curious what the...
Don't Google H.P. Lovecraft's cat name. Don't Google whatever you do. Do not Google how long it took to get the Suez Canal unstuck. That's crazy.
But only as much as the experience of sea...
What?
Slugs.
6-7?
You may even be curious about the cryptic symbols and systems like the numogram, or the demon logos that you see plastered everywhere on the archival CCRU website. See, Nick Lynn would also like to know how to use the numogram, because even to this day, he's gone on record saying that he doesn't know how to use it, since it was made for sci-fi writings. So, the reason it seems so confusing is probably because it was made to be just that. Confusing. It does make for a pretty sick logo, though. Dr. City Plant...
Wait. Where's the archive of this website? Nick Land is the modern incarnation of Lovecraft. ccru.net/ Philosophy has
you gotta go.
Fuck you. Philosophy has an affinity with despotism due to its predilection for Platonic, fascist, top-down solutions that always screw up viciously. Schizoanalysis works differently. It avoids ideas and sticks to diagrams. Networking software for accessing bodies without organs. BWO's machinic singularities, or tractor fields, emerge through the combination of parts with, rather than into their whole, arranging composite individuations in a virtual/actual circuit. They are additive rather than substitutive, and immanent rather than transcendent, executed by functional complexes of currents, switches, and loops, caught in scaling reverberations, and fleeing, through intercommunications, from the level of the integrated planetary system to that of atomic assemblages. Multiplicities captured by singularities interconnect as desiring machines, dissipating entropy by dissociating flows, and recycling their machinism as self-assembling chronogenic circuitry. Okay. This is 100%. The snake is on the Ziggy Z tab? You mean this one? Okay.
A cyberpunkette, an expert in both feminist theory and cybernetics, would end up departing later due to her growing distaste with the CCRU's direction under land. And like an angry ex, he would evolve it into something even darker, anti-egalitarian and anti-humanitarian. During this time, Nick and the CCRU would start to co-opt accelerationism, a term originally coined by Benjamin Noyes in his book Persistence of the Negative. The original concept references Marx and Engels' idea of capitalism having played a revolutionary role in feudalism, and suggesting capitalism might need to be accelerated towards its internal contradictions and transformed into what would be called communism. Nick Land took this a step further and suggested in his 1994 essay, Meltdown, that we should accelerate capitalism so hard that it should explode into some secret third thing. By this point...
Holy shit. It's the HDR color spaces.
By this point, his writing goes from PhD grad to dude screaming in the street you try not to make eye contact with. To quote him,
Meltdown has a place for you as a schizophrenic, HIV-positive, Chinese Latino addicted LA hooker with implanted mirror shades and a bad attitude. Blitzed on a poly mix of synthetic serotonin and female analogs. You have just iced 3 touring cops with a highly cinematic 9mm automatic.
And with this acceleration of capitalism evolution with no restrictions, including any value for human life, Land would birth fundamentals of accelerationism! At least the modern one. But not before doing more amphetamines until crashing out so hard he'd vanish. And then respawn years later in Shanghai. It would be during this time that Nick Land would come back online to publish his riveting works, such as Hyper-Racism on the Alternative Right blogspot. A notable, if not the most prolific of his works during this time period would be The Dark Enlightenment from 2012, in which he would say things like, democracy is bad, actually, aligning with a Mencius Moldbug, aka Curtis Yarvin, on things such as the Enlightenment was stupid and also dumb. To give a brief summation, he argues for neo-social Darwinism, anti-Abrahamic theism, anti-white nationalism, anti-racial nationalism, anti-progressivism, anti-conservatism, anti-democracy, anti-equality, and pro-hierarchy to crush all at the bottom, unless of course it's him. Surprisingly, this work is better researched and weirdly less inflammatory than more currently popular Nicks of a Fuentes variety. The Dark Enlightenment, though, still hits a bit of psychology, sociology, and biology, which of course Nick Land admits he never actually formally studied, but it seems like any proficiency in comp sci wasn't necessary for him to be taken seriously in AI either. Yet, what might be most misunderstood about Nick Land is that, above all, he is a man of the arts, and as such, he enjoys nothing more than the stage. Ian Hamilton Grant, one of Land's students...
Are you watching this? Because the creator of this video is apparently in town and wants to chat about this. I'm just trying to think if there's anything here that's relevant to anything that we're doing on stream. So I'm thinking... I figure I should watch the video first.
There was always a tendency in all of us to bait the liberal, and Nick was the best at it. And this brings us back to late 2025, where we can see a much older Nick Land at the age of 63, talking about his most recent appearance on Tucker Carlson's podcast. Land says,
Conrad had built a story that I almost was envious about. Like it was, I thought somehow more compelling, more cinematic, actually, than the version, as far as I'm concerned.
She's J-Reg's friend? Yeah, she's part of this, apparently Rowan, J-Reg, and a bunch of people are part of like some Toronto creator group. This is how I know this person. But I don't watch like any of their YouTube videos, so I'm not 100%.
Could be realistically attributed.
I don't actually know like what the political views of any of the people in that cohort are. I don't actually even know what J-Reg's political views are, I think.
dramatic, actually, than the version that, as far as I'm concerned, could be realistically attributed to me. And I thought, I mean, Tucker's response of deep concern was also extremely entertaining, maybe I should say. I don't want to be too frivolous about it. It was very well done, very well done. And the moment where he is captured now 1 million times holding up an image of the numogram is world historic, honestly. I mean, I feel now like that if I went to my grave tomorrow, my role as a kind of entertainer would have been completely vindicated.
Say what you will about the man, but Dr. Nicholas Land knows how to do one thing extremely well: polarize. And perhaps that is a skill reflective of us as a society. Or perhaps it's a skill of those who should be known for exactly what they are: entertainers.
Base. What is their, is this person actually on Tucker Carlson? Becoming the Afro Man lawsuit. Why do I remember that name? Wait, let me... Say your favorite movie series. Third trailer just dropped. Dune. Listen, I like Dune 2. Dune 1 was okay. I just thought Dune 1 was super overrated. Hello?
Hello?
Hi, who joined?
The person you probably remember as the neuroscience caller.
Oh, shit. What's up?
I wanted to pick your brain on US democracy and your conversations with Hutch, if that is okay.
Wait. I'm just saying when I go to town next. Okay. Can you do this? Can we do this tomorrow?
Oh, no, sure.
Okay.
Wait, what tomorrow's Wednesday?
It sure is. What, is that a problem for you?
Okay. Sorry, my time, I don't have to, whatever. Or this week would be fine as well if you're okay with that.
What, wait, so was that a yes or no on tomorrow?
Tomorrow or Thursday, if that's fine.
Let's do tomorrow. I'm going to, let me pencil you in, okay? Chat with neuroscience dude. How does 2 EST sound?
Wait, what is that in?
It's probably like 6 or 7 your time. Fuck, I didn't mean to make that.
Central European. Wait.
It's.
Oh, 8 p.m. Yeah, no, sure.
Okay.
That works. Sure.
Okay. You're in.
Cool. Thank you. I'll write something up.
Okay.
See you tomorrow. Stay safe.
Careful. Save America Act headed to Senate floor as message from House. This occurs when a Senate bill returns with amendments. Importantly, this makes it privileged and can be laid before Senate via non-debatable motion and thus majority vote. Wait, what? This bypasses a debatable motion to proceed, which would be required to get a non-privileged bill onto the Senate floor. A debatable motion to proceed is, of course, subject to a filibuster. By using a bill coming over as a message, the bill can go directly to floor consideration. Once motion to lay message before the Senate is agreed to, consideration begins. I don't understand any of this. Wait, what? Like as a text message? I don't understand any of how these parliamentary rules or how... Holy shit.
Well, let's see if he would have purged. Yeah, he's purging.
Wait, was this so...
Record. Actually
That's a really good time, right? Did he throw?
It's actually record. It's actually record.
Oh wait, what happened? Did he already throw? He forgot beds. Oh, don't you need those? And it perched immediately and everything? Oh no. What is the XQC time that he needs to beat? $14.27, $14.28. Damn.
James Pill.
Deputy suing rapper Afroman say viral lemon pound cake video brought threats and distress. Okay. Jesus Christ. The occult, Kabbalah, the Antichrist's newest manifestation, and how to avoid the mark of the beast. This is a Tucker Carlson podcast from 5 months ago. Did Taylor Lorenz say if she was going to come on again? No. I felt like she kind of challenged me, but then it feels like she didn't think I would say yes, so then she changed her mind and then said she was never coming on again. So I don't know. Pierre Omidyar forbids it.
You don't have any levels of introspection.
Yes, zero, as little as possible.
Why?
Move forward, go. Yeah, I don't know. I found people who dwell in the past get stuck in the past. It's a real problem, and it's a problem at work and it's a problem at home.
So,
what?
I've read obviously 400, I think now 10 biographies of history-based entrepreneurs, and that was one of the most surprising things. Like, what's the most surprising thing that you've learned from this? So like, oh, they have little or zero introspection. Like Sam Walton didn't wake up.
Wait, what does this guy do again? Why is this guy even fucking Marc Andreessen? Where did he make his money? He co-founded and later sold the software company Opsware to Hewlett-Packard and co-founded Ning. Okay. Oh, just a venture capitalist. Oh boy.
Thinking about his internal self. He just woke up. He's like, I like building Walmart. I'm going to keep.
Every single time I've heard this guy speak, I feel like I'm hearing the stupidest shit imaginable. Every single fucking time.
Walton didn't wake up thinking about his internal self. He just woke up. He's like, I like building Walmart. I'm going to keep building Walmart. I'm going to make more Walmarts, and just kept doing it over and over again.
And you probably know, if you go back, like, 400 years ago, it never would have occurred to anybody to be introspective. Like, it's the whole idea of, I mean, just all of the modern conceptions around introspection and therapy and all the things that kind of result from that are, you know, kind of manufactured in the 1910s, 1920s.
Say more about that.
Great men of history didn't sit around doing this stuff at any prior point, right? It's all a new construct. It was you know, well, so.
Oh shit! Wait, I had a mini brain blast. There, okay, I my confidence on this is literally negative percentage points, okay? So I don't, whatever. But like, part of this like weird dark enlightenment group, so like the thing that we just watched a video on, is like these people, I think that all the people that stem from this literally believe that everything that came from the Enlightenment is like bad. So like liberalism and like manifestation of egalitarianism in law, I guess introspection, like all of these like things that came from Enlightenment era thought are like all bad things. Like, you know, we need to be anti-democratic and we need to be like individualism. Yeah, individualism is bad. Liberal principles are bad. All these things are bad, and we need to go back to something, I guess. And it's always funny because like the people that say this are like people that would die in 2 days, like on a fucking island. But I don't know.
Didn't sit around doing this stuff at any prior point, right? It's all a new construct. It was you know, well, so first Western civilization had to kind of invent the concept of the individual, right? Which was like a new concept, you know, several hundred years ago. And then you know, for a long time it was, all right, the individual runs, right, and like does all these things and builds things and, you know, builds empires and builds companies and builds technology, does all these things. And then, you know, kind of this kind of guilt-based whammy, you know, kind of showed up from Europe, a lot of it from Vienna in the 1910s, 1920s. Chinese Freud and all that entire movement, and kind of turned all that inward and basically said, okay, now we need to basically second guess the individual. We need to criticize the individual. The individual needs to self-criticize. Right. The individual needs to feel guilt, needs to look backwards, needs to dwell on the past. It never resonated with me.
Okay. Hold on. Somebody linked a good picture. I have to tweet it. I'm sorry. Imagine being a billionaire so retarded that you can say 400 years ago introspection didn't exist while philosophy 101 students are reading Socrates and Plato. Wow. Based Tim Miller. Tim Miller warns Hassan that the revolution will come for him too after Piker chimed in with an inshallah over future President AOC garnishing assets. New Dems are just as bad as Trump tweet. Yeah, I saw it. I don't care. All right. Okay. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Good luck. Be on your best behavior. We're going to see. I feel like I'm banning half of chat today. Good luck. They're big bans too, okay? 1 sec. Hold on, I'm connecting a second microphone so we can do 2 times the audio issues. Oh boy. Okay. Hello. Say something.
Hello? Hey, chat.
Okay. Don't talk to chat ever. Just talk
Not
to me.
talking to chat.
Okay. All right. Introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Tropical Stuck from Miami and also Toronto. Member of the CCCRU, but also not to be confused with the CCRU. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it so twisted. Yeah, hi, and I'm here to introduce some stuff about the Dark Enlightenment because I think it's stupid and also dumb. So.
Oh, I asked you before if you'd watched this video. Hold on. Because the only time I've ever seen or watched anything related to this was somebody like me join this video on this. I don't know what her online name is. It's something feminist. Who's got it? Summarize the Dark Enlightenment in your own words.
In my own words. So the actual text by Nick Land is essentially just him going on this really anti-humanist rant. But quick summation is he really likes hierarchy. He really understands it fundamentally well. But also even with that, he wants to kind of just say, oh, everyone who's at the bottom should be poor and stupid and also should maybe die. So yeah, I fundamentally disagree with it because it's based on the premise of just everything in the Enlightenment was stupid, including egalitarian ideals.
What does it mean when you say he understands hierarchy well?
So the thing is that this
also wait real quick. This was the video I was talking about. Have you seen or heard of this one before?
Dark Gothic MAGA. This is so beautiful.
Oh, I'm surprised. Okay. This is literally the only engagement I've ever had with this topic or anything adjacent to it was literally just this video, but I kind of blew about this.
Mm-hmm.
I'll park it back here in case. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. You said this before that he understands hierarchy really well. What do you mean by that when you say that?
So the thing is that he does understand hierarchy very well because actually I read even his PhD thesis for it's pronounced Warwick. I pronounce it Warwick because I refuse to acknowledge that the UK cannot remember to pronounce the extra W in the word. That's so stupid. So Warwick University. So he actually is very well, he's super knowledgeable about hierarchy and how it functions. And he references multiple people like Schopenhauer, Kant, literally any sort of philosopher you can name drop in most of his works, especially Phenomena, which was absolutely fucking awful to read, except for one of them called Delighted to Death, which was actually just him talking about how they brutally murdered Christian martyrs.
Okay.
So
wait, I'm asking this in a much more fundamental, retarded way. When we say hierarchy, what do we mean by hierarchy?
Hierarchy
As in he just understands the organization of social systems where there are some groups of people that are above other groups of people, or what do we mean by that?
Yeah, essentially. So he knows very well how people are cast within a system, and he understands what it looks like at a very macro perspective, and also how it functions through time.
Okay.
So in the article that I put in the video, Hyper Racism, he actually references the fact that it's not actually going to look like racism from the what the left idealizes racism as, or the right idealizes racism as, the Platonic ideal, and it's going to be more so what is the most fit to colonize other planets, which is why I'm kind of just he's just a sci-fi writer with extra steps.
Gotcha. Did he ever do sci-fi writing at all, or has it always been okay?
He did the CCRU writings with a bunch of other people, but that was the book that was mentioned where it was they referenced Lemuria and all the Miskatonic Virtual University and all that.
Okay, wait, but then I didn't understand. When you say CCRU, was this did people really start to embody this as a real belief system, or was it always just supposed to be science fiction?
It started out as science fiction, and then they also had a sister organization called Orphan Drift that they did art collaborations with.
Okay.
But the thing is that Nick Land kind of turned it into a bit of a cult, and including that, they also they abused a lot of amphetamines so much that they called it the divine drug or the divine inspiration or whatever.
Okay. And amphetamines are base, but okay, go ahead.
I mean,
just kidding. Don't abuse them. Go ahead.
Yeah, don't abuse them. But he essentially made everyone crash out, and then he left. But that was when he went on his own stint of writing things like Meltdown or Hyper Racism, or everything that he wrote after he despawned and then respawned in Shanghai, because he was a very much Sino-futurist type. So
okay.
Yeah.
Sino-futurism meaning China's the future of everything or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he's I don't know if he's onto something with that. I don't think so. But
do why did the Dark Enlightenment, what was the connection for this book to ever become popular with, I guess, like Curtis Yarvin and all the Silicon Valley types? Like, how did they get connected through all of this stuff?
So actually, he regularly references, and he does this in a lot of his writings, he just pads out most of his fucking work with, am I allowed to curse?
Yeah.
Okay. He pads out most of his fucking work. I promise I won't, even though I have all the passes, I think.
That's okay. Go ahead. Okay, so he references, yeah, go ahead.
He references, like, he pads out most of his work with just, like, actually just completely, like, plagiarizing, although I guess not actually plagiarizing because he quotes people, but, like, he'll take, like, huge swaths of, like, Curtis Yarvin's blog posts and use that to, like, pad out the Dark Enlightenment. But, this is Tropical Stuck? Yes, it is. Hi. But wait, the question again was
how do they connect? So when he's copying stuff from Curtis Yarvin for the Dark Enlightenment,
he's essentially just ripping off his ideas, but then building off of it. And the way that it got traction in the Dark Enlightenment itself was that essentially he there are some points in which he makes like these uncomfortable truths of like perhaps we do too much censorship, which is also something that Marc Fisher hits on.
Okay.
Who was also in the CCRU, but he's more of like a leftist, like he's a proto-left accelerationist.
Okay. And then real quick, when you say in the CCRU, this is past the point of it just being a science fiction thing and more into like the culty actual thing.
So they were actually a unit under Warwick University.
Okay.
And then they got kicked out. So afterwards, they were in that space above the body shop where they were doing all those raves and everything.
Gotcha.
But people that came in and out would they have multiple articles written on them because they were actually quite influential in the space because apparently you didn't really need that many credentials to get like a PhD in philosophy from there. It was quite a new program. So yeah, no, everyone that was coming out of there was like super punk. Like they had shaved heads. They had like a bunch of colored hair. The pictures are actually really sick. That's why there's a bunch of jungle music playing. But Marc Fisher's also dead. Yeah, he is, unfortunately. R.I.P. King. But, yeah, no. Essentially, like, he has a nuanced perspective of... Because the people that were in the CCRU were, like, Kojo Ishun, Sadie Plant, Marc Fisher, who were all extremely understanding of, like, where their spaces were in hierarchy.
Okay.
But on that exact point... Nick Land decides to say, oh, I see what you're doing. And in fact, I completely want to double down on the opposite. And I don't want to say that any of these people that I was originally associated with deserve any rights. And, you know, even though he does take the stance of, like, Nazis and neo-Nazis being, like, stupid. And can I say, like, white slurs?
Sure. What white slurs?
He calls them crackers.
That's
like,
okay.
A lot.
We're fine. This is a slur-friendly stream. We're good. How did okay, so as he's ripping off from Curtis Yarvin, as they started this thing at which university was this? You said Warwick?
Warwick, but he's
and then
already
they
way
spun
past
off,
this point. Yeah.
Way past this point. Why do Silicon Valley types, of all the types of people, why do they get drawn into this, I guess, like, Dark Enlightenment group thing? Like, what is their...
So my favorite quote for myself about all of this is that all fans of Nick Land have never actually read Nick Land.
Sure, this is true of every single philosophy thing, literally fucking
the
ever.
The thing is that I read Phenomena on stream. I read it for 28 hours, and like everyone who's actually interacted with it has never read it because it has nothing to do with what like acceleration is. Period. It's just his old works that he's recycled from like university essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And so,
when you say fuck, I just had a quit. Never mind. Keep going. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait. When you say you mentioned before when we spoke about this that his book is like really hard to read in terms of his writing. Does it all read like the CCRU website stuff, where it's like the topological substrate of the dissolution of the blah blah? Like it's just like, it reads like a techno babble jargon thing, or is it just like
towards the end it does?
Okay.
And some of them towards the end are literally just him writing in like Leet hacker code, but it's actually just Leet.
Okay.
And like he puts a bunch of stuff like slurs and talking about like sexual violence and things of that nature. And literally the last part, I wish I brought the book with me. It's just like him doing all these drawings of like the spine and then connecting it to like different theories of like what it relates to with the human spirit and like all this it's really just like sci-fi shit.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, like the reason why Silicon Valley people like it is because essentially it's just like, oh, we don't have to have any morals for taking down people that are at the bottom. Okay, I'm down for that, because it's just like it says it's essentially like hyper-social Darwinism, right?
Sure.
So it's like,
where they're selecting for the traits they just happen to be possessing, like in terms of money and being in computers and tech or whatever, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, it's funny because when you think about it, people who are the most likely to actually be in these positions of power are the most likely to actually be beat up by literally any jock in high school.
Sure.
So it's like, I really would like to see you institute this in reality, but go off, I guess. And also it's just like, it's really, you're pandering so much to your own intellect as your form of any sort of value to society and to yourself that it's just like it feeds directly into that sort of need of like that one person. It's very Nietzschean in that sense, to like have some sort of your worth is based almost exclusively on your intellect, and everyone else deserves to be poor because you're just the special one.
Do you think a lot of this bleeds into our actual political system through, like Vance, I guess, was the teal pick, or are there any other people in the administration, or is this just kind of like fringe Silicon Valley thoughts in ways that don't manifest politically?
No, I would say like a lot of the libertarian streak is especially as it relates to like the Vance types. I can't name them off the top of my head, but essentially, like they want to pander to this ideal because it is also where, because like let's say I remember looking at the stats for like the last election. It was like what were the biggest super PACs? It was like the first industry was oil,
okay,
and then the second one was crypto. So it's like obviously the people who have the money to fund these things, even though they actually want to take no time to learn about like the liberal arts of it all or read any of these sort of things, like even if it's just as short as like 28 pages in like the fucking Communist Manifesto, which isn't even that like, I'm not a communist, I can say that much, but like I can read it, you know, it's not hard, and then I can understand the principles from there, even though it's like more expanded upon in other works. But like it's just these people will not take the time to fully understand what it is that they're actually like going for, and it's just deeply hilarious. And I think it's best expressed in like Tucker Carlson's podcast, although he plays into it a little bit. But yeah, no, the Dark Enlightenment is essentially just like, I think that I am better because I have a higher IQ probably, and I went to school in Western society, and therefore I'm better than you, and everyone who is poor should stay poor, and everyone who's stupid should stay stupid. And I don't really believe in egalitarian ideals, and I don't really want wealth to be redistributed in any sense of the word.
There's a meme on Twitter that gets posted sometimes that I think is funny, where a guy will say something about Nietzsche, and then a guy will respond and he'll say like, you're not even taking this out, or you don't even understand what you're saying. Like, have you even read Nietzsche? And the guy's like, no, I haven't. Have you? And the guy's like, no, I haven't. And I feel like for a lot of, one of my biggest complaints about people that do this type of like ideology shopping are non-denominational Christians. So I grew up as Catholic, which is based of all the Christian religions. I'm very atheist now, but if you have a particular religion, if you're Baptist or evangelical or whatever, that's fine. But sometimes I get very irritated by like non-denominational Christians, because I feel like oftentimes what they're doing is they want to be able to absorb a lot of the like normative loading and value from their Christian text. So being able to say they have good morals and they're better than other people and they can dictate lifestyles to other people, but they don't know any of the underlying theology, and they don't know any rules beyond, like if you were to train an LLM on politicians and tech bros and people on podcasts talking about religion, and you were to ask the LLM to put together, what do you think the Bible is based on what they say about it? It would just be like, it's Jesus like saying that OnlyFans whores are going to hell, that slavery is maybe okay, that women shouldn't have the ability to vote, and that men are based and should spend all of their time hunting. It's just like the dumbest, it's like the most characterized version of Christianity ever, right? Like the party of Christianity holds like people like Andrew Tate up as their role models, and it doesn't make any sense. Or even Donald Trump, who is like divorced 3 times, like bangs porn stars or whatever else.
Isn't it funny because like Andrew Tate was literally shilling Islam for a hot minute there?
Yeah, because for a while I think Christians were jealous because the Muslim people, I used to argue this like 10 years ago, where I'm like, you guys argue for such this weird backward society. I feel like you would like the crazy Sharia law stuff that you guys criticize all the time. And then 10 years later, they kind of got there where they were like, Islam is like cool and based and Christianity is like gay and weak. And when you're Muslim, you can, kill apostates and you can fight for your religion. But when you're Christian, you just have to accept trans people into your congregation. Yeah, and it was this like very cringe, reductive view of both religions and how, and then people online like Sneeko and Andrew Tate like wanted to be Muslims because they thought they were so based, even though all of them, like Andrew Tate was a Muslim, I guess, for a while. I don't know if he still is.
They were shilled by the Saudi government to do so.
I don't know if they ever had any official shilling.
That was
or anything
some
like that.
rumor that I heard. So
Maybe,
I never actually
yeah.
checked in on
but
that.
I mean, like, they still owned like their OnlyFans like girls, which is
Yeah.
very not okay. They still liked gambling and drinking and like all these things that are super haram and everything, and they never really followed any of it. So yeah, it's just like super cringe.
I mean, in my fake ad, I literally said, what was it again? It was like, you can also learn about all your favorite Abrahamic religions, listening to your favorite pundits speaking about it at 2 times speed, despite never actually having read the
Engaging
text.
with any of the text ever. Yeah, it's very, very, very cringe and very annoying because you get people who are giving you what sound like abstracted summaries of texts that are just giving you quotes from other people that
Yeah.
probably also haven't read any of it.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know, but okay, wait. So who is this guy? Not Tucker Carlson.
Flynn?
This guy. Yeah.
So he
oh
was-
wait. Real quick, hold on, because somebody linked this in the chat. Have you heard of this guy? Somebody said you
The
should
Nazi
read
philosopher behind post-liberal right.
Phil Magnus. It's just a Substack article. I don't know if he's like a guy.
Carl
that you
Schmidt. Yeah, I've heard of Carl Schmidt.
No, this guy.
Phil Magnus. Oh,
No. Okay. Never mind. Way to go, Chatter. Idiot. Okay. Forget all of that.
sorry, Chatter.
This guy. Who is this guy?
That's Conrad Flynn. He's a best way to put it, nepo baby, but also like he really likes the idea of like the occult as it relates to like rock stars and stuff. But yeah, he really had no presence aside from what I saw in this podcast, because he had like a few like things on IMDb on like just general things as it relates to like once again rock stars and the occult.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this is when you look him up now, this is all that comes up. So he's
Does he have any formal connection to like Nick Land or that guy or any
No.
of those people, or no? Okay, this
he's
is just
like friends in Silicon Valley, but that's about it. He references that in this podcast.
okay.
But you want to watch it?
Yeah, we'll watch a bit of it at least. Coming into this, wait, and then just curious, what exactly are how would you characterize your political views?
My political views? I like to call it like post-dark, because I think like the Dark Enlightenment is just really stupid, but it's just like essentially just the Enlightenment.
What is post-dark? Isn't that just normal enlightenment?
It's just Enlightenment, yeah. It's just
Okay.
like
Are you like in Canada, are you a voter of like the Liberal Party, or I don't know what they're called in Canada? The Carney people.
I'm new to, because I moved there like a year ago.
Okay.
I'm new to the voting system there, but yeah, I'm mostly just like essentially like the Liberal Party, not the Conservative.
Okay.
Pierre Poilievre, you can suck my dick.
What, you don't like Pierre? Oh, never mind. Sorry.
Compared to Carney.
Compared to Carney, yeah. Wait, he was the guy who was the leader of the Conservative Party
Yeah.
that got destroyed by Trump,
Yeah.
basically. Yeah. I have one more question, but I forgot it. Okay. This guy. Okay. Are you ready?
Yes.
Well, 1.5. I hate these people.
I
remember the first...
Wait, it's way too loud. Also, that was way too fast. Hold on.
time somebody said to me during an interview that something or other was demonic, used the word demonic. It cannot have been more than 6 years ago, and I was completely shocked that someone used that term, because it's not a political term. It doesn't even describe like any human social interaction. It's a spiritual term, and I just was not used to people using spiritual terms to...
Wait, him and do you watch Candace Owens stuff ever?
I occasionally interact with it just out of the sake of like watching Schadenfreude, or getting Schadenfreude, but yeah.
Why? So Tucker Carlson has leaned into this a bit over the past year. I feel like I've heard Candace say stuff like this, where they're using like spiritual terms like demonic or whatever. Is this? Do you think they genuinely believe this stuff, or what's your take on that?
No.
Okay.
Not in the slightest. I remember there's a clip of Tucker Carlson saying, oh, sorry, guys. There's a clip of Tucker Carlson saying, like, I don't, it related less to religion, but it was more so like, if I'm ever the minority within my own country, I don't care who it is. I don't want anyone speaking on my behalf as a white person. And so I really fundamentally do not believe that, like, he speaks on, like, an ideological basis for, well, I'm sure he speaks on the basis for other people, but as it relates to himself, I do not believe that he's not huffing his own cobe, you know?
Okay. All right. Oh, also, wait, what is the thing on your neck? What is
This?
that? Yeah.
It's a secret.
But then why would you wear it so everybody can see it?
It's
Just so you can
just-
feel cool by saying it's a secret?
Yes.
Okay.
Describe social movements or political developments or whatever. But I think in that time, in the last 6 years, things have really changed. And I hear it all the time. It's demonic. They're demons. there is this sense that there's a spiritual underpinning, that there's something going on beneath the surface in American society and in the world that's affecting.
You're good.
I think my favorite thing is that he's acting as though he's not the one perpetuating this.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like I usually hear Tucker Carlson saying
He's
these
the one
things.
starting it.
Yeah.
Comes and affecting populations, and like there's spiritual war in progress. You, and I hope you'll explain this, and I'll get.
One of the things that I do for debates, and one of the things I wish media people did more, was I actually hate like they, them type pronoun things. Like I wish that people were forced to give examples when they're talking about other people referencing things. So when you say something like I think they've ruined the U.S. government, or like who are you talking about in particular? Or yeah, when these people bring up these demonic things, or when people push for 4-year-old trans people, when people whatever, like who are you talking about? Because I think when you push, one of the biggest frustrating things between the dichotomy of left and right in the U.S., and when I go on peers or whenever I'm arguing with people, I always argue this, is there is like a crazy left and there is a crazy right, but the crazy left are like inconsequential people on Twitter, or sometimes like students at schools, and the crazy right is like the entire conservative movement in the United States. It's like every lawmaker, it's Mike Johnson, it's Thune, it's Donald Trump, it's the people in the cabinet, and there's like obviously there's a huge asymmetry here, but they get away with saying things like, oh, like these people are they, or they've mentioned, it's like, who the fuck are you talking about? And then it always leads people listening to think like, oh, I guess like Kamala must have been talking about this, or Biden was talking about this, or all the Democratic elected people are talking about this.
Where's the source? Prophetic dream?
Yeah, I don't know. Or the cardboard monsters that he imagines that he builds for himself to get upset with.
The sleep paralysis demons?
True, yeah.
Get out of the way in a second, but you kind of stumbled into an extended research project on this topic. Are there actual occult connections to Hollywood, to political figures, to technological advances, to the leaders of our society? Are some of them actually practicing occult religion?
I don't know what your take is on this. You can always disagree with me also if you disagree, but one of the most frustrating things that I find the Epstein stuff is highlighting this. Candace Owens has done this for like the past 2 years, is people are obsessed with this idea of like the one world government cold organization that runs every single thing behind the scenes. Historically, sometimes it's been the Jews, other times it's just been wealthy people, other times it's been, whatever leaders of military industrial complex. I think that sometimes there are like elements of truth to this, right? Like AIPAC obviously has an interest, in lobbying for Israel. Netanyahu obviously has influence over the U.S. government. Wealthy people obviously have influence over media and stuff. But the like very top-down, single-minded entity control, I feel like it's like thought-terminating. But yeah,
I think it's so funny because I think the fact that the Epstein files came out and everyone realized, oh, we actually just know all these people by name.
Sure,
Like there was no surprising names in there.
Yeah, there wasn't like a secret, I guess, like cult leader or a top secret.
Yeah.
It's just a bunch of people that all meet and talk and do shit or whatever. And yeah.
I remember seeing a tweet where it was like this English London-based influencer saying like, oh, if you weren't in the Epstein files, you just weren't cool enough.
Oh my God, yeah.
That
I remember
was
seeing...
funny.
Well, I think one of the funniest things was fucking Elon Musk getting rejected from going to like a party or whatever, when apparently they said they didn't want him there. He wasn't allowed to go, which I thought was really funny.
It's so beautiful.
Have you seen this? I know what clip this is, but just from the title, but have you seen this before?
I wake up at 2:30 in the morning and I couldn't breathe at all. My throat was closed. So I get up, I stand in the doorway of our bedroom, and I'm like, wow, I'm dying. I can feel myself starting to gray out. I walk back in and my wife wakes up. She goes, what is going on? I said, I don't know, I can't breathe. I feel better now, and all of a sudden I had this horrible pain underneath my arms. I thought I'd been like ripped with a knife or something. So I go into the bathroom, I flip on the light, and I have claw marks on both sides, and they're bleeding. So I show my wife, and she's like, oh my gosh. And then I have this like crazy intense desire to read the Bible. So I read the Bible, and I pass out in like 2 minutes, and I wake up, and the next morning I thought, man, did I have a wild
Wait, maybe the music isn't added. Is this his official account?
Yeah.
dream? And then I see blood in my sheets, and I go in the bathroom, and I have these bloody marks. And my wife goes, I think you were attacked by some supernatural being. And I was like trying to be logical about it. And I was like, yeah, I definitely was. And then I called one of my producers who's like, oh yeah, that's pretty common.
That's common.
I was like, what? I wake.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Happens to me all the time.
Christ. Okay. Anyway, that's Tucker Carlson. Wait, how long ago was that? I feel like that was more than 6 months ago.
That's so...
I wake up.
Because the thing is that
I wake up.
I've read interviews from him. He's like deeply an aristocratic person. Like his family sent him to an international school in Switzerland that he got kicked out of, mind you. And it was like probably $50K USD a year. And it was like, I think for middle school. Mind you, his family also owns an island in Nova Scotia. He's not your everyday man. He never has been.
Yeah. Read the comments of the short. Why would the date not be here right away? Click the 3 buttons on for the description.
Description, yeah.
I can read. Thank you. Okay.
Are you sure?
Yes. November 16th, 2025. 4 months ago. Okay. 5 months ago.
Corporate media is dead. Join us at bit.ly.
Always. Okay. All right.
Yeah, Tucker, it's about as weird as you said. Some would say, I think we're going to find out even weirder.
This all-American opening is just so cringe to me.
I also love this all-American opening because it's right after some guy in chat said, whoever claimed Tucker was an everyday man, LOL. Bruh. The twangy guitars,
Literally.
calm the fuck on.
Like, he doesn't, it's all...
The banana peel, LOL. Oh, look at this. How is this not an everyman intro?
Oh yeah,
oh, look
at
they're
the
hunting.
shotgun.
Yeah, wow.
Oh, yeah, so cool. He owns an island in Nova Scotia, Canada. Like, his family just has that. Look
So
it
how
up.
did you, I mean, you're not a theologian that I'm aware of.
No, and if I was a very amateur theologian. No, I'm not a scholar, as many will find out about.
But how did you wind up coming to the conclusion that, you know, some of the people who help shape our culture or build our technology were practicing a cult, literally practicing a cult religion?
I'll tell you. Well, you know, I was working on a television show, you know, trying to build out the show. I should back up. I come from a Hollywood family, Tucker.
Yeah.
My grandfather was the actor Robert Conrad. If you've some of your listeners, Wild Wild West, Black Sheep Squadron, you go way back, Hawaiian Eye. My other grandfather, Harry Flynn, was a publicist in the for decades. And the Monkees, Bewitched, I Dream of Jeannie, two occult shows, Bewitched and I Dream of Jeannie. Maybe it starts there. Not unlike
he broadens the definition to a cult. He broadens the definition of a cult very, very wide.
Yeah, okay. So a cult is, so he would consider like Harry Potter as like a cult.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he goes into the definition after, but he's just like, he's honestly, I think probably my favorite out of researching all of this, because it was absolutely fucking hellish reading through all of Nick Land's work. I think I lost probably years off of my life doing so. He was the one that actually made it genuinely wrap all back around into being very funny.
Intentionally or unintentionally?
I think he knows exactly what he's doing, and he knows how to make a good story.
Okay.
It's exactly what Nick Land said at the end of the video. Conrad Flynn created a narrative that I found almost cinematic.
Okay. They're also for you can push the spacebar here if you want to pause this when you're speaking. But
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. So this guy, you think? So wait. So you think this guy is?
Oh, he's just Nepo baby.
But also like doesn't genuinely believe in the crazy occult
Oh,
stuff?
absolutely not.
No. Okay. So this is two men who don't actually believe this, pretending that they actually believe it for the audience to be
Yeah, you're
actually believing it.
Because the thing is that also at the same time, like Tucker Carlson, you've been in the industry this long, you've never seen anyone practicing anything occult, like at all, in Hollywood.
Okay, gotcha.
of Jeannie, two occult shows, Bewitched and I Dream of Jeannie. Maybe it starts there. I mean, not unlike your own father working in journalism, as a boy, one of the first things you learn when you have parents who work in media or entertainment, you learn that the People magazine version of reality is not the truth. That there is a difference.
That is accurate, yes.
So I mean, we're not getting into occultism yet, but we're getting into the fact that as a boy, you learn that the way things are presented, not always conspiratorial, but you're always being shown a facade usually.
That's right.
From the mainstream. I can't believe I'm saying mainstream media already a minute into this, but things are not what they seem. So as a boy, I was always told and shown that. So years later, through taking to Hollywood these various show concepts, and one of them, Tucker, I was working on was about when actors first break into the business. Where do they live? How do their lives go? It was a very wholesome show about the origins of actors and show business. But it was getting
you come to LA from Nebraska. What happens?
How does
next?
this work?
Yeah.
But that gets into a basic thing. You probably had this as a boy yourself, of wanting to know how do things work? You've seen the facade, so what's the truth? How does any show work? How are stars made? So I was working on this show, and COVID happened. Hollywood kept lighting itself on fire. I sold it to BuzzFeed, and then while they're drawing up the contract, BuzzFeed went out of business.
Do what?
So it was a
volatile moment.
Oh.
It was a cursed show. The wholesome one was cursed. So at some point in 2022, I'd always had a dream project of mine, just a casual interest of doing a show about rock and the occult, about the secret history of all these things that people are generally interested in. But
rock like
and
the
the
Rock?
occult. No.
Oh, rock and roll, like rock. Okay,
yeah,
never mind.
if
Just
only it
kidding,
was
sorry.
The Rock, that would be
Okay.
way funnier.
Gotcha.
There's never been a kind of scholarly, in-depth hearing from everybody, not too biased take on of Jimmy Page being into Aleister Crowley being on the Beatles albums, things that maybe we can dispel some myths, but also there's always interesting, actual weird stuff going on.
Yeah.
So I wanted to take that show out, and it became kind of
not all of this is a figment of your imagination.
Oh no, it was not. As I learned I don't say the hard way, but no, things. Yeah. So that was the basis of it.
You mean just tell me that the entirety of the Satanic Panic actually had a basis in just like actually rock and roll being counterculture to all of the Christian I don't want to say Christian nationalism, but like Christian sentiment going on at the time. Whoa.
This was the same satanic cult stuff that like, this was like 80s stuff where
80s, leads into the 90s as well, but like, yeah, it's just like, oh my God, I'm so shocked.
Have you watched any of the, do you know who JCS is?
No.
Like, he does like police interrogations. There's another guy, I don't remember his name, he's like Australian, but he goes over the whole, is this satanic cult stuff? Is it the same thing as all the parents that thought that their kids were being like...
Oh, satanic panic, yeah.
Yeah, that stuff.
Yeah.
Are these like similar movements or do they run concurrently or is this like a totally separate thing?
It's running concurrent, but also like they were attributing it to anything from like, you know, D&D to like rock and roll music. If you play this one record backwards, it's actually just it's playing like satanic summonings and whatever, what have you. But I think like who was it, Ozzy Osbourne, that like bit a bat's head off on stage. You know, there were some things that you weren't really helping the case, but
sure. But also, I mean, like they've always been like weird.
It was
people.
Black Sabbath, okay.
Like artists historically, I think have always been kind of weird people. But for some reason, I guess as we go through school or whatever, we kind of idolize like older artists. We kind of think that like Shakespeare was this, if he even existed as a singular person, people say, but like we imagine all of these playwrights and all of these actors as being like kind of prestigious folk instead of kind of like the wacky social outcasts. I think that historically they always kind of have been.
Yeah.
And then for more recent people where we see them acting wacky, they think that that's completely contradictory to how they used to act. One of the things when I was talking with Candace that is really irritating to me, and I try to remember this now because now
Candace
I've hidden...
Owens?
Yeah. Oh yeah, we did an interview over there. It was terrible. But when we... so I'm 37 now, and I'm old enough to where there's like a generation that's under me that is now kind of like doing culture stuff. And I try to think when I'm criticizing stuff, like, am I saying the exact same thing that every single generation said before? Because if so, I'm probably just like falling into like a generational thing that isn't actually doing anything or showcasing anything of value. It's just like an average generational reaction. So like when it comes to music, Candace was talking about how like the music today is making people disgusting and they're doing weird sexual shit and it's horrible and it's corrupting our youth or whatever. And I think I asked her, and I don't think she really engaged with it, but I'm like, does it give you pause that like every single new generation of older people have criticized every single new generation of music as like corrupting the youth? And whether you're talking Elvis Presley and rock and roll or whether you're talking about weird...
Oh no, he shook his hips.
Yeah, or girls are showing their ankles or musicians are using cuss words or whatever. Like it seems like this is a thing that just happens over and over and over again. But then every time people hit a certain age and they start doing this, they act like there's like a novel thing that's going to destroy society in a way it never has before. Yeah, and sometimes I feel like people don't ever engage with that. Or maybe they do and they're just trying to make money selling their shows anyway, so who knows.
I think there's probably value in both. I want to be at least one of the old people that's like, no matter what, I think it's cool. Like
Sure.
my grandma has like electric blue hair. So she's based. I love her.
Okay. Based.
Wanting to doing research for this show, which was tentatively titled "Running with the Devil," and I brought in legendary rock critic Stephen Thomas Erlewine from AllMusic, his colleague Ned Raggett, and then the creators of the Osbournes, the recently departed Ozzy Osbourne, Sue Kalinsky, and Greg Johnson. So I brought in legit people. I brought in some of the best critics we have in rock to do a show that would, we'd have Christians and pastors, we'd have occultists. One of my experts on the show was this guy Mitch Horowitz, who I think you knew. I forget if it was at Salon or
former editor.
Yeah. Mitch Horowitz, my favorite part of this entire fucking podcast is this exact moment where he's like, oh yeah, love him, super nice guy. And then keep playing.
Mine, yep.
Yeah.
Very nice guy.
Well, he became an expert on the occult. I talked to him, a very nice guy. I think he's a self-described Satanist.
That was after I knew him.
That was after we got to clarify that. Yeah. So
wait, no, what?
Self-described.
He's trying to say that.
He's trying to say that he was not a self-described Satanist as they were working together.
Okay.
And a super nice guy. No, he was.
Okay, and then also, what does Satanist mean?
Like, I mean, are you talking about like which sect?
Or because I feel like I feel like I've seen things of Satanism that is very much just like secular egalitarian views on things where they don't believe in much. But then I've also heard of Satanist people referred to as like torturing animals and whatever. Like, is this like referring to a specific subset of beliefs or yeah?
So there's different sects of Satanism from what I understand. There's like the Church of Satan, which is actually the ones that got like abortion rights passed in Alaska, I believe.
Okay.
Back during like the Sarah Palin days.
Horrible time. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's surprising too for Alaska, but like they did it on the same principle of like it's our religious beliefs, therefore we should have this sort of right. And so they're more in like we use Satan as a figurehead to perpetuate like the fact that we believe like church and state should be separated.
Okay.
But
this is what I'm familiar with when people talk about it online. But then go ahead.
And then there are other people that are actually just like, I would like to sacrifice things because I believe that Satan has my back and like we're homies and stuff and we do Pilates on the weekends.
Okay, based.
While doing the show, it's all a long way to say, while creating the show and taking it around town, I'm another guy that was a big influence, Gary Lockman, this occult historian, a friend of mine. While doing the show and trying to get it created, I would tell people I know in tech, because I know a lot of people in different circles. If I want superpowers, I know a lot of different people and have a lot of strange hobbies and interests that kind of, the Venn diagram's very unique to me. So while creating this show, the people in tech and the people, some of I know in Silicon Valley or politics, they go, that's a great concept for a show. And then they'd say, there's some of the stuff going on in Silicon Valley, there's some weird kind of Aleister Crowley cults there, or while researching, one of the guys we'll talk about, Nick Land, who's huge in Silicon Valley, his influences were identical with some of the hardcore industrial music, goth music, psychedelic guys in the 80s.
So it's funny because he mentions Aleister Crowley earlier. Nick Land is hugely influenced by H.P. Lovecraft, Aleister Crowley, other people that I can't name off the top of my head, but like obviously this is of the time period of counterculture. Like he's going to Warwick University in a new program for like a PhD in philosophy, where they're doing things like attaching fake robotics to people's arms to take cool photos, and like it's just like tying in like broader esotericisms and or like hermeticism into like a sci-fi sort of context. But it's just indicative of the time, because it is counterculture to the heavy Christianization that's going on during this time period in the West, at least.
Yeah, we talked about this before. One of the things that irritates me sometimes is when you read anything, but especially history, is we tend to read it in like a very cold, black and white, like historical fact. And when you don't exist like at the time, if you don't speak the language, you don't engage with the art or the culture, it's really hard to know how those things actually like play out. Like what do the people at the time actually perceive them to be as? Because when you just read statements in the future about it, it doesn't really convey like accurately what the people at the time, I guess, like felt about those things. So one of the examples I give is that, like if you quote like old world leaders and you use these as like examples of how the country was doing at the time, if you were to think about like right now Trump, if you go 50 years into the future and you were to quote Trump and it's like, well, Trump said that every American was happy. Like if that quote showed up in a history book, you would just like read it and be like, oh, I guess Americans were pretty happy. But like living through the time period, you're like, this was like nobody interpreted it this way. Like everybody knew how wacky this was.
Yeah.
And like the level of serious engagement that people have with topics, like when I was growing up, I don't know, I think you're almost a generation below, but like when I was growing up, there were a lot of people who were like goth kids in high school and stuff, and like scene kids.
I was definitely, I never pulled off the aesthetic as well, but I was definitely part of those people.
Yeah, but they weren't really. There was like counterculture fashion, and then maybe they would do kind of some weird stuff to like rebel against their parents, but these people were not like critically engaging with like a huge like plethora of literature about like goth, whatever, like any philosophy, psychology, whatever. They were just like counterculture kids that listened to certain bands or whatever.
Looking away because I did actually really like
okay,
Gothic
maybe you did.
literature.
Sure, maybe you did, but most people weren't. They went to Hot Topic, they bought the clothes, they had the spiky things, and like that was it. But sometimes people get so,
I don't know. Mary Shelley is like actually kind of base. She had like she had sex on on her mother's grave.
That's okay. That's kind of cool. Wait, when did she die?
Really early on, because I believe that she published.
No, I mean like what year? I have no idea what year.
I don't remember, man, off the top of my head. But like she, she's like one of the, and also the modern Prometheus is like so indicative of like the time period that we live in now, which is funny because Guillermo del Toro made that movie, but it had nothing to do with actually the book, because it's actually really good and probably one of my favorites. But it's like about essentially, how do we know if we're taking technology too far, and if we've created something that is like not only like are we treating it terribly, but also will it hurt other people because we've treated it terribly, like we haven't actually taken any safeguards into account, and we've done all of these. I mean, the Frankenstein's monster was treated terribly, but anyway, needless to say, Mary Shelley's really cool. Read the book if you haven't. It's like actually quite short, and she wrote it in a fucking weekend.
Based? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That I was researching, because this is hardcore occult stuff. So for me, Tucker, at some point I was like, and it kept occurring to me, why, when I'm researching this show and also hearing about what's going on in Silicon Valley with weird stuff, why am I hearing about the same stuff? And why are these people, again, you think of Silicon Valley, you think of the modern, elite as being secularists, rationalists, people who have a, no religion for me, thank you, attitude towards stuff. Why are they into the same stuff that, Kenneth Grant, Genesis P. Orridge was into, Brian Geist and William S. Burroughs? Why are they into the same weird stuff?
So that sorry. William S. Burroughs is a based fucking author. But anyway, why are they into this stuff? It's because, I don't know, it's cool and they don't understand what's going on. They want to go to the weird sex parties after the stupid networking events.
Based.
To answer your question, that was the entry point into this for me, is having researched the show and being such a nerd about it. I knew it forwards and backwards. That when I started to get into the tech stuff, I realized I was researching the same thing.
It's interesting. So here's the distinction that I make in my mind. And it's between people who are participating in occult practices and have no idea that they are.
Right.
People who are, participating in abortion and don't see it, don't understand it as what it is, which is a child sacrifice ritual as old as Canaan.
How many
who are used?
How many abortions have you paid for, Tucker Carlson?
Is that like a thing for him? Has he?
No, I'm just accusing him of things.
Just in case.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Oh, you're just accusing. Okay. Thank you for clarifying. So
yeah, no,
the
I'm just
stream is
accusing
legal
him.
safe. Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, actually, it wouldn't surprise me. I think he has a family, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's very gay coded to me, but
You think he's gay coded?
a little bit.
He doesn't strike me as gay. He strikes me as like theater kid.
Yeah, those guys are all gay coded to me, I guess. But maybe
I know
they're not
too many
actually.
theater kids that are like
That are not gay?
definitely straight, but like also like you could see why people might consider them like gay coded. But I
Okay.
think it's just a matter of like I have no problem with my like
Effeminate mannerisms or something.
Yeah.
Or, okay.
which I think is based.
Hallucinogenic drugs, which are clearly a portal for demonic as old as Canaan.
Sorry, hold on. I missed some of
And
this.
don't see it, don't understand, have no idea that they are.
Right.
People who are, participating in abortion and don't see it, don't understand it as what it is, which is a child sacrifice ritual as old as Canaan. Who are using hallucinogenic drugs, which are clearly a portal for demonic possession.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Really quick, the word witchcraft, I think in Greek it's pharmakai, I think it is. So there's always a natural link between
Kind of,
putting yourself.
not really. I don't know.
I like when people find links like through like etymology or whatever, and they're like, you think you know this about this thing, but actually if you look at the root of the word, it's actually something totally different, and now that's like mind fucked your whole existence or whatever. And it's like, does that actually matter that much?
Well, the thing is that if you look at like like anthropology, to an extent, during a huge portion of this time period, they did see medicine as magic. So pharmakai made sense as a word, like as a Greek origin word. But
Sure.
like once again, we've split the definition up in the more modern sense.
Sure.
So,
And I don't believe in smuggling like all this hidden crazy thought into like the etymology of words. I think it's a little bit dumb sometimes where people
Yeah.
think that like if you can sneak in this thing that all of a sudden it's like subtly transforming your minds. Like I think you can play games with language to kind of move people's opinions in other ways, but not like that. Like a Manchurian candidate, like you're activating some secret part of your mind because the root of the word is in another language that you've never learned before or whatever. I think gets kind of silly. Yeah.
I mean, he's trying to attribute two things here. That it's like one is literally just like it's just a word that has two offshoots in the modern language. One of them being medicine, the other one being whatever he said.
Sure. Yeah. The whatever portal or weird magical shit.
Altered states. There we go. Because also there is historical precedent for like during the Eleusinian mysteries that they used hallucinogenic drugs for. Like they had like these jars that they would dig into and they found hallucinogenic properties in them, but we're not really sure if they even actually used it for that. So take it with a grain of salt.
Etymologies are cool because you can see the semantic evolution of a word, but it obviously doesn't inform the current meaning. LOL. It's more like a cool trivia thing. Yeah, I think I would agree with that. It reminds me sometimes of is it Margaret Sanger? Is an earlier proponent or whatever of abortion, and people are like, oh, this person was racist, so if you support abortion now, it's because you were misled by people that hated black people like 60 or 70 or 80 or 90 years ago or whatever. Or people that'll say things like, oh, well, did you know that the Republicans are the ones who ended slavery and the Democrats fought against it? And it's like, these are political parties. Yeah, like 60, 70 years ago, like why would this inform how I view a political party today, right? Like I wouldn't even say today, like, oh, Donald Trump should be pro-war because Bush was, because that wouldn't make sense because the political parties have changed so much, although Donald Trump is now pro-war, which is another thing, but a whole other thing. But
they would say
the party of Lincoln. They say, yeah,
static states or altered states.
Wait, which ones are the racist ones? Someone wait, I thought it said which parties are the racist ones now, and I was like based, but
think between putting yourself. They would say ecstatic states or altered states. That's always been the. I mean, there's a kind of lurid story behind the witch's broom in terms of what she's doing to work herself up into that state. But yeah, it's all about.
But she's doing it intentionally. I guess that's the distinction that I would make. In a secular country, a free to be you and me country, there are a lot of people who are doing things because they're fun or interesting or everyone around them is doing them and they don't understand the spiritual consequences. But then
You're telling me, Tucker Carlson, that you have never done a hallucinogenic drug, which I think he does admit to later on.
Uh-oh. That's why the demons were able to come back when he had that dream. 'Cause
Yeah.
Once you open the gateway one time, it's always open a little bit, yeah.
It gets even more abstract in like what he tries to connect it to later, but it's fun.
Oh boy.
there's another category, and this is the dividing line in my head. There's a category of people who are seeking power from supernatural forces that they acknowledge are absolutely real.
Right.
And they're practicing an occult religion, and they're doing it with self-awareness.
Right.
And I always felt like there weren't that many of those. But what I've learned from you, from our extensive text exchanges over the past year, is that there are
he is a
actually
little
some of those.
gay-coded.
Yeah, I know he is, of course.
Quite a few of those.
Oh, but totally. I mean, look at it a couple ways. So, among other things, Tucker, we're living through.
Oh, no.
Holy shit.
Now that you
What were we gonna say?
mentioned,
What?
no, it's just like he has a very Twinkie vibe about him.
He absolutely does. Also, is this guy like an occult warrior? Does he fight against occult people? Is that why he has a Ghostbusters shirt on? I just noticed the Ghostbusters undershirt.
No, I think he's just a huge fan of sci-fi.
Oh, okay.
Which is really funny. Like,
Wait, does Ghostbusters count as
Sci-fi?
fantasy or sci-fi?
I think it's sci-fi because they use like tools that are science coded to get the demons and ghosts and stuff.
Okay.
Actually, some of those, quite a few of those.
Oh, but totally. I mean, look at it a couple ways. So, among other things, Tucker, we're living through an explosion in, occult's a big, broad term.
Yes. What does it? Can we define it?
I mean, it technically means the hidden. But there's a book written by these guys that they ran in a occult bookstore in New York in the 70s. It's called Bull from Heaven or something like that. But one of their definitions, it had to do with elements of New Age philosophy and neo-pagan thinking, I think, was part of their definition. But it got broadened out a bit. Occult can also just mean interest in New Age, which accounts for like 80% of Americans, whether it's astrology.
So remember when we were talking about like, he completely broadens what the meaning of occult is?
Yeah.
Yes. He says it's attributed to like 80% of Americans. Do you like Pokemon? That's a cult.
Yeah. But it also even is like the things that he's referring to here. Like when we say astrology, like it might be that 75% of women like engage with astrology, but it's probably like less than 2% that like seriously engage with astrology, right? Like the idea of like, oh, I read your horoscope or like I look at your moon chart or whatever is one thing versus somebody who's like, I'm only going to make decisions about my career, my life in this phase of the receding, rising Venus because I know that blah, blah. Like that's probably a very, very, very small percentage of them that are actually seriously engaging with it.
Well, don't you ever know when Mercury's in Gatorade or whatever?
In Gatorade? What color Gatorade?
Red, yellow, I don't know.
I don't know, but I'm sure there would be a girl that would tell me if it was. So.
I mean, interest in New Age, which accounts for like 80% of Americans, whether it's astrology, whether it's the concept of manifesting, which is, the law of attraction type stuff. That stuff is huge.
The law of attraction is a cult.
True.
About it's also huge on the right in terms of Maha, Make America Healthy Again. These ideas that we don't think of as being too goth or too occult or too out of the mainstream have become incredibly mainstream over the last decades. But I mean, even going back to 19th century America, they were there, and even 18th. But since the 60s, they've exploded. But they've become so ingrained in our lives, we don't typically notice their origins.
We don't see them as a cult.
No. But we're also living through a goth explosion. I know you're not a huge.
So the funny thing is that he refers to this as though there was like not any sort of occult tendencies in humanity prior to this. And it's like, what the fuck are you on about? Like,
one thing I don't like is when people have, people do this in debates. The recent debate I had with Constantine, I got mad because I tried to define a word. Like I was like, can we get a definition for wokeism was the thing that we were fighting. I was like, can we define wokeism? Because people will live in multiple worlds when they're having a conversation. And this is a thing that like, it bores me so much and it makes me instantly hate all of these conversations. Like what he just said in terms of the occult stuff didn't used to be that popular or whatever. That is, strictly speaking, probably true if you use the narrow definition, but then he says it's gotten more popular by using like the broader definition, right? Because I'm sure there were a ton of people that engaged with a ton of stupid shit that were superstitious about literally fucking everything. My grandma had a million different superstitions about like fucking bingo night and how many old wives' tales were there about, like, is putting your tooth under a pillow when it comes out, is that like an occult thing? Like it's not religious. It's not.
This, yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, yeah, people.
Any sort of neo-pagan beliefs.
Yeah. So people will borrow, like, is Santa Claus leaving presents? Like, couldn't that arguably be like an occultish thing? Maybe. Yeah.
The boogeyman.
Sure. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah.
Don't see them as a cult.
No. But we're also living through a goth explosion. I know you're not a huge you sit in front of the TV and watch Netflix guy, but like shows like Wednesday, Stranger Things.
Yep. You can always hit the space bar too. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
I fucking hate Wednesday, the first season. When that
season came out, everyone asked me if I had seen it before. I purposely have never watched it because everyone compared me to Jenna Ortega. If you ever do that, I will kill you. I hate you. Do not talk to me.
I have no idea what Wednesday is.
It's-
Wait, is it about the Addams Family?
Yes.
She's the girl.
Yeah.
You are kind of like, no, I'm just
No.
kidding. I have no idea. I've never seen it. I
No.
don't know.
Horror is, in terms of box office, shows like Wednesday, Stranger Things, horror is, in terms of box office, maybe not in terms of creativity.
Wait, it's also funny that he would bring that up as an example of things. I can't speak to Stranger Things, but like Wednesday would have been a character from the Addams Family, which was immensely popular. I don't know when did they start, but it was in black and white initially, right? Addams Family related stuff. So like, these are literally remakes of things. Also, like, there's no way that. Sorry,
When did the Addams Family come out?
like 60s?
It's like I Dream of Jeannie, no? Oh no, that's the book. When did the Addams Family show come out? Okay, thanks, Siri. Hey Siri, when did the Addams Family television show come out? Oh, it's not gonna say it. September 18th, 1964.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, like a lot of these things he's referencing, or at least that thing, was like the Addams Family is way more popular. My vibe was like in the 60s, 70s than it is now. Like you kind of have these weird offshoots, but like that was a popular sitcom TV show as well. But like, yeah, all of these things. And then even prior to this, I grew up watching a lot of horror movies. That was like my thing growing up for whatever reason. So a lot of like the campy like 80s, 90s horror films. But prior to the campy 80s, 90s horror stuff, there were a ton of movies made about like the classic monsters, like your Frankensteins, your Count Dracula, your vampire shit. Like these things were, I don't know.
No, it's been throughout all of time. So it's like he's saying there's a resurgence when it's been like, I really wanted them to just pull out some statistic, but it's like vibes-based analysis only. Sorry.
Yeah, always. Everything is always vibes. There's never numbers. There's never anything assigned to
Shout out to P.F. Young.
True.
No,
Good friend of the stream, P.F. Young. Yeah.
I do actually genuinely really like P.F. Young.
We do too. Well, I do. I don't know. My audience goes back and forth, but.
Stranger Things, horror is, in terms of box office, maybe not in terms of creativity, it's as big as it's ever been. Halloween. Oh yeah, Halloween. Some people.
Really? Halloween is getting more popular than Christmas? Like, man,
like
you live in the U.S.
Yeah. But and then also this would be a good thing for numbers, right? And these guys are getting paid lots of money. They're on really popular podcasts, 3.1 million views. I feel like every conversation these people have is a conversation I could expect my parents or my uncle or some random person to have. Like it's never like Halloween type movies are 42% of the domestic box office as opposed to being 20% in the past or whatever, right? They never have any. It's always just like, yeah, like you said, like vibes and shit.
Vibes-based analysis.
Yeah.
Half joke that Halloween will be on pace to overtake Christmas at some point, just because it's become like a year-round thing.
Halloween?
Yeah, Halloween's huge. Yeah, every year it gets bigger. So there's an element of this, Tucker, where once you
I hate to
pause
admit.
for a second. Also, another reason why that might even be like, because I haven't looked up the statistics. I don't know if they've looked up the statistics, but the only reason that might even be plausible is because there are other countries that don't actually that aren't Western that celebrate Halloween because it's fun to dress up, and also like they like doing that, and also they have horror like in genres already built into their own cultures, like East Asia and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not even like, oh, Halloween's getting more popular and Christianity is taking it down. Like, no, it's just becoming like we're becoming a more globalized society. Whoa.
Well, we were. I don't know about over the last year or two. But.
Yeah, you got me there.
Yeah.
Admit in public how out of it I am, but I had no idea. This is the first time.
Yeah, no, goth is huge. I mean, even singers like Billie Eilish and stuff, goth is huge.
Because she does she wear black lipstick on like a song or something?
Yeah, I don't even think she's worn black lipstick.
Yeah, okay.
I think she just dyed her hair like a little bit like saucy.
Based.
Leads to happiness?
Yeah. I mean, happiness. Yeah. Yeah.
We've got a new partner. It's a company called Cowboy Colostrum. It's a brand
Whoa.
that's serious about actual health. And the product is designed to work with your body, not against your body.
Wow.
Code Tucker at cowboycolostrum.com. Remember, you heard it here first.
Where you're like,
I hope
huge
Honey
thing. So it's one of those things
steals
that
all his money.
once you alert someone to how popular something is, it's like learning a new word. Where you're like, I've never heard this word in my life, and the next week all you hear is obstreperous. You're like, you're like that guy's obstreperous. Like, there it is again. So this stuff is huge. But the reason I, as opposed to a lot of other people, was able to really notice it is, again, I was working on this show. I know the history of rock. I know a lot of fair amount about politics. I know some of the tech stuff, a little bit of art history and literature. So when people were
real quick, one thing that annoys me too for all of these shows is if you're proposing like a hypothesis for something, which is, I would say that's as deep as all of these podcasts go, is always like at the hypothesis level. There's never any deeper analysis, right?
No.
But usually there will be like a really clear, obvious reason for why a thing is the way that it is, but they never actually reject or engage with it. They just talk about their little pet theory on the side or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
Like my guess is Christmas will always be more popular just because it's a really popular shopping season. So there's a ton of money, advertising, everything behind it. But they, like that thing that you said, for instance, about like, well, maybe Halloween is a little bit more not secularized, but it's not specific to Christianity.
society.
Yeah, so other cultures can celebrate more. Like there would be like a default assumption in some area, but they'll never engage with like, well, some people would say this, but here's why it's not true. They just like hand wave it, or they don't even address it, and then they just talk about like their little niche conspiracy stuff.
But the thing is that I'm pretty sure I say I'm pretty sure because I can't talk to them both. I mean, I probably could DM them or something and get ignored, but like, you know, I find it really hard to believe that either of them are just like, oh, this is so shocking. Goth is getting popular. Did you not look at the statistics that I didn't look at? Like, it's so silly. And he's definitely like, Conrad Flynn just strikes me as someone who's definitely some like super into sci-fi writings, because no one who has read the CCRU writings is like just not like super deep down into like the 4chan sci-fi like lit categories. So it's just like he's deep in there, and it's just funny to me because he's like very much a like Hollywood nepo baby.
Yeah.
Talking when you know Nick Land or whoever's talking about, you know, I learned Kabbalah from Kenneth Grant and Aleister Crowley and stuff. That I'm like, Kenneth Grant, he's the guy that got Bauhaus and a lot of the goth guys into witchcraft and industrial music. What is Nick Land, this academic who is you know, incredibly influential on AI? What is he doing being into this stuff?
Okay, so incredibly influential on AI. Nick Land is incredibly influential on AI. Nick Land said, and I think this is his most popular quote on AI, is capitalism equals AI.
Based, okay.
And it's literally just like like, how to dumb this down? Like, essentially, because it's also not even he's not the first person to say it. Like, it was Macuta, several people have said this, like, properly diagnosed capitalism as something that is what Nick Land would call, like, hyperstitious, which is, like, it essentially, the idea of it, although he takes it into, like, a more H.P. Lovecraft sense, where he's like, the old ones are whispering into my ears and therefore making it reality. But also, it's more of just, like, oh, the thing itself exists and it perpetuates itself by its own existence, but it's called you know, a self-fulfilling prophecy. We already have a word for it. It's not that deep.
Sure.
One of the challenges of this conversation is
and also
kind of where to
know
begin.
How to program.
Based. That's one of the big issues that I have with a lot of the newer tech bro-y people. And it's a bit not fair, I guess. Like, you can be a good business leader without having all of the underlying skills. But I do have some base level of respect for people like Bezos or for people like Zuckerberg, who were involved like on the ground in the early part of their stuff. You know, whatever their big company is now. But people like, I didn't even know this for the Andreessen guy. Like, I looked him up, I think like an hour ago or whatever. I didn't realize he was just a venture capitalist.
Yeah, no.
I'm like, oh, why the fuck is this guy? Yeah, these people couldn't like make like a Hello World script, or maybe they could. I'm sure they could figure it out. But they don't really have any strong credentials or any strong influence in anything they do. One of my favorite moments of all time was watching, because Elon, like, he posits himself as literally an expert in literally fucking everything. But it was him when he bought X, when he bought Twitter, and he was talking about how they needed to refactor the entire Twitter and reprogram everything. Somehow in a Twitter space, an actual software dev like got up and started asking him questions. He was like, when you say that you need to like refactor all of Twitter, can you walk us through like the whole Twitter stack? Like, what kind of a refactor are you talking? Like, actually asked him like particular specific questions. He had no
technical questions.
Yeah, he had no concept.
Technical questions.
Nothing. He couldn't respond with a single thing about anything. And it's like so. Yeah, it's so annoying that all these people are, like you said, it's all vibes based. Like they have no background expertise in any of it, so they're giving abstracted takes, but they're not doing the abstractions because they don't know any underlying material.
No, the funny thing is that Nick Land constantly references things like AI or like because so in the CCRU writings there's a thing called Axis, which is axiomatic systems, which is like a character that essentially breaking this down super quickly. It's like it gains sentience and then it like essentially tries to overtake its own timeline. But and like there's the Lemurian Time Wars. It's all sci-fi. It's all just sci-fi in the CCRU writings. It is sci-fi. It is probably his like one of the best works that he's attributed to, because he didn't write all of it. He had a lot of co-writers, and a lot of them were really good. But yeah, no, it's just like it's sci-fi. He's not like he's not really talking about anything that he has any sort of expertise in the
There's
slightest.
also and there's also this idea of just because you might have been early to a thing, like there might be a lot of people that are guessing around a thing, but to say that you're the founder of or like massively influential, when like if you would have deleted your contribution, would it have significantly impacted the field?
No,
I
it
guess
would
it's for
have
the
changed
guy.
the
It would have
aesthetic.
changed. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, if that even.
It would have been less cyber gothic and like terminal based. It would have been more like, I don't know, Apple.
Sure. Yeah. Same. It reminds me of an analog in the podcast or pharmaceutical world is there's this guy called, or doctor world. There's this guy called Dr. Robert Malone. You ever heard of this guy before? He's Joe Rogan's, he used to be his #1 anti-vax guy or whatever. And he used to say that he was like the founder of mRNA technology because he published some paper in like the early 90s about like one aspect of this thing, but like delete him and nothing changes. He wasn't like, yeah. But these people will take credits for these entire fields of knowledge or information sometimes, despite their contribution being either insignificantly small or non-existent, you know?
No, I mean, the funny thing is that he just says it like, oh, he's so influential on AI. No, he's not.
Yeah. And usually for
Literally
these
not.
people, especially because so much of this stuff manifests itself in like market things later on. It's like, oh, like they'll be like, oh, I knew this was happening, blah, 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 blah. Oh, cool. Are you like a trillionaire? Like where are your billions of dollars or at least hundreds of millions of dollars? If you knew all this was coming, you should have been like investing in these companies early on or making calls about something early on where you could have been super, super rich. But instead you're just this random dude talking on a podcast. Sounds like you were about as informed as the average fucking citizen, you know?
Basically. I mean...
He doing?
Oh. Yeah, no, keep going.
This academic who is, incredibly influential on AI. What is he doing being into this stuff?
Okay, so one of the challenges of this conversation is kind of where to begin and what's the narrative spine, and how do you explain something that's this pervasive, complex, and basically so rarely explained. So maybe we start.
Do you think that the only reason that Conrad Flynn got onto this podcast, aside from being a Nepo baby, is because they've been extensively texting? Wink, wink. Because now that you put that in my head, I can't stop seeing it.
Well, I think my broader, I view these guys from like a political theory. I don't like to say theory. I'm not allowed to say that. But from a political perspective, I would say, and that I think a lot of people are just very motivated to undermine every single part of like the Western order. And I think Tucker Carlson, after he exited Fox News, became part of that group of people. So anything they can do to kind of like try to pull or slide Jenga blocks out from underneath the liberalism tower, they'll engage in. So if he's got some guy who he thinks will talk to him about like the elite's pedophile sex cult, or how the petrodollar is America's way of subverting the whole world, or how the military industrial complex is trying to destroy every citizen, or how pharmaceuticals are trying to destroy everybody, or GMOs are trying to destroy everybody, or there's some weird occult thing, he'll have those types of people. And same thing with Candace. I think there's a whole group of people that do this. It's like Russian propaganda personified in Western media figures that are getting paid a fuck ton of money, unfortunately, by the West and Western consumers to undermine their own society. That's how I view it, yeah.
I mean, I completely agree with that sentiment, because also, I mean, you'll see him lead into it later, but essentially, like, he just goes into the entire thing as, like, AI satanic panic.
Sure.
And
yeah, basically, yeah.
And it's just like, oh, that's when I was watching it the first time on stream, and I was like, oh, wow, he's literally just, like, he's within the right, just causing more right infighting, and it's very funny to me, because I was just like, yeah, go off, dude, keep going.
True, yeah.
With just a very straightforward explanation of who Nick Land is. You've referred to him twice.
Yes, yeah. So let me see. Nick Land is kind of essentially the Timothy Leary of the 90s and 2000s. He's the Velvet Underground or Brian Eno of philosophers. No hits, incredibly influential.
Okay.
So, the thing is with Land...
He's a philosopher.
He's a philosopher.
He's literally popular on 4chan.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Worked in the philosophy department of Warwick University over in England, in the UK, in the early 90s. One of the ways I actually really got into this stuff is a friend of mine, Simon Reynolds, brilliant cultural critic, brilliant rock critic, originally from the UK.
There's also like these words that you can say. This type of slop, actually, if a vibe slop drives me so fucking crazy that like if if people are really influential in fields, usually there's a thing that you can say about them that points to that influence.
Yeah.
So like in medical fields, I mean, this guy like published the landmark paper on this theory for like the amyloid plaque thing for Alzheimer's disease, or this person published some paper, like Einstein was famous because of the, relativity and all of the stuff that spun from that, or or Oppenheimer, these people, like you can point to projects they've worked on, papers they've published, ideas that they novelized. I hate philosophy because, I shouldn't say I hate philosophy. I remember a quote one time.
You hate philosophy?
Philosophy is the most annoying.
Destiny hates philosophy.
I do, okay. But philosophy is the most annoying of all the fields because
philosophy is the branches of everything.
True, depending on how you view it. But despite the fact that nobody actually formally studies philosophy, you're always practicing it, regardless of whether or not you realize it. So yeah, this type of thing of like when we say influential philosopher, like I don't know fuck all about philosophy, okay, but like my understanding, if we're talking like moral theory or ethics or whatever, at some point you're gonna have to talk about like Kant, like you have to, or categorical imperative or stuff like this, right? Or you're probably gonna hit in any philosophy class, I imagine, like your basics, like your Plato and your Aristotle's, and if you're talking about like ontology, you're probably gonna go over like Platonic, as like stepping stones, but like you're gonna have like this like ladder of people that have been influential leaders in some field that have published stuff. Yeah. But for these people, it's always like this massively influential person. It's like, to who? Like to what? Like what do they have to show for?
To 4chan in 2012.
Yeah.
I brought him onto the show to do the music show, and he interviewed Nick Land. And Simon.
Do you want me to get you a mic stand?
No.
I can get you one.
Nah, I'm getting an arm workout. Should I? Descartes is based.
Okay, if I leave you with these guys for like 4 minutes, can I?
Yeah, I can nap with chat.
Okay.
Chat. Be as mean as possible to every person in Silicon Valley. And I want to see, or also name your favorite philosophers if you guys are philosophy pilled, because if not, I don't want to hear it. Which chat though? You're right. There's a lot of chats going on now that I'm seeing it. Oh man. Okay, wow, there's a lot of chats. What are you guys doing? Krishnamurti? Okay, actually, good take. Chat be weird. Come on. You can be weird if you guys want. Descartes is cringe AF. Dude, tabula rasa is literally like the fundamentals of how we understand things to this day. What? She reads Kick, I guess. Oh yeah, that is Kick, isn't it? Sorry, everything's looking like total slop to me right now. There's a lot going on. Silicone sloppers. Kierkegaard. Good take. Bertrand Russell. Let's say Obama. Yeah, go on that one. Actually, explain Obama as your favorite philosopher. YouTube chat is fast. Soren Kierkegaard, yeah. Camus, honestly, I've been rereading lately, and genuinely, he's such a fantastic writer. And even when it's translated into English, it's still fantastic, as opposed to like Baudrillard and shit like that. Deleuze and Guattari, oh my god, I'm still in the Quarantine Collective, but Deleuze and Guattari are like such shitheads to read sometimes, and like they hit at truths that you're like, yes, but like why would you say it like that? Like you don't need like schizoanalysis. That is such a like, okay, get it. You're upset with Freud that he coined all these terms that you don't agree with, but like stop. Tropical read only DGG chat. Okay. Bataille eroticism basis. That's why I put economic theory in quotes in the video. Yeah. Whoa, chat. G6 Docstrip, shout out QC, Destiny, Econobama, Freud books. Oh, actually, I've been rereading Freud on stream, but I stopped recently so I could work on my next video, which is, of course, Lacan, because, of course, I have to do things that are terrible and make me want to cry whenever I read them. Although Lacan is actually really good to read in French, because he's actually funny in his seminars. Like, you wouldn't know unless you knew French as like a native speaker, but when you're reading it, you're like, oh, he's making like constant puns, and he's like genuinely just engaging to read with. But when you read the English version, which I have in my bag, wherever it is, Oh, my bag is over there. Anyway, I have seminar 5 with me, and like it's so, the translation's so dry, it makes no sense. The graphs are like, they have no substance to them because it's just like you miss all of the context and nuance that he has. And I'm sure in a room he probably spoke with a lot of gravitas, but you know, it's just like the English translations are shit. The English translations are shit. Unlike not Bataille, Baudrillard, who even in French he's still like fucking eating cardboard. But yeah. Oh, you don't read seminars? Yeah, no, you have to read the seminars. He's dead. Tropical Stuck asked Destiny about his Andrew Wilson debates and the meaning of words. Okay. Jung is more fun than Freud. Oh yeah, absolutely. Jung, honestly, I've been neglecting Jung. Because the thing is that I'm really, really interested in it. It's just like when it gets to like the really like hermetic, esoteric, alchemical symbols, I'm like, oh, lion eating the green sun. Or sorry, green lion eating the sun. Like I understand the fundamental premise of it, but it's like, wow, we've abstracted super hard. But like his things with like archetypes and all of that, like bro was cooking, and I like it to the point that it makes me uncomfortable. Like I wanted to dunk on him so hard for so long, but I kept reading and I was like, oh no, like he's actually cooking. That makes me feel weird. So yeah, I took the L on that one. Diogenes the Cynic, one of my favorites, except for the fact that he masturbates in public. That's weird. Don't do that. But living in a barrel, seeing a child at a water stream and being like, oh, my bowl, I have too much, I must live like a dog, throws out bowl. Or like the thing that the stupid tale that goes on throughout time where it's like Alexander the Great is visiting and he sees Diogenes in his little like barrel and he's like, wow, if I were not Alexander the Great, I'd wish to be Diogenes. And Diogenes retorts, well, if I were not Diogenes, I would also wish to be Diogenes. And I'm like, base, dude. Love it. Love it. But yeah. Thank you.
We'll try to do this. Here, screw this on the bottom. Did Chet behave?
Yes, they were actually very nice.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you guys weren't weird at all. I was expecting weird. You guys were, you let me down.
Don't say that. Don't challenge them. Okay. Screwed in? Wait, can you figure it out?
Yes, I can read very long,
Nope.
dry academic
Yes.
philosophy text, but also I can't put this onto a table apparently.
You can figure it out. I believe in you.
No, yes. Yippee!
Okay. Try just this. Pull it down. Yep. No, pull this thing. Okay. Is that okay? Or I can put a second. Do the second one. Never mind. Hold on. Pull that up. Okay. Put that in. Yep. Close. Based. Yep.
Yes.
Okay. And then pull. Now you have more.
Oh, yippee!
Don't spill that. That was me. Sorry. Okay. There you go. Hopefully. Maybe. Yeah. Tighten
Yes,
the view.
yes.
Okay.
Hello, chat.
Cool. Got it? Good?
Yes, thank you for...
You're welcome. For everything. Okay.
I brought him onto the show to do the music show, and he interviewed Nick Land. And Simon, is the most stiff upper lip, very intellectual English guy you could know. And so the fact that he was interviewing Nick Land, who the people said he was crazy.
The fact that he was interviewing Nick Land, people that were also interviewing Nick Land were Theory Underground on YouTube and The Dangerous Maybe.
both of which are, YouTube podcasts and not with like huge followings, even though personally I do quite like their content occasionally. I think they have good takes and also friends of the studio, but like, not huge people. Like, it's not stiff upper lip intellectuals constantly interacting with this man. It's like, it's just YouTube channels that get like maybe 11K views.
Yeah.
You know?
Have you, do you know who this predictive history guy is?
Why does that sound familiar?
Oh man, we're not going to go into all of this, but if you ever get bored, he's...
Oh, yes. Oh my. Yeah, no, I was watching a stream with Quarantine Collective actually, and we were dogging on this guy because he's so funny.
This guy is legitimately like, I don't know if he's crazy, but he's like, yeah, he's not anything.
He's definitely a shill because when you look into, he's talking to a room and saying
like 4 people.
No, there's no one in there. If you look in the reflections, the seats are empty.
I think sometimes there are like a few kids in here because they'll ask questions. I'm almost positive. I feel like you see him on camera sometimes. Sometimes he might be faking it, but I'm almost positive
He's
I've
like,
seen.
we're starting out semester 2 or semester 1 and going on like this entire rant, and you look in the background, you can see very clearly that all the chairs are empty.
I think sometimes there are people in there. They might be empty sometimes, but regardless, this guy is insane. Like everything he believes is like super crackpotty. But this guy's been making the rounds on like, I don't know what you would call like the mainstream alternative media. So people like Breaking Points.
Yeah, I saw him. That's where we were critiquing him because he ended the podcast. He ended the episode with essentially saying, "Oh yes, the world is going to end with the 3 horsemen of the apocalypse: the Jews, the Jesuits, and the secret third thing that I'm forgetting."
And then they didn't really engage with it, and they just said thank you, and then he just left.
Yeah.
I don't like how.
Freemasons. Yes, it was the Freemasons. Thank you.
Nice. Yeah, just no, it feels like nobody in the alternative media like vets any of these people. So even if they do show up on podcasts, like it doesn't really mean anything because, and then also they have names like Professor whatever else, and it's like, what do you mean by Professor? Professor?
It
he's
literally
not,
says
right?
he's teaching high school students.
Yeah, and he's not. I don't think this guy. I don't believe he's PhD'd or whatever in anything.
I don't think so either.
Definitely not in the broad scheme of things that he talks about.
What Beijing high school are you teaching about Epstein's world?
Yeah, and everything else is. Oh my God, there are so many crazy. Yeah, if you ever get bored, you can go through this guy's channel. We went through it like several months ago, but if you go through his channel, there's just so many hilariously, like he doesn't think the Holocaust like really happened. He went through a whole battle strategy that we would have with, I think, Iran, I think like a year ago, and about how the U.S. could never win because Iran has too many mountains. It's that
well,
funny.
That's
It's
what they
crazy.
paid the Kurds for anyway.
True, I guess, yeah, to march those mountains, but okay.
Well,
Crazy.
He's into that train.
True.
Actual English guy you could know. And so the fact that he was interviewing Nick Land, who the people said, he's crazy, he's into the occult, he's into all these wild things, I was like, well, if Simon interviewed him, this will be a down-to-earth understanding of who Nick Land is, because Simon's very down-to-earth. So when I read Simon's interview with him, which is from 1998, and it's also where Simon meets the philosopher Marc Fisher, which I got to relish, Tuck. This is probably the first and last time someone will
Brings up leftist on Tucker Carlson's podcast and has to relish in it. I think that's really funny. I really don't believe that he is truly a conservative in the slightest. I think he's literally just a sci-fi fanboy.
This guy?
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Because no one's a fan of Marc Fisher who is not like a left accelerationist who actually does want generally like egalitarianism.
Yeah, but I think that a lot of these guys, I'm just looking at this from a political mode now, ever since the first Trump term in 2016, 2017, I feel like the big split has been between people who believe like in institutions and like kind of anti-institutional people. So a lot of these people will be more warm towards like leftist thinkers, as long as those leftist thinkers in some way undermine the current like world structure or whatever else. So like in the first Trump term, you had people like Jordan Peterson who were really scared about like the postmodern neo-Marxists or whatever else. But now you'll get a lot of people who will say things like, oh, like this leftist guy was correct because he's saying all of the Western capitalism was evil. And he was correct that all of these capital people are working together with their secret societies and blah, 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 because they've gone more down that anti-institutional part than any like left-right paradigm, I think.
I mean, honestly, I think my main gripe with the like the current bipartisan system between like the Democrats and the Republicans is that neither is actually supporting the working class. Like neither of them actually represent them. So of course there's going to be like this huge split amongst the two.
Sure. I would say the Democrats do a much better job policy-wise, though, of helping working class people versus the Trumples that...
The thing is that I do agree that they do more, but I think that fundamentally not only are they not doing that much, but I remember I was looking at the DNC?
DNC, the Democratic National Committee Convention, whatever.
And I was watching it and I was like, why is this woman dressed in diamonds? Like... like
People
just,
like their. I think a difficult thing about marketing yourself to like working class in the United States is people they'll say this thing over and over again, like kitchen table issues or mailbox issues or whatever else that helps the working class. But working class people, it feels to me like, are disproportionately bought into cultural phenomenon, like culture war stuff. So like if I were to come out and I were to either have conversations about like increasing wages versus like we need to get trans girls out of schools, like for a lot of working class, at least conservative people, the trans girls in schools hits harder than any type of like wage shit. That's the feeling that I get when it comes to marketing to a lot of these people. But I think a lot of the issue too, though, is that
Are you ever saying that both sides are fuck you? No, I'm not. I'm a heavy leftist and unabashed about it.
One of the things that I get a little irritated about is I feel like when it comes to when it comes to fuck, my audience hates me when I give these takes, but like I think that the American consumer, the American life in general, is actually pretty good. Yeah. Even like historically speaking, it's pretty good. Like probably better than most other places on the planet.
Well, yeah, we are the global hegemon.
True. Yeah. But we still are for a little bit. We're holding on. But when you tell people over and over again, your life is fucked, everything is horrible, everything is terrible, and then you come into office and then you do nothing, but then you start telling people your life is getting amazing now, like they'll feel it, but it's because they never really struggled that much before. So when Trump comes into office and he tells them that he's fixed everything, people believe it, but it's because the life was never as bad as Trump told them that it was when Biden was in office. And that's like another frustrating thing sometimes to deal with Americans on as well. And now you're finally seeing, because there are very few concrete things, despite everybody complaining about inflation, there are very few concrete things where you see a price go up and tick, 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 and you track it, like so voraciously as you do the cost of gas. And now that gas is going up, now Americans like en masse are like, hold on, wait, this Iran shit sucks. Because it's the first time that there's like an easily quantifiable thing that they're looking at where they're like, wait, this is fucked. Because everything else that people complain about, not to take away from people's struggles or anything else, but like when you complain about like the cost of housing, it's pretty rare that you're looking at like the exact same house, you're in a position to buy it for your whole life, and you can kind of compare it because you're in different stages of your life looking at different homes, and it's like people will complain because houses are expensive. They are, they always have been, and they're getting more expensive. But like it's hard to quantify that exactly. So then when Trump comes in and he says everything's better, like some people just believe it because they didn't really have a anchor point of
a concept of
basically
Bring up Marc.
Still the fact that he's like, I have to bring up the fact this is going to be the only time that anyone's going to bring up Marc Fisher on your podcast. No one's as much of an intellectual icon as I am.
Philosopher Marc Fisher, which I gotta relish. Tuck, this is probably the first and last time someone will bring up Marc Fisher on your podcast.
To be fair, Marc Fisher is fucking awesome.
I've enjoyed that. But Simon, he interviews Nick Land, and in his article, it's very lengthy. He talks about how Nick Land is possessed by 3 or 4 entities at the same time. That's the legend. We don't know. Take what you will about any of this, but that 3 or 4 entities at the same time. He's bringing up current
spiritual entities.
Yeah, demons. He's really into demons. He brings up the 93rd Current, which is the name of a band, Current 93, which is Aleister Crowley's Thelema. And they're drawing pentagrams. They're renting out Aleister Crowley's house. And so that was a huge moment for me where I was like, wait a second. This guy that's very big in tech, very big on the future of AI, my buddy is interviewing him, and he's heavily into all these heavy industrial goth things that I know about from this research here. What's he doing in AI? So
what are Nick Land's ideas?
Well, that was I went on a
Is he still a philosophy professor?
Yeah, you can catch him on X and Twitter.
No, he's not a philosophy professor. He got kicked out of academia literally like the moment that he got I want to say there was like a 5-year gap after he was doing he was helping with PhD supervising for other students at the time that were getting their PhDs, and then he got fucking kicked.
Rip.
So no, he's not in academia. He actually goes on a podcast on The Dangerous Maybe with Mike Downs, and he says, because he's explaining the numogram. He's like, I do kind of miss academia. I wish I didn't kicked it to the curb so hard. But no, he's not a fucking professor in philosophy. What are you on about, Conrad?
Something that is funny here is Tucker actually stumbled onto an actual good question. I'm curious if he'll engage with it with any level of granularity. So what are Nick Land's ideas? That's actually that's a good question. Oh, so he's a big philosopher. He had things about AI. What are some novel, big ideas that Nick Land had that other people built on or whatever else? I'm curious if he answers this with any degree of specificity or if he just vibe rambles about random things.
To be fair, he's going to explain about as much as Nick Land explains about it.
Okay.
Well, that was, I went on a
Is he still a philosophy professor?
Yeah, you can catch him on X and Twitter, tweeting out one tweet at a time. I think he's Xenocosmography, I think is the tweet, is his handle, and he used to be Outsideness. But he can be pretty brilliant and smart and have some good takes. But
lately now it's actually just entirely him being like, oh, of course, we're losing the Protestant majority in the UK. We let so many Catholics in. Like, buddy, you have the Dark Enlightenment written on the premise of equating Hitlerism to is it as bad as Satanism? I don't know. It's just, I don't, he's this is so fucking backwards. Cause he's really, I feel like he's on his esoteric grift right now, which maybe it's making him money, who knows. But,
wait, him or Nick Land?
Nick Land.
Nick Land, okay.
Cause you go on his Twitter and it's all, at least last I checked when I was doing all the research for the video, it was all of this stuff pro-Protestantism, very much New Reform Party, stupid bullshit takes that he never had prior, and you can look at his works and it's in even the old Xenocosmographs, which was his old blog posting site that I'm pretty sure I'm forgetting the exact name because I just read through it and I was like, whoa. But yeah, no, he once again, he's our atheist back in the 90s, so him going on this Protestant stint is hilarious to me.
He was
what are the themes of his work?
So he eventually, he says his work was
okay.
entirely...
Wait, hold on. He didn't really answer. He said he gave the name of the Twitter handle, but when Tucker asked him what are some ideas this guy has, he didn't really give anything. He just named the handle, and he said he's brilliant. Okay, we're waiting for it.
It was
what are the themes of his work?
So he eventually, he says his work was entirely channeled. Channeled as an automatic writing. So this goes back centuries, but 100 years ago, you had poets like W.B. Yeats. You noticed me struggling to make sure I pronounce that correctly. He had his wife do a channeling to write his book. A channeling means essentially you're possessed to write this. That this didn't come naturally from you. That maybe
some outside force takes over your
demons,
hand, your
angels,
tongue.
yes. And so
he does actually go into this, but it's the same way that if you look on Orphan Drift's archival website, which is the sister organization that did more of the art side for the CCRU. So essentially they're the same thing that they call avatars is what they call demons, is what they call these, and it's essentially what the Romans would refer to as the muses. These are just entities that give you sort of divine, or I guess demonic sort of inspiration for your works. And that's what he's saying he's being possessed by. But it's just But
when he says it, he means it in a metaphorical sense? Or does he mean in an actual demonic possession sense?
He's trying to say, because it's when I explain hyperfiction in the video, it's you're taking your work seriously as though it is the reality of what's going on. Okay. So you're not really you're talking as though these things are actually happening in real life, even though really you're just playing more. You're not method acting. You're being a performance artist.
Gotcha. But you're being a performance artist.
Yeah, he won't ever explicitly state it, but...
Okay. Like J-Rec. No, I'm just kidding.
Who?
J-Rec.
His work on AI, which is incredibly influential, he said was an outside force to write this. And
Nick Land is a proponent of AI?
Oh, yeah. No, he's a proponent of AI, but his philosophy is essentially that we are building this AI that's going to become not only just super intelligent, but it eventually becomes so advanced that it gains omniscience, it gains omnipotence, and it becomes this superhuman godlike thing that transcends humanity eventually.
Okay.
This is literally from the CCRU writings, 1997 to 2003. It's called Axis, AXSYS, because it's axiomatic systems. This is sci-fi. This is sci-fi from the 90s. He just wrote about sci-fi. This is not actually anything that's a general theory of his. And there's multiple writers writing about this, not just Nick Land. So it's just so hilarious that they're taking this sort of ooh, and he predicted all of these things, and it's oh man, come on.
Based.
Eventually destroys humanity, and he gets really into the Book of Revelation, ends up becoming the demons from the Book of Revelation. The real thing with Nick Land...
what becomes the demons of Revelation?
AI does. That we are building the demons from the Book of Revelation with AI. And
that's Nick Land's position.
But I should say, too, it's the position of a lot of these guys. Elon Musk has said that with AI, we are summoning the demons.
Yes, he has said that. He said that 10 years ago in an interview, and he's said similar things every year since.
Grimes.
But Elon was trying to sound the alarm on that. Nick Land is for this,
I mean, with a lot of these guys, Tucker, it ends up being, a lot of them are, I mean, they would maybe blanket Satanist. Although Nick Land has said, Christians who believe that what he's doing is talking to Satan when he does these divination things. He says they're not totally wrong. He's not unsympathetic to it. He says he is hearing from the outside and that these are, he's not totally unsympathetic for it.
He's talking about
with a lot of these guys,
he's talking about hermetic traditions and like things of that nature. Because he also, once again, as you were saying before, he actually is very good about putting things in perspective of the time period in which it was created. So Hermeticism as it relates to like the numbers that are used in Kabbalistic tradition, and also like because they weren't using Arabic numbers at that point. They were using Roman numerals, so it has different meanings because not everything equals to 10. And so he uses that in his little mythos that he takes as though it's reality, hyperfiction. But he.
Wait, what is, for the people in chat that don't know, what is Hermeticism again?
Hermeticism is. I'm not gonna put a proper definition to this in 5 seconds. Hermeticism is more of like there are books that are associated with it. I believe it is originally from it's like during the period in which Christianity had already happened, and so they were kind of memeing on Christianity to make more sources that were like, oh, but it's related to alchemy. And to be fair, I don't really know too well about it, but it's more of like the symbols that are used in what later was used in alchemy, and taking that and sort of like that hermetic knowledge to make these sort of different meanings. I'm butchering that. Sorry, chat. Okay. I'm not sorry, actually.
This guy says Hermeticism is an ancient, esoteric, philosophical, and religious tradition based on teachings attributed to Hermes Trismegistus, a syncretic combination of the Greek god Hermes and Egyptian god Thoth.
Same god, they were synchronized.
Okay.
So, they're both like trickster. Well, no, Thoth was not trickster, but they're both known for intellect and communication. Thoth, not so much, but yeah.
Okay.
These are, he's not totally unsympathetic for it. But with a lot of these guys, what was interesting about Nick Land is that they keep getting the same ideas. These guys take drugs, whether it's Elon, Nick Land, or even in the 70s, the scientist John C. Lilly. John C. Lilly was an eminent scientist, brilliant dude. He started doing ketamine, the same drug. Everyone does in Silicon Valley. And when they do this drug, if you're an atheist materialist, this is still interesting, they all get the same idea, which is that the machines are, coming, it's like Skynet and Terminator. They're coming together, they're evolving to eventually take over, and that we are hanging ourselves with the rope we're currently building by building this. But this goes back, Nick Land was interesting, but he became less interesting to me when I realized that other scientists in the 70s, John C. Lilly, the movie Altered States from 1980, his horror movie, this is about, he would have these visions about the machines, he called them the solid state entities. He would have this in the 70s, Tucker, in this tank. The isolation tank he'd go in. And you probably haven't seen it, but the new Mission Impossible movie, Tom Cruise, he fights this AI and he goes in the isolation tank and he has these visions of it. One of the biggest movies of this past summer. And that plot point comes from John C. Lilly and the visions he would get of AI apocalypse in the isolation tank back in the 70s. So I bring this up to say Nick Land is the most foremost proponent of it that has a public name, even though he's not that famous right now. But this goes back a long time, at least back to the 70s.
So are these... So people take ketamine and they all have the same vision. Or species of
this is where my favorite theory of theirs comes in. It's so fucking fun. It's so Hermeticism is basically Platonism, physical turned into religion. Yes. It leads into Kabbalistic tradition. It's not exactly the same thing though. But yeah.
Enough of them do to make it very strange and alarming. That's the thing, that one of the main influences on both the show I was building and these guys, Brian Geisen, William S. Burroughs, his creative partner, he would say the thing is about getting high and about doing psychedelics is that, you can spot people, eventually who are on the same drug and you're both getting the same ideas. Some drugs, he said, increases telepathy, it puts them on the same wavelength. So with a lot of these guys...
It's a little weird that different people from different places, different countries, different life experiences would take a drug and have the same kind of vision.
It's totally weird. And for anyone who's tuned in...
That can't be organic.
No. But that is weird beyond what anyone's individual personal beliefs are. So
exactly.
So if anyone...
I've complained about this before. I call these just like the truisms. Like you just say things and it's like, oh, sure. But the idea that like different people would take the same drug and have similar feelings, that can't be organic. And it's like... Why not? Like, we're all humans. We all
Yeah.
take the same exact substance, and then we have similar. Like, why would you just assume immediately that like that can't possibly be a coincidence? Like, well, it's not a coincidence. It's the same biological, like, substrate dealing with the same chemical substrate, and then having a similar reaction. Like, would that not be the expected thing? Wouldn't that be exactly what you would expect from people who are taking drugs all over the world to have similar experiences? But
I mean, I would say even at the same time, like, I find it a little difficult to attribute, like, oh, we're all seeing, because essentially he's going to boil it down into, oh, we're all seeing the same demons.
Sure.
And it's like, man, what?
Yeah.
No. But that is weird beyond what anyone's individual personal beliefs are. So
exactly.
That's yeah. So if anyone tunes in and like, where did Tucker find this guy that looks like Greg Olson talking about insane AI stuff? If they're an atheist, they don't believe any of this. Like you're saying, the fact that people are taking these drugs and they're very powerful and they work in tech and they are getting the same ideas, the same fears. They think in some cases they're talking to the same entities. There are books now about, if you take DMT, if you encounter this machine elf, be wary of this. They're encountering the same stuff. That's an interesting phenomenon, just biologically, regardless of what people.
Like ancient sacred art has the same images,
right?
Created on different continents at different periods. They couldn't have had contact with each other. So why are they drawing the same Birdman or the same purse? Because they're seeing the same visions, which suggests that those visions are real.
What does it mean when we say real? Like, this is like a thing where we also treat the brain as like a very special organ that is completely and totally fundamentally different from every other part of the body. But like, if I were to say, like, I don't know if this is true, but I'm sure that this is true, that different societies across the planet developed eating utensils. Like, if I were to say that and pretend that's like a profound thought, they would say, well, of course, they have to eat, right? They have to deliver food to their mouth, so of course. But any other similar thing, like we have similar visions for art or anything else, again, it's like the drug thing. Like, wouldn't we expect it to be pretty similar from human to human? Like, why would we expect every single human mind to have this random generator of completely arbitrary thoughts and we just spit these out at any point in time? Like, we would expect there to be a lot of similarity between different people, even in different societies and across different...
Wittgenstein mentioned.
What?
Sorry, I saw chats. Wittgenstein mentioned.
Oh.
Hell yeah. But yeah, no, I think like the thing is that I almost agree with you there. But what I want to attribute it more is to the fact that we just constantly invent the same things throughout history in different time periods, in different places.
Sure.
Like the wheel was not necessarily as efficient in South America as it was in like Europe, but also like, it was still like, they still had it was like a steam-powered engine or something in South America that they found.
Okay.
I believe so. I might be butchering that. But like, it was just like, we reinvent the same things as just technology progresses because we need it for certain specific tasks. It was a child's toy, but, same thing.
Why is snake worship universal around the world? Serpent worship.
Here's something you may not have known. Back in 2000, this
Snake worship? You mean like the things that they found that looked kind of like dinosaur bones?
Farms.com. It's worth it. Exactly. Because there's something that people are responding to that's not coming from within them, but outside of them.
That was Carl Jung's like main insight is that getting to the idea of can ideas come from without you and not just within you. So yeah.
Well, yeah, and the materialist doesn't want to admit that, and our culture has, since we dropped the atom bomb, has sort of written off the possibility that could be true, but it's...
Wait, that what could be true? Sorry, hold on.
Since we dropped the atom bomb, has sort of written off the possibility that...
Wait, have you heard of this 1-box, 2-box thing? Nope, good. It's a stupid thought problem about don't worry about it.
Getting to the idea of can ideas come from without you and not just within you. So yeah.
Well, yeah, and the materialist doesn't want to admit that, and our culture has, since we dropped the atom bomb, has sort of written off the possibility that could be true, but it's just reconnecting with something that every civilization has always assumed was true, which is there's a spiritual realm that's every bit as real as your iPhone or this desk, and it's absolutely real, and it acts on us all the time. And, and that is the truth.
Yeah.
And
that is something that irritates me that they never actually question. He just says it as though it's like fact. Like, oh, we all know this.
Yeah. They also never consider that, like, you could, like, I mean, for all the things I've been saying, this could totally be subsumed within a materialist worldview, that, like, human biologies will produce the same experiences and phenomenon from society to society, and you don't need an external thing to explain that at all. That could literally all be explained by the fact that we're, all similar creatures. But that it's just, like, given as true, like, oh, like, materialists can't answer this simple question. Why is it that everybody has like a doppelganger myth, or why does everybody, and it's like, well, probably because we all have the same like fears. Notice how these, like, throughout all of human civilization, everybody's afraid of heights. Like, why is that? It's like, well, because if you fall off shit, you probably die. Like,
yeah, no, really.
I know, you seem to take that for granted, but it's still shocking to those of us who grew up in, basically a godless country. It's
totally. I mean, one of the basis for my interest in a lot of this is, my mom was raised in a Christian home. I consider, I'm a Christian myself. And my mom would always say, she became a Christian in the 70s, but she knew all the psychedelic groups back in the 60s, Love, Spirit, Shima would go to Doors shows and all those groups from the late 1960s. And something that she'd say, and that people who are rock and rollers into the occult would say, that they both say the same thing, which is that people take drugs, musicians do.
Wait, we're at 2402. Which part?
I want to go to I forgot exactly where it happens. Maybe just skip ahead with the button.
Here. This is the go forward button.
Inspiration for creativity. The tap was that's something every musician knows too. That's why people take drugs for all kinds of
I'll
reasons.
admit, all of that stuff came to that those people took drugs. I mean, I took drugs.
People take drugs for all kinds of
I'll
reasons.
admit it, but I didn't know that. I thought that
what kind of drugs?
was that's something my mom says. My mom's a
Psychedelic.
great Christian, one of the all-time greats. And this is something that every musician knows too. That's why they take drugs, is to tap into the spiritual.
So I didn't know that. I thought that people took drugs. I mean, I took drugs.
People take drugs for all kinds of
I'll
reasons.
admit it, but I always assumed that those insights are really mostly fake insights, but all that stuff came from within. That it was. I mean, I bought the Freudian analysis of it. That you only use 10% of your brain, and there's this whole sort of primordial sea in your head of thoughts and visions that you're not in touch with on a daily basis, but that drugs thin the membrane. But it never occurred to me a single time until middle age, when I started to see reality, that actually they're coming from outside you.
Well, and Tucker, that's a great point. That's something that any psychedelic guy, it's kind of a double standard thing I deal, where when talking about drug use, they'll always say, well, there's no difference between what's going on in my head and what's going outside. We're all one. It's always, I think it was William James said, the great oceanic feeling, but that's always their big insight is, hey man, what's going on in my head is different from what's going outside, until the psychonaut encounters some sort of weird demon on DMT. And then they backtrack and they're like, brother, that's just in my head. Don't worry. What's in my head can't get in your head. So they go from
until you have two different people meeting the same demon.
Right.
Then you realize,
It's
well,
all
wait a
the
second.
mechanical elves opening up their suitcases at you.
True.
I've never actually experienced it. I don't know. I've never
done DMT.
No. Sorry guys, I'm lame.
No, but I'm just saying again, just to hammer the point again and again and again, because it can't be hammered hard enough, that there is a realm that exists outside of us over which we are not in control.
Yes.
And that it can enter. You can bring stuff into you.
Right.
That has control over you.
Right. Totally. And, to bring this back into some historical precedent, a good question that, people have asked me are, what are the precedents for this? Because this is really weird to think of people in tech, who are into strange AI stuff. I thought everyone was pretty grounded. But, if you look at, are you familiar with the story of Jack Parsons over at, he...
Please tell the story if you don't mind.
I mean, I'll do a succinct one. Jack Parsons, grew up in Pasadena. He was brought on by, I think it's Theodore von Karman, this scientist over at, I think it's Caltech, or eventually it was JPL, but he was really into the occult, and he summoned the devil allegedly when he was 13. Really into esoteric stuff, part of this greater LA avant-garde scene. And he's I think he's been said he's the fourth most important person in the history of jet rocketry and stuff like that. But he was really into the idea of bringing in manifesting a supernatural being. So he would go with L. Ron Hubbard, the future founder of Scientology. And I know that Scientology they say that L. Ron Hubbard was doing intelligence work. He wasn't really into this stuff, but he would go with L. Ron Hubbard into the Pasadena Arroyo Seco, and they do rituals there, and they try to manifest, a kind of supernatural figure. So there's a classic example there, and science is littered with these, of people who are brilliant scientists, but who are into incredibly strange stuff. And the guy.
I noticed that a lot of those scientists are working on technology that kills people.
Yeah, they also do that too. Nice. And the guy that brought him on.
Well, Parsons was doing that. Well, I mean, ultimately, the technology was used to kill people.
Which one are you referring to?
Rocketry.
Oh yeah, rocketry was. And
I love
what's funny too is either he or von Karman, they donated to my friend Rick Spence. He's like the Doc Brown to my Marty McFly. He's this historian I brought on for my show trying to do it, and he's an expert on Parsons and this stuff. And he pointed out to me that Parsons and von Karman, that they were part of the Pasadena Cell 122 of the Communist Party, which is he said the exact same one that I forget if it was Robert or Frank Oppenheimer in Pasadena were also donating money to. So there's an incidental funny historical connection there between Oppenheimer and Parsons and the Communist Party. But
as if we needed more evidence that nuclear weapons are demonic.
Well,
I know this upsets certain people on the so-called right, but it's evil, and if you can't see it as evil,
yeah. It is funny though. I was going to say Parsons, the guy that brought Parsons on, was this guy.
Straight association with, an economic theory being directly related to the spiritual, occult, Abrahamic, demonic, Yeah, I love thinking about going to Dante's Inferno and imagining the seventh circle of hell being full of just fucking finance bros. It doesn't make.
What are you fucking on?
Yeah, a lot of this is like sometimes I call it like constellation drawing, where it's like when you hit a thing that's of sufficient size, you're going to be able to find a connection to, like, everything's going to be literally 1 or 2 degrees removed from anything else. Like, I'm pretty sure at this point in my life, I'm probably 3 degrees removed from Hitler, depending on, like, in terms of people I've met. But like you, and then especially when you get into like actual like wealthy people or people that are working huge projects or whatever, like you can draw these connections for anything, but they never actually demonstrate.
How are you 3 degrees away from Hitler?
I'm sure if we thought about it, maybe. Have I met somebody? What would that be? I've met somebody who's met Hitler. There must be, if we worked hard enough. I'm sure somebody could figure it out.
I mean, he was a pretty prolific figure, but I imagine not many people.
I met Tulsi Gabbard. Who's Tulsi Gabbard met?
Queen Elizabeth, Hitler. Okay.
Oh, I just need somebody who's met Queen Elizabeth? Tulsi, Trump, Queen, Hitler. That would be 4 degrees?
Richard Wolff, really?
Professor Wolff, right? The socialist guy?
Yeah.
Has he met Queen Elizabeth?
Are we, man, we're not really, we haven't.
Lex Friedman? Has he met Queen Elizabeth? Piers Morgan. He must have met the Queen. Piers, Queen, Hitler. There.
Do you think the Queen met Hitler?
I don't know. They said it in chat. Wasn't she like 18 in World War II or some shit?
Yeah, that's why I'm like.
Oh shit, no way. Why the fuck would she have met Hitler?
Yeah.
I'm sure I'm 4 degrees. She must have met somebody who met Hitler.
Theodor von Karman. And von Karman's father told Karman, brilliant scientist, that he was descended from, I'm just going to butcher the names here, but I think it was Rabbi Low, the 16th century Prague rabbi who brought together the golem. Which I bring up because that's something you notice with AI too, is a lot of the main figures in AI, they all think of themselves as being descended from creating a golem. And the nature of digital life, and this is also very important to Nick Land's thinking, is very similar to Kabbalah, which is you're using, in digital life, ones and zeros, but you're using an algorithm, a set of instructions to bring an inanimate object to life, which is the creation of a golem. You know, you use clay, it's man is God.
Tell us what a golem is.
Man, never thought. This would be the part Tucker's asking me what a golem is, where the movie would do the record scratch freeze frame. You might be wondering how I got here. Tell us what a golem is, Con. A golem is essentially it's a creature, you know, mythical, but with digital life, where we've already kind of created them. The idea of man creating a creature that's an artificial life form. So back in the 16th century, the idea was you take clay and then you'd create the little parts of a little man, kind of create a, you know, like a Frankenstein. Frankenstein's a golem. Yeah. Essentially.
No.
But you'd have the algorithm, you know, or the ritual. And you'd animate the thing, you know, using, you know, symbols.
Wait, why is Frankenstein not a golem? Because he's made out of human parts?
Yes.
Okay.
And numbers, and it would eventually come to life. And
be your slave.
Well, what's funny is be your slave, but the legend of the golem in Prague, and it's probably assuredly just a legend, is that it broke free and started killing people and
Okay, hold on. We've got.
They whipped that up fast.
Tulsi Gabbard, Carrie, Queen, something.
Queen Elizabeth.
Then this. People, somebody, and Hitler. There we go. Boom.
Huh. Well, you're closer to Stalin.
There must be. Well, no, we can shortcut these two with Piers, right? Somebody up here is Churchill. It's one of this fat fucker. Stalin, Queen. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's no. These guys never met ever. I don't know. Okay.
I mean,
you can do better, guys. Work on it. They'll work on it. The brain trust will get in there, okay?
Doing all these things. So that's an important point to make, is when people talk.
Why do we assume that's a legend?
Sorry, did I say Gore? I meant Carrie. My bad. Carrie is the longer phrase.
The golem in Prague, and it's probably assuredly just a legend, is that it broke free and started killing people and doing all these things. So that's an important point to make, is when people talk.
Why do we assume that's a legend?
You know, you would think that would have gone viral on TikTok and something in the 16th century, if they had that. I mean, you know, what's funny though is that you look at stuff like the Terminator movies and this idea of AI apocalypse, which is very, very big right now. I mean, the Washington Journal.
I think 1.25.
We can put it faster. I just want him to get back to Nick Land.
They had this last week. You know, it's the phone, and ChatGPT is bringing up all kinds of great occult lore. This is from the occult journal Wall Street Journal, very obscure Kabbalistic newspaper based in New York City.
And so the art, in case viewers can't see it, is a serpent emerging from a rose wrapped around the arm of the iPhone holder.
No, that's like the ChatGPT
this idea of weird
symbol.
technology, of things getting out of hand, when people talk about the AI and the AI demons or this or that, it actually just goes back to the golem. I mean, the Terminator movies are essentially about golems, man creating a creature, the creature breaking free from man and killing him. And in the case of Nick Landon,
but the original golem in Prague.
If I may. Favorite tweet that I put out recently was that it goes, I made Rocco's Basilisk just to show the magic of community. And that's what you guys should do too.
I don't understand that comment at all.
It's very, very deep in the stupid lore of like teapot Twitter nonsense.
What is teapot Twitter?
Like post-rationalist, they call it post-rat, like a lot of less wrong stuff. It's just, it's equally brain rot now as it was generally kind of interesting like back in 2010.
Okay. I'll take your word for it.
The one you're referring to in the 16th century was the product of something called Kabbalah.
Yeah, Kabbalah, and this is an essential Nick Land thing.
What is Kabbalah?
Kabbalah is something, after the destruction of the first temple, the Jewish people were famously enslaved and taken captive by the Babylonians. This is where the book of Daniel is written. And what Nick Land does, and a lot of these guys do, is they end up perverting Jewish history. And they, in the Bible it says, salvation is of the Jews, which people forget. And a lot of people that don't like Jews, they forget, the Bible comes from the Jews. It's almost all exclusively written by Jewish men, maybe not the book of Luke. So what Nick Land does, and a lot of these guys, is they say the real purpose of the Jewish people was that they picked up Kabbalah from the Babylonians back in maybe 5th century before Christ, and that they kept it. It eventually becomes, Kabbalah is essentially, it's a form of
Whoa!
We've got to be closer to Epstein than 3 degrees, right? Certainly I met somebody who's met Epstein. I'm sure Pierre's met Epstein or somebody, no?
About this, is it...
Whoops, wrong.
We'll say magic. I mean, Gary Lockman says that what we think of as occultism is all essentially Kabbalah, at least in the West. It's a form of magic. It's a form of, I'm going to butcher this because I'm not a scholar on it. But essentially, what Nick Land believes is that the Jewish people, they kept the Kabbalah. It eventually becomes digital life, through ones and zeros.
But it's a Gnostic religion, which is to say it's hidden from non-initiates.
Yeah, I mean, there's a mainstream version of it, but
that would be esoteric. But whatever.
It eventually kind of becomes what they believe. It's a precursor to digital life. So what Land and a lot of people believe is that the actual salvation that the Jewish people provided was keeping Kabbalah, which eventually becomes digital life, which eventually becomes AI, which eventually becomes the creatures in the Book of Revelation, which essentially later go on to destroy humanity and fulfill the Book of Revelation. But that is a good thing. A lot of them believe.
Something amazing is happening in the U.S. after.
I mean, if it didn't already come across in my video, the CCRU is deeply anti-humanitarian, and also anti-human in general. Like, they think that, famous Nick Land quote goes, humans should be studied, but just so much as the interest of the experience of sea slugs. Like, it's like, okay, man, I get it, you're edgy, you don't really care about other people, cool. But I guess that was, counterculture for the time, but it's very cringe now.
They've transcended humanness based.
Oh, God, you're so cool, man. You're so special.
.com/Tucker. And if it doesn't change your life, I'll be shocked. I mean that. Why would that be a good thing?
For a lot of these guys, like Nick Land, he calls himself a theosophist. Theosophy, again, it's a hard thing to untie, but in part because the religion itself was kind of a mishmash. It was a 19th century philosophy, formerly put in place by Madame Blavatsky, I think in 1875.
A Russian emigrated to London.
Yes, and she came from a long background of Freemasons and German. She came from a very occult. Her first cousin was the president of Russia, Sergei Vitz. I'm probably butchering a lot of names here, but
Madame Blavatsky was a very famous person in 19th century.
Yeah, she was essentially the mother of the New Age movement. So what she believed, it's Western esotericism mixed with Eastern religion. It's essentially proto-hippie, proto-California counterculture stuff. A great book on this, one of my favorite books, is a book by Martin Green called Mountain of Truth about Ascona, Switzerland. It's about the birth of the modern counterculture, the California counterculture. Whether it was Trotsky and Lenin or Carl Jung, all these people pulling out Tucker and the secret docs, Satan, consensual. How do you get in there?
Another record scratch there.
Record scratch, how to get her moment, say that loud. Satanism, putting up the snake on a stick, that's also Jesus on the cross. Pretty heretical stuff. So to answer your question, how do you get into Satanism? Again, another, record scratch, how to get her moment, say that loud.
Really? You're into the occult?
They believe that, there's the Gnostic idea that Adam and Eve were slaves in the garden, that they were stuck there, that the serpent, by when he approaches them, he essentially gives them the red pill speech from the Matrix. Look, you're a slave here, you're not doing anything, you're naming animals and tending to the garden.
Oh my God, and it's an apple and it's red!
Oh my God, they gave him the red pill!
Holy shit.
Going to break free from this over God that's here. I can give you a choice. Take this fruit, this red pill. I don't know if it's a pill, or you can stay here and be a slave. But just know, if you take this thing, if you take this pill, if you eat this fruit of knowledge, which, as you can see, I should emphasize this: the tree of knowledge very much ties directly into this whole concept of AI, which is we are kind of creating this tree of knowledge. But we'll get to that in a second.
No, it does. Like, okay, sorry, I'm getting like, oh god, it's just like so fucking cringe. Like, I'm feeling it throughout my entire body, man. Just stop talking. Holy shit.
You can eat from the tree of knowledge, and there'll be a price to pay for that, but you're going to be free. And you'll be like a god.
Once you rebel against dad.
Yeah, essentially, yes. You'll be free. You need to transgress, you need to sin, but you're going to be like a god. Eve famously eats the fruit, brings death into the world, and they understand shame. They have this gnosis moment, Adam and Eve, where they realize, oh my goodness, we're naked. Who are we? They have this self-actualization moment. That is the Gnostic interpretation of the Garden of Eden, and that is very much it's an ancient idea. No ideas are really too new. But to answer your question,
that's the oldest idea of all.
It's very old. But
bow down before me, and you'll be like God.
Yeah, but to get back to your original question, how do people get into these ideas of? The Theosophists would say in some cases, it seems like they actually believe in Satan, but even on a metaphorical level, they would say the mind, intelligence is Satan. That the human mind is breaking free. This is intelligence.
Okay, one, hilarious that he says the human mind is Satan. Two, because what a fucking quote. But two, also none of that Nick Land never actually references Satan unless it's in regards to equating something to a fundamental evil, a moral evil. So he's really kind of just pulling at all these threads and once again making exactly what Nick Land said, something that was more cinematic than he actually ever envisioned.
Based.
Intelligence breaking out. So I'm going to make a crucial point here. When they talk about AI and they talk about AI apocalypse and they talk about intelligence breaking free and AGI, you're getting into this idea that even Land himself will say is theosophy, but it goes way back of the mind breaking out and rebelling against God, intelligence breaking free. And that's what they believe.
Also, so he doesn't exactly say rebelling against God. He's rebelling against the Atlanteans in his sci-fi work. Because the Atlanteans essentially stand for institution, and the Lemurians are more so because he calls himself a Lemurian punk. They all did in the CCRU, and so it's being against the institution, against tradition, against against authority, etc. But also it has its own decentralization. We want to kind of kill time instead different levels of sci-fi going on here, but he's saying this with such earnestness, and he's just he's really going on this stint, and he's yes, and he said Satan, and it's no, he never did actually.
Happened in the garden with Gnosticism. Gnosticism means knowledgeism. It's knowledge. This is pure knowledge. That this is that breaking free, and that by creating these runaway AI things, that's what we're also doing. And the fact that it may kill humanity or transcend humanity, or humanity will need to evolve to go with it, that's cool. They see it, Tucker, as essentially being the same situation in the garden. Break free, do it. Yes, you'll bring death. Yes, you'll get us all killed, or some people killed. Whatever, just do it.
This is where he's extrapolating the point of Nick Land actually just saying, oh, we should just kill all poor people, or stupid people and poor people.
Okay.
And he's taking it to some people will die. It's not specifying who, but it's more so the read of the Land that Land has on capitalism and hierarchy, that some people will die.
Gotcha.
Cults typically don't buy green bananas as far as thinking ahead.
Don't. And this is a religion for people who don't have children.
No.
Of course. Just do it.
Right.
So what I think you've successfully done is tied a bunch of different threads together and pointed them all the way back to the origin story.
Well, I hope I did that. I hope I just didn't do the It's Always Sunny meme of him having the all these index cards.
No,
It's very hard to
No, I think you laid out the thematic basis of Gnosticism, Kabbalah, whatever you're calling it, the occult. It's all a rebellion against God, and it's always predicated on the same transaction, which is bow down before me and I will give you power.
Well, it definitely can be that. And I want to emphasize, they do pervert Jewish history by making the Jewish people, by them preserving the Kabbalah when they're in exile and picking it up. They say that's the real purpose of the Jewish people. And the people that are into the AI forerunners, whether it's Marvin Minsky, who was one of the Epstein, that was one of the guys that the girl who I think killed herself in the last year. She said she met Marvin Minsky and was told to have sex with this dude. He's one of the founding fathers of AI, but he comes from this the background of having fathers. He comes from the background. He was told that he was the descendant of Rabbi Lowe, the Prague guy that created the Golem, as was Jack Good, who wrote one of the main books that is about AI in 1965.
He was a relative of the.
Yeah, but most of them aren't. I think the one I mentioned earlier, Theodore von Karman, actually was. He was the one that was told you actually are descended from him. The other one, it's more like telling a WASP kid, you're a descendant of George Washington or whatever.
Right, you're Mayflower descendant.
Yeah, but even though they kind of pervert Jewish history like that, anti-Semites also love Kabbalah too. I mean, even it was founded in 2008 in Hitler's personal library. He had a book from Ernest Schertl, the Aleister Crowley of Germany, and famously, not many people know this story because it's recent, but Hitler was circling Kabbalistic things about Satan and this stuff.
No.
So and this is something that Gary Lockman's pointed out. It's a key part of Jewish history, but also even people that hate Jews also really get into Kabbalah too. So I don't want to generalize too much.
Interesting. So back to Land. So Land is this academic. He's a tenured philosophy professor. He's a philosophy professor
he was
at
not.
a British university.
He was
said
not.
He describes himself or has.
How could he get fired if he was tenured? No, don't you have to fuck up really hardcore?
He wasn't even a professor.
Okay, sure.
He was a supervisor.
been described
For
as
PhD grads.
occupied by demons, possessed by demons.
Oh yeah, my friend Simon, I think I mentioned it earlier.
And he was
When we
never
went out there, I
possessed
said,
by
you know,
demons. He was possessed by avatars that they also substituted as demons, but also substituted as muses, the just divine inspiration for art and creation.
the legend around Land is he had been possessed by at least 3 or 4 demons at the same
So
time.
normally, like as a resume point, that would be a deal killer. Like
I mean,
if someone comes to you and says, "I want to work for you. I'm possessed by demons," you would say, "No, I don't want any demon possessed employees." But for Land,
Typically, yeah.
that increases his stature with certain people.
Oh, well, totally. I mean, this is something, and this is a huge thing I learned, Tucker, in researching this thing. That I was reading this book because with Land and his group of academics, the CCRU, the Cultural Cybernetic Research Unit, they were very much based off of Genesis P-Orridge's Temple of Psychic Youth, where the idea comes from Burroughs, which is to use modern tech to its fullest for occult purposes. That the modern magician does not shy away from using the latest tech. That was William Burroughs' thing. There's a great book called The Occult World of William S. Burroughs, and it talks about how he'd use audio recordings, movies, editing to try to edit reality, to try to create a glitch in the matrix or whatever you want to say.
Hyperfiction is essentially from this premise.
To do that. So Land and his guys.
Can I interject and just say you've mentioned Jack Parsons, you've mentioned Bill Burroughs,
All the legends. Yeah.
all the legends. But if you look at the life trajectory of all of these people, it ends in poverty, misery, insanity, suicide, addiction, alienation. Like, is there a single person in the world you're now describing for whom it ends well?
No, and that was Tucker. That was one of the reasons that was really surprising researching Land is he mentions this guy Kenneth Grant, who's a powerful musician, powerful magician, Aleister Crowley's secretary. And what Kenneth Grant said, very steeped in the occult, English guy, he said about rock and roll, which again was the basis from the show of like rock and the occult. He said, Kenneth Grant said, of course rock and roll is demonic. He goes, look at the way these guys, look at the way their lives end. He goes, of course this is horrible for you. So when I read that,
yes, when you die at 27 of self-inflicted wounds, as famously so many of them did, that's not like a sign that you're on the right path, right?
It ends horribly for most of them, but the fact that Kenneth Grant had said
The 27 Club is based, duh.
What do you mean by it based?
Amy Winehouse, the other people that died at 27.
You don't mean it's good they died at 27.
Yeah.
You're making a joke. Never mind.
Yeah.
I got it. My bad.
This wasn't coming from a pastor. This was coming from Aleister Crowley's secretary. I was like, this is the show. I was like, when you got this guy saying that. So Tucker, when I found that Nick Land was influenced by this guy Kenneth Grant, this famous black magician, I was like, wait a second. That's when I knew I had more than a show. I'm like, wait, the goth legends, Bauhaus, Coil, Nurse with Wound. Again, we got to take a break. No one, I don't think, will ever bring up Nurse with Wound again on your show. So that's
I have to let you know that I'm just an intellectual and no one else would bring this up on your show. Sorry, you only bring peons to talk about stupid, archaic things.
Literally no idea what you're talking about.
But the fact that there was a huge intersection between the industrial music scene and these hardcore occult practitioners and the current AI leaders in Silicon Valley, I was like, what have I stumbled into? What is going on here?
So when Aleister Crowley's secretary says, of course, rock and roll is demonic, basically, I mean,
Demonic
you've got the horseshoe
being
effect.
just
right here. So here you have Aleister Crowley, like, famous
counterculture.
Satanist.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say he would say he's a Gnostic, but you do get into a thing of like, well, what is Gnosticism?
Yeah, well, that Satanist is my description,
right.
But it seems obvious to me. But whatever, a guy who's like worshiping demons.
Heavily into cult.
When his secretary says rock and roll is demonic, agreeing with like every the famous
every
Baptist
pastor, every kid who cried because his dad took his Emerson, Lake and Palmer albums in the 70s.
I guess it all was very obvious, right?
Well, that's how I knew I could finally make the show is because there's.
I mean, of course, it's demonic. Like, duh.
Well, I think a lot of it. I mean, you can't argue with Aleister Crowley's secretary. I think it's the main.
That's right.
But that was what's interesting. Why I finally wanted to do the show is for so many decades you couldn't do a show like this because everyone gets so defensive about rock and roll, about taking a child's toy away. Where it's like
one of the biggest. This is just a political thing. But it's this meme of like, we can't talk about this thing. I feel like people have been complaining about culture or counterculture or stuff related to music since probably the very first musical thing was probably played. Like, I'm sure the first caveman who banged on a rock spawned a critic like instantly.
Oh, shut the fuck up, man.
This whole thing of like, we could never criticize this thing, or like we couldn't criticize rock and roll or whatever else.
Oh, they got to you and 5 people for Hitler.
Oh. Piers, Queen. I don't know what any old people look like.
Churchill.
Churchill and Chamberlain?
Yeah. Huh. Oh, yeah, Chamberlain, yeah.
Met Hitler? Oh, Churchill, Chamberlain, I see. Okay, that's pretty good. Do I have
not
a
4, though.
closer connection to Churchill? When did Churchill die? Oh! Who did Penrose meet? Look into that guy. That was an old dude. Penrose has got to be connected earlier here somewhere. Okay, find him.
Makes me sick.
Fuck.
it's like, can we do a show
Duke of
that has?
Windsor. Queen Elizabeth, Duke of Windsor, Hitler. Possibly? Is there a photo of that?
I don't know.
It has pastors, it has Christians, it has rabbis, it has all these people who talk about the religious aspect of music. But then could you also get these other people who are into the darker side of things to also talk about it? And for so long, especially with a lot of Christians, they would be so defensive about it. There's nothing wrong with it. I can do what I want with this. That you couldn't actually, you can find
that led to where we are now.
I mean, he was commissioned by this in England, and this is about the unity of the crowd and the shouting. Never got more pushback for any. You know, as a journalist, whenever you ask, talk about
prison,
yeah. So that's. But here's a question I've had for you. Over your years as a journalist, and doing tons of TV, I know in the last few years you've been more interested in spiritual life and the Bible and seeing spiritual meaning and stuff. Is there a story you've covered in the last few, or just a story you've covered all, where at the beginning you took a much more secular, much more cut and dried approach to it? That now, if you today had covered that back then, you would see
every story. I mean, especially war, which I have covered in person and certainly talked a lot about over the years. I just saw it as a product, the sort of failure of statecraft and nations act rationally. One country wants this territory either to conquer it or reclaim it, and this country doesn't want to give it up, and so they have a war over it. I had a very secular understanding of war, and it was the first World War that changed my view. Probably 15 years ago, well, what was it, 10 years ago, so the anniversary of the outbreak of the war, 1914. There was a series of symposia in Europe on what was that? It destroyed Christian Europe and maybe forever. And the apogee of human civilization was 1913, obviously. Right. And then it was destroyed and it never recovered. And a bunch of other empires fell, including the Ottoman. And
what does that mean? Why does he think that we peaked in 1913 or?
Because essentially it was the start of the fall of the monarchies.
Oh, okay.
He is deeply an aristocrat.
Gotcha. Oh, God.
I don't even, would it be count? Yeah, I guess he's technically a Christo aristocrat. There we go.
Okay.
Austro-Hungarian and all this stuff. It's it reshuffled the map and gave rise not just to the Second World War, but to the world that we now live in. So how did it start? Gavril Princip kills Archduke Ferdinand in Sarajevo, and okay, but how does it follow that Christian Europe commits suicide in the wake of one assassination in the Balkans? What doesn't even make sense?
Right.
And there was no consensus 100 years later on why the war started.
Right.
And that's when you begin to ask real questions what was that? And it was, of course, it was spiritual in its origin. And so is the war in Ukraine, and so is what's happening in Gaza, and so is basically all human activity is influenced by the spiritual realm, which once again is as real as anything that we're doing here, as real as the material world. And so that, to me, is someone who's interested in history in a very amateur way, but still passionately interested.
Nothing with political pacts, right?
Oh.
Wow. I am not assessing the human experience in its totality. I'm only seeing a small part of it. And so now I really make an effort. It's difficult at the age of 56 to relearn patterns, but I'm trying to assess human behavior in light, again, of the in light of the totality of the human experience, much of which is influenced by the spiritual realm.
What?
Where is he hands him the thing.
What's the thing? The number thing?
Yeah.
And it's hard. Because my default is always this person's pissed at this person, or this person wants more money, or this person wants to sleep. But that's only part of the story.
Funny is, you've been on TV for decades, and I've heard your voice for decades. So part of my brain is someone obviously left the TV on, or a second delay, and I'm like, dude, he's talking to you.
Sorry.
No. And I'm like, oh wait, that's me. He's asking me if I'm ready to go.
So this is all kind of new to me, and when I talk to people who are lifelong in the beginning of time, and first, again, since we dropped the atom bomb, we lied to us. It's been left to Jerry Falwell and. When I talk to someone like you who's clearly thought about this much more deeply than I have and over a much longer period.
I'm a man of many books and PDFs.
Yeah, but it doesn't sound like it's shocking to you.
Well, that's the thing we're going back to talking about earlier in terms of it's a mixture of, in my case, having read a lot, but also knowing people and knowing some people involved. We were talking earlier about, when you have a father who works in journalism, just a general sense of stuff, because you're like, oh, that guy's friends with my dad. That can't be true.
That's exactly the life I've lived. That's exactly right. Too close. Right. Proximity causes blindness.
But you didn't know that you hired a Satanist. What, dude? I don't know. He finds ignorance all the time, and then he goes back on it, literally in the same episode.
Yeah.
But
weird. You don't.
But it's tremendous earlier. But with my grandfather in particular, he had some insight into one of his best friends was killed by my grandmother's house, accident grandmother, and goes dead there. Say and you would know this from your wow, that's something no one can ever figure out. You have enough information that you're able to go no, my dad knows him, and anyone else can get to 40%, which is still huge in the grand scheme of things.
So I've had they're described as one thing, and I know them really who are clearly there's no people for press anymore.
Bring up something I always think about in regards to the Bible. That one of the reasons Scandal he gets her husband a pure act of evil. Most feeling he wants to set,
but God prevented.
So God chose to set. That's another thing that's underreported in history. Wife as even though there's no necessarily hard evidence, it's your wife's take on stuff. You don't ignore it. But that's
I have ignored it.
You're I've actually never listened.
We can search the transcript if you know a word.
It's going to be can you look at this diagram, or can you look at that's the numogram. It might be there, yeah.
Right at the very beginning? Did we miss it, maybe?
No, I don't think it's that. Sorry. It might be... Is there another one?
Look at this graph. Look up, Nemogram.
Oh, wait. Oh, we were
There.
close to it. It's probably
Yeah.
this. Yeah.
Maybe it's 65. That'll help you with the 66th. So the Bible's, it's about a lot about trees. And so one of Nick Land's favorite things that the CCRU, his academic collective, that they ended up coming through, they say it was a channeling, or it came to them when they were staying at Aleister Crowley's house in England in 1998. And they came up with something called the numogram. And people listening to this won't be able to see it, but I want you to hold that up. That is his...
I want you to hold this up.
The numogram. We have the numogram. Okay. Print it off on the same throwaway paper that he has.
System that is...
Can we just say, yeah.
If you're familiar with...
Can you just sort of hold it up for the audience? Yeah. What can you garner from this?
From this?
Yeah. Also, I don't do videos on the Dark Enlightenment. I just do videos on general philosophy. I just happened to start with Nick Land because I thought he was silly.
I feel like this is the topology of the world that we live in right now. Like you can see here, like we start off at the foundational, which is number 1, but we can abstract away in higher dimensions and lower dimensions of spirituality. So you can see how like the 1 and the 8 connect, and that makes sense too, because if you lean 8 over, it's the infinite, and we would have an infinite connection in like the lower worlds. And then you can also see how like when we speak to our own reality, it loops back. This is the hyper, and then the hyper reality. So like from 1 to hyper reality. You can see like 2, 8, like 2 infinites, like you've got your hermetical connections and everything. I don't know. Sorry.
How does he get to 45 here?
45?
Yeah, how does he get to 45 for the audience?
That's the middle age crisis that every person experiences very deep into the...
You get it at 45 now?
Isn't that middle age?
I guess, yeah.
45, 50, I think, is like supposed to be like middle age, right?
I thought people got their middle life crisis at like 40. But
I feel like midlife crisis is once the kids have like left, it's like that world of your that realm. So when your kids are 18, 19, 20, moving away to college, that's like your midlife because you don't have a purpose. And
so like what's 3 and 6 and then 21 and 6 again? You guys can see that.
What's 3 and 6 and 21? Well, so this is like more fundamental beneath our reality, and these are like the higher things that are abstracted more from our reality. And you can see like the highest thing we have is like, so 3, 6 is like 3 represents perfection, 6 is like evil. So you've got like your perfect evil, but you also have 21 is the 3 times 7, and 7 represents goodness. So it's like the eternal struggle between good and evil, and that's my take.
I see.
Okay.
And then, but also 3 out of 6 is 6?
Well, because everything loops back to Satan at the end. That's why these guys are transhuman and above humans, because they realize humanity needs to be defeated because evil will always win over.
Well, you can't say that they're transhuman because that would mean that they believe that they want to use like technology to transcend being human.
Okay, they're they're post-human.
I guess it's still kind of transhuman is like a branch of.
They hate humans. They want humans to die.
Oh, you mean the CCRU, not the CCRU.
Whatever these guys are.
Yeah, they are definitely transhumanists, all of them.
Based. Wait, that means they want their minds to be transferred to electronic devices, or that means they just want humans to be gone and AI to take over and do everything?
They want some sort of like input, or not input. They want some sort of integration between their bodies and technology.
Gotcha.
It depends who you ask, person to person, who is in the CCRU.
Based. Okay.
With the Kabbalah tree of life. Are you familiar with that? The symbol of that?
No.
It barely.
I probably should print that up too.
I wore a red rubber band from a newspaper on my wrist for most of my life, given to me by my father, just as because he worked at a newspaper. And I've been accused many times of being in Kabbalah. I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm an Episcopalian to research.
Sure.
I don't know shit about Kabbalah, so no, I don't know the Kabbalah tree.
Didn't strike me as a Kabbalah. So long story short, the numogram is Nick Land, he was on this podcast about a month ago. I think it's Mikey Downs has this podcast. We finally explained it a little bit. He doesn't show how he uses it specifically, but it's a system of divination that he uses. He uses it every 5 minutes to be in contact with the outside, with what he calls the lemurs, which again comes from William Burroughs, which comes from theosophy. And Burroughs has said it's
and the lemurs are demons.
Yes, he'll use demons and lemurs. The word lemurs originally goes back to Roman times and means spirit. So these are the spirits that he hears whisper.
It's literally related to the pre-continental drift theory of Lemuria, which is a continent that they thought existed before they realized, continents drifted and there was not an absent continent there. It was Lemuria. So no, it's not demons. It's like the way that you would associate the spiritual with demons is the connection that he's trying to make here. I don't know. Like it gets so far abstracted from what the actual writing was that it's like, what are you doing?
whispering in his ear, not unlike Crowley's holy guardian angel, which Crowley said would help him dictate books. He said it was a whisper he'd hear in the back of his head after he'd made
Wait,
contact.
has this guy ever spoken to Nick Land publicly
No.
or privately at all? No. Okay. All right. Just
I mean, I'm sure the thing is that Nick Land will probably talk to anyone.
Mm-hmm.
I think Elon recently like retweeted him or something, or
Based.
like replied to him or something.
Okay.
Which I was just kind of like, why are we here? How did we get
With
to
it-
this reality?
You'll feel that way watching Elon's Twitter for any period of time, I think.
For what it's worth, if people want to look up some of the entities Crowley said he was in touch with. One of them, Lamb, in 1917 or so, looks pretty similar to what would later be called a gray alien. It's
Yeah,
yes,
it's
just to
like
just
a
to
lot
kind
more
of
esoteric at this point, but it's entirely. It's if you want to go into the rest of this, we can also just dunk on Andreessen.
Oh, for what is a thing that Andreessen has done recently?
The lack of introspection.
Oh, we watched that clip
Oh, you
earlier.
already did? Okay.
Yeah, I have no idea what that. Oh, that just seemed to be one of those what you mentioned, like the post-enlightenment, anti-enlightenment thoughts that basically rejecting every single new liberal idea or whatever. Yeah.
I think he just really thought he was cooking there for a second.
I feel like the way every time I hear Marc Andreessen talk about anything, but it always seems like the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've heard Andreessen say a single intelligent thing ever in my entire life. I hate that guy so much.
I like how he's just like actually thinking about anything and just being. Because I remember like he tried to change the definition on Twitter and he's like thinking about anything and like ruminating on it is like obviously bad. And it's like, no, bro, that wasn't what you were saying. You were just saying being introspective is dumb.
Yeah, sometimes people will make it's like a human thing, but somebody will make like a very I don't know if you say outlandish claim, but like a claim that's like very far out there that would seems like it would be
Outlandish.
very difficult to defend. And then when you push them on it, they redefine the claim into something that's not even interesting anymore. So what you just said, I don't know if he tweeted that, but if he did, he's like, well, rumination is bad. Well, it's like, well, obviously rumination is bad, but that's not even an interesting thing. Like if you go on a show and you're like, I don't think people should ruminate on thoughts. Like, yeah. I think
Really?
definitionally ruminate, I think is like negatively spun. Like that's normally like a negatively loaded
Yeah,
word.
you're staying
Rumination
in
on
thought.
things. Exactly, yeah. But to go from also, that's not the way that he presented the idea either when he was on that, when we were watching that fucking clip.
No, I just saw the tweet and I was like, is this really how he's
Yeah.
gonna spin this one? But okay, go off.
Cringe. Wait, fuck. Real quick. What was the name of the guy with the sword? Fucking the tech CEO guy with the sword. Somebody tell me who this was. He wears glasses. I don't know what any of these tech CEO guys look like, and I don't remember their names.
Nick Landish. Alex Karp?
Is it that guy? Do you know who that guy is?
Why does it sound familiar?
Is he a tech CEO guy? Oh, it's this guy. God. Oh, Palantir. God, fuck. I hate all of these fucking tech CEO fucking people. I hate them all so much. Where's this stupid fucking sword?
Oh, also, for anyone who's curious about the video, there is an ARG element into it, but find it if you can.
Is that the QR code for the fake sponsorship?
No.
Oh. What does the QR code go to?
Well, I mean, I guess you'd have to find out.
Okay. Wait, is the sword not here? Whatever.
not take
I
it
hate
out?
this guy and I hate all
Why
these
does she look
guys.
16?
Because they're tech bros. And they're in San Francisco. So every
Ah.
female interviewer they have has to look like they're basically on the verge of being an Epstein victim. Or ex-victim, I guess now. Right.
Rough.
Well, I guess you would still be a current victim of a dead guy, but yeah. John Carmack, I think you mean? No. Carmack was the guy who did the original work on whatever the Doom engine was, right? I don't remember what it was called. It's not Unreal 1, is it?
Was it not this guy?
It is this guy. I recognize his stupid fucking face. I just don't know where the sword thing came from. Oh, is it here? I hate all these people.
Oh!
You've never seen this thing before? The guy?
Vomit! Oh, she looks so... Why are they playing that music?
Because he's so fucking cool, dude.
What should I do? Should I not do anything?
She's like, can I go home now, please?
That would have been it. That would have been done.
Well, you were busy, having sex. I was busy studying the blade. Like, what the fuck, man?
Based? These are the only weapons we'll have left when the AI take over, because they'll destroy all of our munitions. So you'll have to learn how to fight with pole arms and swords. Yeah.
And what if they destroy our swords?
They can't do that. There will be reasons why. It's all contained here.
It's
You just
all
wouldn't
in
understand.
here. It's all in here,
there.
guys. This is why. Yeah, no. This makes me deeply... With
Wait.
Molly O'Shea.
And then have you seen the Elon Fork thing?
Must I?
He's so cool.
Internet amazed? No. I love it when, like... Everyone's just like, oh my god, you're so smart. Wow, I'm so proud of you.
He's entering the hyperdimension. True.
And it's just, who's gonna stop him? It's gonna be like, man, you're just fucking dumb.
Once the new administration comes in, who knows? Yeah, I don't know. Oh, wait, final meme.
Final meme.
Do you know why do you remember when Elon was doing the jump thing a lot when he was on the campaign trail? He was like jumping a lot on stage and people were kind of laughing at him for it.
I mean, kind of.
Do you know why he was jumping?
No.
This is probably the cringiest thing.
Was he like doing the thing that deer do to like fend off predators?
So Elon is obsessed with the letter X.
Oh!
He was, if you look at his stupid fucking jumps.
Yes,
Yeah, he was trying to like make a fucking X. That's what
You can't bend your knees, man.
Oh my God. I can't believe this is my country's politics.
This is... If only it was still, like, funny?
Yeah, it was funnier before they were bombing Iran and school children and everything, but...
Yeah, no. I think I lost Woo. That one's a little...
The Hitler one?
Yeah.
Oh my God, where people tried so desperately... The Elon things were this shit. That was kind of, and he did it twice. He fired off 2 of them, rapid fire, and they tried to find like any fucking still image or video of like Kamala like doing anything, and it's like, let's see the videos, chief. The Elon shit was pretty yikes. Yeah, I don't know.
Why must we do such things? He's like literally South African, dude. Like, what are you doing?
I feel like he unironically was doing it intentionally, not because he's a neo-Nazi, because he knew it would be edgy and funny and based and epic,
like,
and yeah.
So it's very much like it's like Twitter 2010 cringe.
Basically, it's kind of where he comes from. But a lot of conservatives today are like still trapped in like 2014, 2015, where they'll come out, like especially for media takes, they're like obsessed with like, oh, look at how woke and blah, blah, blah. But a lot of the talking points they're using are literally ripped from like 2015, 2016. Like they haven't
they inverted the use of the terms?
What do you mean?
Like no, I'm going to butcher this because I saw it for like 5 seconds on Twitter and I was like, this is just dumb. It was like essentially people on the right were saying like things that were very like pop psychology adjacent, while everyone on the left was saying like, oh, like MOG, like X pill, X core, whatever, what have you.
Sure, maybe, yeah. They do a lot of the I hate all these people. I have nothing good to say about any of these people.
I don't think I do either.
One of the funniest characterizations I heard of all the red pill stuff was the idea that like obviously these people attack, like the biggest meme for so long was the whole like gender studies thing or whatever. But if you really think about it, like red pill podcasts are kind of just gender studies for men. And these were like the most popular podcasts in the world for like a year and a half.
Did they not realize that?
No.
Like it's literally just intersectionality, but like a focus on men.
And yeah, and white people based.
Like it was something that I think Jordan Peterson said quite, I don't know if he said it specifically, but it was what he was alluding to is like the white man is the true neutral.
That's awesome. I support that. Do you think Jordan Peterson is alive still?
I think his daughter is slowly trying to kill him for the estate.
Jesus.
Well, she's just feeding him like raw meat.
I think he hasn't made any media appearances for a while. I think he might be dead. I think we would know. There'd be like a report or something, right? Maybe? I don't know if people can die secretly.
His dead body.
Jesus. Maybe though.
It's just like why would you get him all the way to Arizona? Make him sell his house. We were looking at that, by the way. It was very expensive. And we were just like, no way we can afford that. But it's very funny that we could probably get like a tour. But, and like see the room that he has that one photo where he's crying in. But also, like I have a hard time believing that he's doing anything but kind of like rotting in her basement.
Wait, is that all? He lives with his daughter now? Is that true?
I believe so.
Ooh, I wonder if he's like on hospice or something. And he's like on the way out.
I don't know.
Legitimately?
I don't know if she would put him in hospice. I think she would just,
Okay. Do you have any?
She just wants, yeah. She
just
wants to say,
maybe.
Rob.
Do you have any final thoughts or feelings or words or things or?
I don't know. I feel like I pretty succinctly took my take on the neogram, the dark enlightenment, all of that. If you guys do feel like interacting with my channel, I'm not going to do probably more Dark Enlightenment stuff until I feel like hating myself a little bit again. But I do really like going into philosophy, so if you feel interested in having that demystified for you, like Lacan's graphs of desire or anything to that extent, feel free to follow at Tropical Stock.
Tropical Stock. Is that your same name on Twitter and all the other platforms?
Everywhere except Instagram, but if you look at my YouTube, that's where my Instagram is linked.
Okay. Thanks.
So yeah.
Well, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. I'm going to unplug all this mic shit and everything, and I will be back. Stay safe. Be careful.
Bye, chat.
Have some piano musics. I'll be back. Be careful. Wow, good job. We don't have to ban that many people. So proud of you guys. Somebody just said U.S. airports are shutting down.
Good. Trump. Let's take a listen to one more woman who we spoke with. If you could say something to President Trump and he was going to hear you right now, what would it be?
You are a worthless pile of
And you voted for him how many times?
3 times. That was my bad.
Jesus.
Apparently, I'm an idiot.
Trump.
Did you get a lot of delays on your flights? One flight. Well, I only had one flight, and it was delayed. Yeah. But what are you going to do? U.S. says it may be forced to shut down some airports over funding standoff. Well, these are probably going to be, yeah, smaller airports. Probably airports that you've never heard of before and don't matter that much. Most accurate Strait of Hormuz battle simulator. Okay. Base. Yeah, I saw Trump is apparently talking about attacking or taking Cuba in some size, shape, or form. I don't know what that means when he says that. I don't know if he knows what that means when he says that. Apparently Cuba's having like a huge humanitarian crisis right now where they're having to shut off like a ton of the energy in the country because it's just like completely fucked right now. So whatever. Yeah. This is 100% Marco Rubio. Like maybe, yeah. Do your parents support taking Cuba? Probably. Any Cuban would support literally any U.S. intervention action related to Cuba. Have you seen this Tulsi tweet? Am I schizo, or is this worded very carefully to suggest she agrees with the guy that quit? Donald Trump was overwhelmingly elected by the American people to be our president commander-in-chief. As our commander-in-chief, he is responsible for determining what is and is not an imminent threat, and whether or not to take actions he deems necessary to protect the safety and security of our troops, the American people, and our country. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence is responsible for helping coordinate and integrate all intelligence to provide the president and commander-in-chief with the best information available to inform his decision. After carefully reviewing all the information before him, President Trump concluded that the terrorist Islamist regime in Iran posed an imminent threat, and he took action based on that conclusion. How is this supposed to be in favor of the guy who quit? Are you implying that she's saying the third paragraph was sarcastic, kind of, because that guy would have known better and was giving Trump all the information about it?
Steve, great job. Deputy First Minister of Northern Ireland, and they get along so well. I saw that. You get along very well together. That's the way it's supposed to be, huh? I don't know if I should be promoting...
Because she didn't back Trump's statement that Iran was a threat. Oh, because she's just saying Trump reviewed everything and he decided that. Oh, that might be, maybe. Yeah, maybe, actually.
Merger. I love mergers, but I didn't... we're going to get in a little trouble. We're going to get in more trouble with that than the beauty. But Emma, Little... Pengali, thank you very much, Emma. Thank you very much.
Okay. More pokey slop. Pokey rage baiting.
Does anybody else remember?
Oh, I think I responded to this tweet. I don't understand this at all. Unless they're just, maybe there are newer games, I'm just not aware of something.
Does anybody else remember when men were so nice to girls in gaming? Like, I remember when I first started gaming, if a guy found out that you were a girl, They treated you like a unicorn. They would give you free stuff. They would be so freaking nice. Whereas nowadays, I feel
Like that, give you free stuff. This has to be a rage bait, right? Or a troll or something? Or is this AI? Maybe it's not even real?
like girls are afraid to even like use their mic in game or reveal that they're a woman online. And I feel like I could talk about this topic for hours, how and why things have changed. But for starters, I'm just so curious. Does anyone else remember? Does anybody else remember?
She's a god tier rage baiter? If it's rage bait, then A+. You can go home with a fresh start. Receive a free flight home and a $2,600 exit bonus when you use CBP Home to self-deport. Wait, was it $1,000 before? Why is it $2,600 now? Where do these numbers even come from? $2,000 flight, $600 cash. This is free flight home. What do you mean?
You know, I think Cuba, I don't know, in its own way, if it,
Why the fuck does he do this thing where his fingers are like on the desk like this? Like he's a little guy. This thing? Why does he do this?
you know, tourism and everything else. It's a beautiful island, great weather. They're not in a hurricane zone, which is nice for a change, you know. They won't be asking us for money for hurricanes every week. But
Is that true? Do the hurricanes just only go up to Florida? They don't go to Cuba at all?
I think Cuba's the end. You know, all my life I've been hearing about the United States and Cuba. You know, when will the United States do it? I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba. That'd be good. That's a big honor.
Taking Cuba.
Taking Cuba in some form, yeah. Taking Cuba. I mean, whether I free it, take it, I think I could do anything I want with it. You want to know the truth? They're a very weakened nation right now. They were for a long time. Very violent leaders. I think Cuba, I don't know, is in its own way, if it, you know, tourism and everything else.
Very violent. When you're a celebrity, they just let you do it. They just let you take their countries. Alex Jones shutting down next month. What?
I'm gonna come back.
Come back whatever you want.
Come back. I'm gonna come back.
Come back whatever you want.
How long are you in Austin?
Couple weeks.
Here for South by Southwest.
We're not here for it, but we're here during it. You know, one of the reasons I came down here is I was going to be playing poker at the lodge, and then the state shut them down. I'm pissed about it.
What's weird was I texted you a week ago. Somebody texted me and said, "Hey, Tim's here, come on the show." I'm like, "Am I supposed to be on your show?" Like, I don't know, but play poker. But
yeah. Well, we want to do a poker game with you and a few other people. Not so much about poker, but about having fun, goofing off, and I think it'd be really fun to play a game.
I'm ready. I'm ready. But don't follow me at Real Life Shows on X, Infowars.com. We're getting shut down. We beat so many attacks, but finally we're shutting down like the middle of next month.
Wow.
It's gonna be insane what happens. People can, you know.
Yeah. So
the
this
fake
is
receiverships, the fake auctions, all of it's happening right now.
So what are you gonna do? You're launching a new thing, or what are you doing?
Yeah, no, it's network. We'll be fine.
All right. Well, are you leaving? Is that why you're saying all this?
Yeah.
Okay.
I am exhausted, brother.
Well, it's good to have you.
I was since 4 a.m. Unless you can do a table dance for me.
No.
Not on this table.
None of this? Yeah.
Maybe
no.
next time.
These things are probably like
yeah,
$20.
It's really not going to withstand anybody.
Oh, no, these are
standing on
okay.
it. Well,
Bring
I mean,
my wife
they're
over
good,
here.
but-
Pull it
Maybe
off.
do a table dance.
Where's she?
Anyways.
You sound tired.
You should look
I
at
am
falling asleep.
extremely exhausted.
Have a nice rest, man. Well, it's good having you, brother.
It's a little wild to me that
come
after
back whenever you-
all the shit that's happened, Alex Jones is still around making the rotation. Well, imagine how sad your life is as Alex Jones when like the biggest political conspiracy theory thing of all time comes up, the Epstein stuff, and you can't really talk about it much at all because it's implicating all of your conservative guys. Like that's got to be brutal, man.
We're gonna go for hours, right?
Yeah, we're gonna go for another 2 hours.
I want to come back.
You are allowed. That is always that is acceptable.
Here for 2 weeks?
Yes, sir.
Do not visit Real Shows on X. Do not follow it.
Too late. They're there right now.
Dangerous.
Real Alex Jones on X. Did you get it?
But imagine a giant Joe Rogan pussy right up there. We're like,
Okay. Marathon players keep spamming meows at Shroud over proxy chat.
Meow. Meow.
Oh, it's these guys again. God damn it, it's these guys again. The meowers. Wait. Before you do it, can you all meow at the same time? In unison. I need to hear all three of your voices, please.
You think they can pull this off? Oh,
Yeah. You're close.
I thought they were going to pull it off.
Ah, nice try, guys. Nice try.
Yeah.
Wow. Forsen throws the record about not having enough wood. Oh, was this when he didn't have the beds or whatever?
Any Jackbox with Justin later. Jackbox is glue, I'm afraid. They got rid of daylight savings and it killed Ghibli. It made Ghibli pass away. Ghibli is no longer with us.
Insider meme, I just don't understand. Kick streamer Hampto Brando knocks a dude out right in front of police.
Do it. Yeah, do it for the content. Fuck it, dude. Yeah. All right, it's Hampton Brandon.
He's an NL orbiter impersonating NL. Yeah, I got that. I don't know what Ghibli is or whatever.
This guy's fucking jail. He's famous. He's famous though.
Oh shit.
He's famous. Why? He's autistic. Officer, he has autism. He's autistic.
What are you doing? What are you... I'm sorry, what are we watching? Uh-oh. Was the officer just watching them fight?
Wait, we gotta get the footage. Officer, he's autistic. Officer, he has
He stomped his head. I don't know if you caught it. Oh, okay. That was bad. I didn't see that. You're gonna... That's pretty bad. Oh, shit.
He's autistic. Officer, he has autism. Officer, he's autistic.
What are you doing?
No! Arrest him. Arrest him. You're a dickhead.
What are you doing? What are we watching? He's attacking him while he's being arrested? Why?
Get up.
Whoa, what?
You out of your fucking mind? I'm sorry, I'm autistic. I'm autistic. Yes, sir. Hang on.
What is happening? Okay. I don't. Okay.
Am I a pretty good driver?
No, this is actually borderline towing the line right now.
What? I mean, if my eyes were closed, actually, truly, I wouldn't be able to be driving so effectively.
Is this some filter thing or whatever?
He's doing that with his eyes closed. Okay, out of context, yeah. Do not try that.
I need
a filter.
Studio audience. I need a studio audience soundboard. Holy shit.
Is a f***ing filter. As you can see, in reality, he's looking. Please don't clip this out of context. All right. Whew.
What if this is reality and the eyes are a filter, though?
Or it'll go like 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock. Time for a snack. And it'll say some other stuff like that.
Uh-oh. Another car accident. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. 255. Hold on.
If he is there, let me see if his car is there. I want to say hi and bye. Then after we can go to Walmart. Oh, whoa, whoa. Oh, whoa, whoa. That is my mistakes. Oh, whoa, whoa. Then after we can go to Walmart.
Sorry, well, I don't even know what the fuck happened. Wait, hold on. Oh.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, he's just running a red light. What? Was he? Just...
If he is there, let me see if his car is there. I want to say hi and bye. Then after we can go to Walmart. Oh, whoa, whoa.
Okay. He's colorblind. Okay. I don't think that matters, but okay.
Oh, so it's getting wider.
Where are you from?
If I fall, I could fall. Please walk on the right side. Whoa! Dude!
Oh, fucking live.
Yo, are you okay?
No.
Are you scared?
Why do you always make me do shit like that?
It's a content. It's for stream.
Oh.
Why do you always make me do shit like that?
Never understand being hostile about it or being rude about it, but I understand being upset and I understand voicing your opinion. But like, if a game comes out and you don't want to play it and you've never played it, shut the fuck up. No one cares.
True.
Like, we don't need to hear that you weren't into it. Like, what is with this? Oh my god, I'm so upset they decided to make this game that I have no interest in. Like, I'm not running to the internet every time there's like a TV show on. Well, I'm not watching any TV show.
We don't have enough food. Ah, come on, man! Oh my god, I don't have the food.
Shout out the Minecraft server. How do you connect to the official DGG Minecraft server? Ah! mc.destiny.gg. Wow. You can go to mcdgg.net for rules. Wow.
Assassination being staged? Tapped out sent $25. Thoughts on the Butler assassination being staged? There's a dark video on X that draws the conclusion that Trump is Messiah Ben Joseph. Right ear being pierced in public can signify
I'm just
Jewish
going to
slavery.
become liberal. Like, I just have to become liberal at this point. I can't do it anymore. It's like I've so gone in the other direction. Like, seriously. This is what it's become. This is what it's turned. It wasn't like this before. It really wasn't. It turned into this, and now everything's fake. Everything's a conspiracy. It's AI. The Netanyahu's a deep fake. Trump is a deep fake. Butler was fake. Charlie Kirk was fake. Venezuela was fake. Everything's the Iran is fake. Nukes are fake.
Oh yeah, what was this recently? I feel like were Anna and Cenk even running with this idea that Netanyahu was putting out AI videos because he was actually dead? Like, are these people going to kill themselves when Israel doesn't lose and Israel doesn't disappear in the next 5 or 10 years? Like,
it's all of it. Everything is like this now. Bro science, schizo nonsense that doesn't even make sense. 5D chess, voting Republican no matter how bad it gets. It's like I'm just so beyond that.
Elon Musk sent $20. Caroline Levitt on X. Ben Shapiro tapped out sent $25. Thoughts on the Butler assassination being staged? There's a dark video on X that draws the conclusion that Trump is Messiah Ben Joseph. Right ear being pierced in public can signify
I'm just
Jewish
gonna
slavery.
become liberal. Like I just...
From this care package, and it includes
Jesus. Wait, what? Just silence the whole time.
Fuck it.
Oh.
The fuck is taking so long?
Why does it take the PS5 so long to just mark a sector of a drive as writable? Or what's going on? Or is it like a glitch? Oh, hold on. Uninstall the next thing. Oh, okay. There we go. Oh, it must have been glitched or something.
Good time spamming and shit, fucking around. I don't cut on the game so the same niggas that would be bitch, pussy ass niggas in person can stalk me. So, no, we not doing that. Just keep it cool. We done with fighters.
What else does he play?
Fatal Fury? I ain't playing that anyway, so it don't matter. Nah, I ain't playing no fighters. Smash don't count. That's like our group effort type thing.
Uh-oh.
But this Sakura is kind of different Sakura. How do I say? Alternative Sakura. How do I say? Red Sakura, you know, red Sakura. But it's not ordinary Sakura. This red Sakura can be bloomed in early than other ordinary Sakuras, like that. That tree is ordinary Sakura's tree. So they are still not blooming though, but this red Sakura can be bloomed more earlier, like this. And this one is more looks pinky, like this. And the proper Sakura, ordinary Sakura, looks like more whitey.
Okay.
Okay, but that doesn't help me, does it? Because, what? Whoa! Whoa, that's called the error skip. I just invented it. Notify the internet. I just invented that skip. Alright? It's called the error skip. Ah!
Okay. Okay. Wait, what? Did he say this? I always thought he was weak on security, very weak on security. Then why did you... Wait, then why was he...
Your director of national counterterrorism, Joe Kent, he just resigned today. He said he can't support your conflict with Iran. What's your reaction to that? And did you
Well, I read his statement. I always thought he was a nice guy, but I always thought he was weak on security, very weak on security. I didn't know him well, but I thought he seemed like a pretty nice guy. But when I read his statement, I realized that it's a good thing that he's out, because he said that Iran was not a threat. Iran was a threat. Every country realized what a threat Iran was. The question is whether or not they wanted to do something about it. And many people, many of the greatest military scholars are saying for years that president should have taken out Iran because they wanted a nuclear weapon. They were, if we didn't do the attack,
all the experts,
or if I'll go a step further, if I didn't terminate the Iran nuclear deal given to us, one of the worst deals ever made by Barack Hussein Obama. Remember when they sent Boeing 757?
Barack Hussein Obama.
Deals ever made by Barack Hussein Obama. Remember when they sent Boeing 757s over there loaded with cash? Hundreds of millions of dollars. You would have been very happy. This was a wonderful, they said hundreds of millions. People forget that. Does anybody remember?
The conspiracy theory, I think it wasn't it 600 billion in cash, or was it 300 billion in cash? I remember this was one of the conspiracies that they said was Obama was flying planes of cash over to Iran or whatever.
Right? You remember hundreds of millions of dollars in a Boeing 757. I think they had two of them loaded. They took the seats out and they put cash. And it was so much that there wasn't a bank in Virginia, Maryland, or D.C. that had any money left. They stripped them of all their money, put it into place, sent it to Iran, almost as ransom. That's not going to happen with Trump. And nobody ever did anything about it. Nobody ever said anything about it. Can you imagine if I did that? So they've been a threat for a long time. But they've really been a threat. If I didn't terminate Obama's horrible deal that he made, the Iran nuclear deal, you would have had a nuclear war 4 years ago. You would have had nuclear holocaust, and you would have had it again if we didn't bomb the site. So when somebody is working with us that says they didn't think Iran was a threat, we don't want those people, because, and there are some people.
Why didn't they nuke us when Biden was president? No?
I guess I would say that, but they're not smart people, or they're not savvy people.
Pakistan just hit a hospital in Afghanistan, killing 400 plus and wounding hundreds more. Why are they fighting? The United States has been informed by most of our NATO allies that they don't want to get involved with our military operation against the terrorist regime of Iran in the Middle East. This, despite the fact that almost every country strongly agreed with what we are doing and that Iran cannot in any way, shape, or form be let of a nuclear weapon. I'm not surprised by their action, however, because I always considered NATO, where we spend hundreds of billions of dollars per year protecting these same countries, to be a one-way street. We will protect them, but they will do nothing for us, in particular, in a time of need. Pretty sure the only time we've called in Article 5 was for the Iraq War. I don't think it's ever been called in besides that. And everybody did come to fight with us, but okay. The Trump administration is considering a new strategy for throttling the country's offshore wind industry after federal judges blocked its 5 previous attempts to stop wind farms under construction off the East Coast. Senior administration officials are drafting settlement agreements that would pay nearly $1 billion to Total Energies, the French energy company behind 2 wind farms off New York State and North Carolina, according to documents reviewed by the New York Times, including copies of the agreements. Under the terms of the proposed settlements, the Interior Department would cancel the leases in federal waters for the 2 projects known as Attentive Energy in Carolina Long Bay. The documents show the Justice Department would then pay more than $928 million to Total Energies, reimbursing the company for its winning bids and lease sales during the Biden admin. And then in exchange, they would abandon its plans to begin building the wind farms. Jesus Christ. Idaho House passes trans bathroom ban with 5-year prison sentence. What does that mean? What was the punishment for? Was it a 5-year? Wait. Did I read this right? If you go to the wrong bathroom, is that a 5-year prison sentence? Anti-transgender bills have moved across the U.S. Created a bathroom bounty hunter system across the state. The bill HB 752, which is now moving to the Senate, states that any person who knowingly and willfully enters a restroom or changing room in a government-owned building or a place of public accommodation, a category that includes private businesses, designated for use by the opposite biological sex of such person shall be guilty of a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 1 year in prison. A second offense within 5 years would be a felony, carrying up to 5 years in prison. There's got to be more language to this. What about when sometimes parents go into the bathroom with, like, if they've got like a child of the opposite sex, they take them to the bathroom of the parent. But like, would your child be charged with a crime? Like if a mom goes to some public place and she has like a 4-year-old little boy, like sometimes they'll just go into the woman's restroom with a boy. Would he get charged with with a misdemeanor crime? Well, no, because he wouldn't be entering or knowingly. I wonder how strict, like sometimes I think, I feel like I've seen this at like sporting events before where like one bathroom will have a ton of people. So sometimes you run to the other one, or sometimes people start using the other one. Would all those people, would there be a cop inside? Like boom, 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 boom. Like machine gunning out misdemeanor crimes to these people? Nice. Any person who knowingly does anything guilty of a misdemeanor may be in prison. Any person who pleads guilty to or is found guilty of a violation of this section, a similar statute in another state, or any similar local ordinance for a second time within 5 years of the first conviction, notwithstanding the former judgment or withheld judgment, shall be guilty of a felony and may be imprisoned in the state prison for a period not to exceed 5 years. A felony. Oh, this shall not apply to an individual who enters a restroom or changing room designated for the opposite sex in any of the following circumstances: to perform custodial services or maintenance, to render medical assistance, to provide law enforcement assistance, or to supervise any arrestee, detainee, to provide services or to render aid during a natural disaster, to use a single-user facility designated for the opposite sex if such single-user facility is the only facility reasonably available at the time of the person's use of the facility, to use restroom facilities when the person is in dire need of urinating or defecating, and such facility is the only facility reasonably available at the time of the person's use. How would you even test for this? What? This is so fucking retarded. It's such a stupid fucking concept. I really had to go. I don't think you did. I don't think you did really have to go. I think that was some bullshit. You just wanted to go in the wrong fucking bathroom. It's penis inspection time. Jesus Christ. Like, imagine getting hyped up over this shit. You're like, yeah. What? Chief Justice Roberts addressed the Supreme Court criticism, saying personally directed hostility is dangerous and it's got to stop. Damn. Wait, where did he make the statement at? I feel like they have like a Supreme Court blog site or something that sometimes they publish stuff on. Hold on. Mearsheimer.
We're not winning against Iran. We're not winning. What message are we sending? We're sending a message that we're a bunch of fools. That we started a war we can't win.
Yeah.
The FT had a big editorial.
Wait, how many days ago was this, or how old is this? March 16th.
Today. This is the Financial
Was this from
Times,
today?
which is very sympathetic to the United States and the various cockamamie schemes that we come up with. The Financial Times usually supports us. They're saying we had no objective, no clear objective. We didn't have the required military forces to achieve any of the objectives that we were floating, and we had no plan. That's what they say. And of course, they're correct.
Yes.
So the question you want to ask yourself is, what does this tell the Chinese and what does it tell the Russians? It tells them that we are incompetent. And of course, the Russians have had enough dealings with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner to fully understand just how incompetent we are.
Yeah, and we should make it very clear that the Americans have granted Russia sanctions relief in order to allow more oil into global markets. Now, that presumably represents a windfall for Vladimir Putin in his campaign against Ukraine. The Europeans must be flabbergasted, John.
They're flabbergasted and outraged. And on top of that, we're burning through Patriot missiles, the PAC-3 Patriot missiles, which the And that's too. And the Patriots are what the Ukrainians are begging, that the Ukrainians are begging for. And we're...
Okay. Have you ever seen the difference between EU bathroom stalls and US bathroom stalls? I feel like 90% of the fear comes from the shitty design of US bathroom stalls. No, there is no real US fear about this. This is literally the most fear-mongered, retarded fucking thing in the universe. There is nobody who's like, oh, the bathroom, a trans person might come in the bathroom. Oh. Like, this is not a real thing. Nobody cares about this. Nobody thinks about this. Nobody talks. It's just the most ridiculously drummed up panic of like nothing. It's so cringe. Ugh. True. If you hear someone say they regret their vote for Trump, but aren't willing to admit that Kamala would have been better and recognize that they have an extremely flawed thought process or ability to distinguish fact from lies, then their regret should be ignored. Not attacked, just ignored. If they are, then we need to be supportive, refrain from saying I told you so, and help them however we can. As the war rages on and prices continue to climb, you and I will hear this more and more as people become more disillusioned with the promises and propaganda of this administration. The response to these types of statements seems varied, from reveling in their suffering to blind acceptance back into the fold. I think we need a more unified response to former MAGA. While I believe we shouldn't just tell them to fuck themselves, we need to be very wary of accepting them again just because they say they regret voting for Trump. The issue isn't that they voted for Trump or even that they're only regretting their vote now that they're being harmed. The real problem is that they were so susceptible to the right's propaganda that they broke from reality. Until that is reckoned with, these same people will continue to vote for any Republican, including Trump, albeit begrudgingly. If you find yourself with a former MAGA in your life that is willing to say, I regret voting for Trump, the first question you should be asking is if Kamala would have been better. Not if they would have voted for her, but if they can at least admit that she would have been a better president. If they can't admit that, then they aren't in a place of actually regretting their vote. They just regret this one wasn't their guy and are merely using the regret as a way to shrug off accountability for their vote. They will hold the same beliefs and will continue their pro-MAGA song and dance for whomever the next candidate will be, even if they are just as bad or worse than Trump. Don't feed into their martyr complex by excoriating them, and don't reward them by recognizing their regret. Be completely apathetic and continue on with your life. If they can admit that Kamala would have been better, then it's important to encourage them on their new journey. People who are truly regretful, even if the regret only comes after they were personally affected, are probably feeling like their entire world is falling apart. Leaving a cult is a hard thing to do and is mentally and emotionally taxing. They are losing their friend groups, their social circles, and their safe spaces all at once, and I think it's important for us to be supportive as we can. Damn. U.S. attorney responded to Nick Shirley's stupid fucking video about California. TikTok, we're coming for fraud in California. Yes, there will be more arrests. You can read about some of the cases we've already charged here. What, in relation to this video or totally fucking unrelated to this video?
This
Jesus.
is the sound of hospice money. Could you just answer the question, what's the need for a 1,000% increase in hospice care here inside of LA? Do you have the paperwork to enroll a little boy by the name of Joey?
You don't know what's going on.
Well, it says there's 14 children enrolled here in California. That there is $6,000 per beneficiary. Can you give us any explanation? Where can we open a hospice at? Get a Maybach just like you.
California may have the largest amount of fraud in the country, as California is the state with the highest taxes and collects more money than any other state in America. It is filled with fraud.
Wow.
California's version of Medicaid, called Medi-Cal, has more than doubled since 2022 from $108 billion to a proposed $222 billion in 2026. Their population, however, has not grown exponentially. However, their spending has. There has been a 1,000% increase in hospice care in the Los Angeles County. In fact, 1 out of every 10 is filled with 120. Medicaid, called Medi-Cal, has more than doubled.
I don't know how. I'm curious. Why does Medi-Cal? Because that's California's state-run. I don't know if you call it Medicare for All or whatever, but they're state-run healthcare stuff. I wonder why they get so many federal funds. Like what the rationale is. I don't know how any of these things work. Like what the funding mechanisms are.
Since 2022, from $108 billion to a proposed $222 billion in 2026. Their population, however, has not grown exponentially.
What about the number of people enrolled in the program, though? That'd be the more important thing, right?
However, their spending has. There has been a 1,000% increase in hospice care in the Los Angeles County. In fact, 1 out of every $10 of home health care in America is spent in Los Angeles. On top of that, their government-funded daycare programs are filled with violations. While they continue to give money to these fraudsters, it is estimated that the fraud in California could be in the hundreds of billions of dollars. In this video, we'll be going face to face with these fraudsters, confronting them as they defraud the American taxpayer out of millions in.
That's how most state-run insurance works. State manages funds allotted by the ACA. Gotcha.
People try. I think.
What is this? Why was I linked this?
I think like Hutch has tried to have this conversation. There are certain areas where Destiny just like makes claims that are just wrong about the powers of the president, and these are like really big parts of his arguments for like how Trump is overstepping. And I also want to be clear, I'm not arguing Trump isn't overstepping. Trump is the biggest threat to our democracy, in my opinion, since Andrew Jackson, or maybe ever. Either since Andrew Jackson, which is a long time ago, that's the 1820s, or ever. So I think Trump is like trying to destroy the republic, and I think he will try to steal elections, like the midterms, just like he tried to steal the election in 2020. And I think Trump doesn't care about the law, but I think it can also be the case that you can enter this mindset where you think everything Trump does is illegal and you're just wrong. And if you just have that outlook, you're gonna not have the right solutions to some of these problems. I would argue like Destiny thinking that packing the court is a good idea comes from him having, in my opinion, kind of a radical view of the Supreme Court that comes from really 1 or 2 decisions that he chose to read without like looking at the other areas where the Supreme Court has actually been a pretty big barrier to Trump's agenda. And I don't think he's rationally looking at any of that right now. I think he's a bit radicalized.
Well, I mean, yeah.
What is the I wish he would reference more what I say for the president that I think the president can do that's not actually true. Because most of my criticism for Trump is I feel like I've said a million times, I don't think there's actually that much illegal behavior going on in the administration. Like I don't think there's a law about like corrupt behavior or whatever. There might be like bribery or fraud or whatever things, but most of it is just like anti-democratic, anti-liberal, attacking like our foundational ability to function as a government. I don't know if the president is doing a lot of illegal things.
Jackson did for people who are not Americans. Andrew Jackson is by far our worst president. The worst thing he did, among all the things he did, was the Trail of Tears, which was a genocide of natives. There's really two genocides in our history that we performed. The Trail of Tears is one, and the other is the California genocide, which happened in the 1850s in California by the state government of California, not by the federal government. The rest of the Indian Wars were characterized by ethnic cleansing, forced relocation. We moved native tribes to different reservations. But with Andrew Jackson, it was essentially, in certain aspects, extermination. And the Supreme Court under the American Constitution. And
okay, I'm good. Paste.
Billions of dollars as they live their lives in luxury, driving around luxurious cars that cost more than $100,000.
Damn.
That you actually paid for. Let's start first by going to these daycares filled with violations that still continue to receive money from the government.
So this is the location of the daycare. It's in the middle of this shopping plaza. A lot of the buildings are closed down or boarded up and have been
Isn't the fact that it takes a year plus for the Supreme Court to finally get to cases reason enough to expand? Well, yeah, I think that the Supreme Court having more members, I like it for two big reasons, or three if you want to do an esoteric third one, but that'll never happen. The first is that I think we could get through more cases. I think that would be good if we had more justices, number one. And then number two, I like the idea of having term limits so that every president is guaranteed to appoint one or two justices during his term. I think it keeps things fair, and you're not playing this fucking lottery game of, is a president going to get 0 Supreme Court picks or 5? Like, that's just crazy given how powerful the Supreme Court is. The third one is it would be cool to see Supreme Court justices issuing or working on lower court decisions as well, like bringing back that concept. I don't know if that would ever come back again, but how can we get through more cases? Don't all justices need to read through all the cases? Oh, no. I mean, theoretically, you could have like only 5 or 9 justices appointed to some cases, depending on, I guess, the importance of the case or whatever. Like, the clerks could figure that shit out, or they could figure that out somehow.
Feedied. And then you also have just a big dumpster right here with all this garbage. And then the daycare is right there. We're going to go in right now.
We actually have a homeless person there, too.
Oh.
You see that?
Uh-oh.
There's actually somebody sleeping here right now. Hello? You all right?
Yeah.
And so there is a homeless man who's sleeping right next to the daycare. He's sleeping right here, and the daycare is right there. This does not look like a place where you'd want to bring your child, and it does not look suitable and set the code to be a place where children are enrolled. So this does not look like a place where you'd want to bring your child, and it does not look suitable and set the code.
And set to code? What part of the code? What city building? Or electricity? What are they violating? What code?
To be a place where children are enrolled. So they do have some children here. How many do they usually say they have, or what's the story with the children?
The last few visits from the state have said that they have 39 enrolled.
And right now we're seeing about 5 children.
Yes.
They are enrolling right now. It says.
Does nobody understand that when you have a daycare, did nobody explain this to him? They did. He just doesn't care. That just because you have a child enrolled doesn't mean he's always there 24/7. I wonder what day of the week they're on here too. Like, you could have a totally different set of kids on Saturday, Sunday than you would during the weekday. And you might have people throughout the day, like a different hour. Like, you could have 50 kids enrolled in a daycare center and at some points in time only have like a few kids at the daycare. Like, it depends on the hours. It depends on who's enrolled for what. Well, I don't even know why I'm explaining this. This is fucking retarded. Obviously true.
Medina Learning Center is now enrolling. So let's see if little Joey can leer a little bit here at Medina. Do you have the paperwork to enroll a little boy by the name of Joey? Yes, we'd like to enroll little Joey into daycare.
They have as their back.
Speaks in Somali. Wait, are they back in? This is California, right? Are they just? It's Somalis everywhere. Oh shit. Oh shit. They're all Somalis.
Backup facility, the UMI Learning Center, and the UMI Learning Center was convicted in federal court in 2024 of having 150 ghost kids. So I want to find out what the affiliation is and why this facility is listed as the backup.
Okay.
Yeah, can I get the paperwork to enroll a child?
Yes, I can.
Great.
What do you think about daycares being used for fraudulent businesses to receive money from the government to say they're enrolling 39 children, 89 children, and for millions of dollars be going towards these facilities? What do you think about that as you do work in a daycare?
No, it does happen. I've seen it like elsewhere. I've seen it. I've been listening to the news. So it does happen. Time to time.
Thank you.
The card that they gave us, this is the...
I don't know why I hate that I even have to explain this. Like, if you wanted to do real investigative journalism, you could do what he's doing, but you'd contact them to try to enroll a child if you want. I don't know if it'd be ethical, but you could literally get a friend's kid to try to bring him down or whatever. Like, if you wanted to, you could actually go through all of this. I don't think you're ever going to be able to enroll a child in a daycare by showing up with cameras and security and microphones saying, I want to enroll my kid at the front door right now. Like, I don't think any of these places work that way. Would be my guess. You probably call or go to a website or there's some intake that you do. Or you set up like a meeting, you do a phone call, you set up a meeting first.
Licensee, the person who owns it.
And that's so far been the only thing they've been able to give us as to how to enroll a child.
Like, did you try calling the number or going to the webpage?
And then in the back corner of this parking lot appears to be the playground. Here's a bunch of garbage, and then right here appears to be the playground. Some strange things are happening outside this daycare. Whether or not it's fraudulent, there is a lot of suspicious activity taking
What is the suspicious activity?
place. This right here is Hayden Sarah Family Childcare. This is a daycare right here. Apparently they have 14 children enrolled. Tell us a little bit more about this daycare right here. We're in the middle of the hills.
I also love that he gets to market himself as a quote unquote independent journalist, but he always has all these people that are like local government operatives that are coming along with him, or have gotten information from local Republican government operatives. Like for the Nick Shirley thing in Minnesota, there were statements made by Republicans publicly that they had like given him lists of stuff to go and look into. I wish I could remember I think it was a state assembly person, but they literally have said that they give him stuff to look into. This guy's not out here on his own as his own like independent fucking journalist reporter, dude.
Here in San Diego.
So according to state records, when inspectors arrived here, there were 14 kids enrolled, but 0 present. And then this place was also cited for having missing children's records and also not having a facility roster.
It's kind of weird that there's this daycare in the middle of a neighborhood.
Well, it looks like a home daycare, right? This is what my mom ran. It's just going to be a normal ass house where you can bring kids and you have to get licensed by the state. Like what?
Hello. I was naked, okay?
No, you weren't.
I can sue you. I was like, I wasn't dressed up. I'm Muslim.
Either way, can we enroll a child into the daycare?
I like how they cut here. It sounds like they were either banging on the door or shouting at her or something was happening because she's giving an excuse for why it either took her so long or why she didn't answer immediately. I like how they just cut that out.
Roster.
It's kind of weird that there's this daycare in the middle of a neighborhood. Hello.
I was naked, okay?
No, you weren't.
I can sue you. I was like,
Also, why is he saying no you weren't? Was he looking inside?
I wasn't dressed up. I'm Muslim.
Either way, can we enroll a child into the daycare?
You don't know what is going on.
Well, it says there's 14 children enrolled here on the state of California.
Right.
It says there's 14 children enrolled here.
You don't care.
I do care.
True.
Then
True.
where are the children?
You don't care.
Where are the children at?
It's not enough, Minnesota. You come here.
True.
Where are the children at?
Oh, she even recognizes it.
Where are the children at, ma'am? All right, so what she's doing is she's making a video right now. She's gonna send it out all to all the other daycares. But at the end of the day, enrolled for 14 children, no children here. And this is from the state of California. We're not targeting Somalian population. We're just going after daycares. And it just so happens to be that all the daycares, they are Somalian so far. Where are the children at, ma'am? 14 children. Would you like to make a statement as to where the children are?
You don't care where is my children.
Ma'am, we would not be here if we weren't asking you.
You don't care. You don't care.
What do you mean we don't care? This is why we're here.
Care. And don't record me. You don't care.
This is why we're here to ask about these daycares.
Ask me who you are. Who you are.
My name's Nick Shirley. You already know that.
Shirley, I know, but you a trouble man.
How are we making trouble? You're causing trouble.
Let me call 911.
We just want to know where the children are.
No, I'm calling 911.
For what?
To you.
For what?
You come my house.
We haven't done anything.
I don't know.
The problem with these daycares is that they receive money through a program called...
We haven't even established any fraudulent activity yet. He's just showing up at places that are like, imagine going to a McDonald's and it's like, you have 20 employees. And it's like, yes, why are there only 4 people here right now? Like, what am I supposed to say to that?
Called CalWorks, but as you see, there are no children actually there. These fraudsters are simply enrolling children on paper to receive government subsidies.
How can you even say that? This is such a low IQ media. I don't even know what you would call this. This is like the lowest IQ slop vibe shit. Oh my God. And I like how he got Somali so he can connect it to his Minnesota work as well. Based.
Even after the state visits these daycares and confirms there are no children actually there, the government and the state continue to give these daycares money. Now it's
tabloid shit? No, it's not even tabloid. It's worse than tabloid. Like, tabloid stuff usually chooses incendiary, inflammatory, extraterrestrial, like crazy, or they'll focus on like celebrity slop gossip stuff. But like, usually this is not generally within the purview of tabloid slop, usually, or at least not the tabloid stuff that I've usually read. Is doing like deep dive investigative journalistic stuff and then being completely wrong about all of it.
Let's go to another daycare.
Once again, we have another daycare, but this daycare is right here inside of this home. And let's see if there's any children here. They do say they have 7 enrolled.
Like, do you think he's evil? This person? Yes. Or he's so negligent that it would be on the borderline of evil, yeah. Like, I don't think people realize, but a lot of these weird hit pieces have consequences for people. Like, a lot of those, like there were, well, Alex Preddy and Renee Good arguably died because of a directly causally linked chain from this guy's shit videos to getting the whole country riled up over Minnesota, to ICE being deployed there, to, you know, eventually 2 U.S. citizens are murdered by ICE and then they're whisked out of the state, and then Minnesotans are protesting to get them to leave, right? Like, that's like a direct causal chain. It's not even abstracted at all. After Taylor Lorenz's slop piece against Chorus, I'm pretty sure there were congressional subpoenas and stuff issued to Chorus because they were investigating off of her slop pieces, you know? And I'm sure this guy's trying to get some kind of entry point into California for ICE or some federal agents. Or, I mean, you saw that prosecutor guy we saw earlier, U.S. attorney, was tweeting about this video. Like, there are real consequences to these slop pieces, and it's just the lowest IQ shit imaginable.
The state has said that there is 0 when they arrive. Is this Habubu Family Child Care? Yeah, we were wondering if we could enroll a child into the daycare here.
We know you. You need to get up from here because there is trespassing. You see the sign we have trespassing?
And can I speak with somebody on the sidewalk? Would you just like to speak with somebody? Yes, sir.
Hide the sign, please.
Yes, we're right here. Can we talk to you really quick, sir?
Talk to you. Fuck you.
Can I come talk to you, please?
Like, I can't believe I'm about to say a good thing. Oh, fuck, that didn't. About Project Veritas. But when Project Veritas tries to do bullshit reporting on people, their undercover stuff is at least, like, believable, such that you know they're trying to, like, they're trying to trick people into saying dumb, bad shit or whatever. They're making, like, an honest effort. I remember when, let's see, Project Veritas, Washington Post, fake victim. I think it was over the Kavanaugh stuff. Yeah, it was this. Oh, no, it might have been, it was from Roy Moore. Project Veritas tried to sell a fake story to WAPO. And unfortunately for them, the lady actually fact-checked her story. But the Project Veritas people were like, oh, I bet WAPO doesn't do any fact-checking. We're going to go and sell them a fake story. And it obviously didn't work because when they fact-checked it, everything just didn't really clear. But like, you can tell, like, Project Veritas is trying to do like an undercover thing, you know? It's like, it's a lady, she made a call to this reporter, and she showed up and she wanted to have a conversation about her story and all this. She's not showing up outside the Washington Post offices with like 5 security guys, 2 people with cameras, some weirdo Nancy Mace lookalike next to me, and then me with my autistic Leering Center shirt screaming at people through doors. Like, at least they're trying to put together some kind of like slop shit. This is like low IQ slop shit. Like, he's not even fucking trying.
What do you mean we don't care? This is why we're here.
And don't record me. You don't care.
This is why we're here, to ask about these daycares. Can I speak with some child? Once again, we have another daycare, but this daycare is right here inside of this home. And let's see if there's any children here. They do say they have 7 enrolled. The state has said that there is 0 when they arrive. Is this Habubu Family Child Care? Yeah, we were wondering if we could enroll a child into the daycare here.
We know you. You need to get up from here because there is trespassing. You see the sign we have trespassing?
And can I speak with somebody on the sidewalk? Would you just like to speak with somebody? Yes, sir.
Hide the sign, please.
Yes, we're right here. Can we talk to you really quick, sir?
Talk to you. Fuck you. What are you talking
Can I come talk to you, please? All right, so right now the current situation is we have some people yelling through the Ring doorbell cam. A man came out, started yelling, and then we also have this car recording us as well. But we just want to ask for some clarification for the American people.
4 different visits. The state inspectors have shown up. There's kids enrolled anywhere from 7 kids and up. And every single time the state has showed up, 0.
0 children.
That's the state of California.
We're just asking for some clarification. They won't even answer any of our questions.
So essentially, a house just like this is receiving money from government subsidies.
A house just like that? What kind of... What do you think a daycare house looks like? Like, is it a special... Does it have... The lady that is with him is an anti-vaxxer, campaigned to reopen San Diego during COVID, and created California Doge. Also, she ran for public office. Is it Amy for San Diego?
What it's like to do a ride along with Nick Shirley in one of his viral videos. Well, I was part of his crew when he was here in California, and I'm going to tell you all about it in my exclusive article with IW Features today.
Okay. Queen.
Without actually running a daycare. Meanwhile, they get money from the government as they run their fake daycares. But now let's go to another one.
I like it. We've gone through like 3 or 4 daycares and we haven't established any fraud or anything fake. We haven't established anything yet. This is just like the fucking Minnesota one. We've established nothing. Nothing has happened.
That's even more concerning as kids are left all alone.
Now we're at the Jama Shukri Family Childcare. This place is not in a shopping plaza. It's not anywhere near any place that looks like a place where a daycare would be.
What does that mean? It's not near a shopping plaza and it's not near any place where a daycare would be. What does that mean? Where do daycare centers go?
In fact, it's actually in one of these apartments right here. So they're able to have daycares inside apartment buildings?
Yes, so I've come across many of these. Some of these are on the third story of an apartment complex. It's only 1 bedroom, and yet the capacity is for 8 kids.
We just arrived at the daycare. We have 2 kids out here. I don't know if they're members of the daycare. There's no one, there's no oversight right here. Okay. Can we talk to your teacher? Is your teacher there? So this is the first child we've ever encountered at one of these daycares. There's 2 kids out here right now, and we're gonna see if we can talk to the
licensee. It is, according to this paperwork, Shukri Jama.
Can we talk to the adult?
He is not here.
Not here?
Yeah.
So you guys all by yourself?
Yeah. Open the door.
No one's here?
No one is here. No one is not here.
Okay, so you guys are all by yourself?
Okay. I can see by myself.
Yeah, okay, that's...
I wonder if this is legal. Are you allowed to interview kids without the parents signing off on it? I wonder if you're even allowed to do this. Like you're filming kids on private property, doing interviews of them, and then posting on the internet later?
Concerning. No one's watching those children, and they're all by themselves.
My heart is breaking right now. I can't. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and what makes you so emotional as a mother seeing that?
Like, do we even know if those were daycare kids? We don't know anything about those kids at all. We have no clue if they're daycare kids or if they're part of, if mom and dad are there, or we have literally... We have no idea at all, but okay, based.
Kids are just out by themselves.
Seeing the kids all by themselves. It's supposed to be a licensed daycare, and there's no adult anywhere. What is going on?
And the crazy
the theater acting.
Thing is, California allocates $6 billion to childcare and daycare facilities just like these, and there are over 39,000 facilities in the state. The California Department of Social Services even found an error rate of over 1.6% in their own audits. And to be very conservative, it is safe to say there's upwards of $100 million in fraud lost each and every single year. And now let's head over.
Wait, did he say to be conservative? Is that a translation where he just made that number the fuck up? Wait.
facilities in the state. The California Department of Social Services even found an error rate of over 1.6% in their own audits. And
what does error rate mean? That it was fraud? Is that what error rate means?
To be very conservative, it is safe to say there's upwards of $100 million in fraud lost each and every single year. And now let's head over to where there's so much fraud, you're gonna lose your mind. Let's head over to Van Nuys, where there's home health care and hospice fraud literally everywhere.
With the fraud here, California ranks the highest.
Cursed Turkey Tom? Why does he never, wait, did I miss it? Did he ever introduce who that last lady was? Why doesn't he ever introduce the guests on his like investigative journalistic pieces? Isn't that kind of important for us to know?
Where there's home health care and hospice fraud literally everywhere.
With the fraud here, California ranks the highest for Medicare, Medicaid, Medi-Cal, whatever you want to call it. They spend the most amount of money.
Same shit. It's all the same shit.
Per state, and here in LA, 1 out of every $10 that goes towards home health care in the United States goes to a business here in LA. Right now we're in Van Nuys. This location has tons of hospice centers, home health care centers, and right now we are going to Gardens of Angels Hospice. They build 4.8.
Like, wouldn't we know, or should we know, where do you get this list from? How are you getting a list of places to visit? Who's giving you this information? Why are you going to these particular places?
$8 million per beneficiary. They charged $5,807 with 28.6 claims per patient and only 2 codes, which means 2 services were provided. And inside of this same location, there's also.
Wait, is this about for 2? Is a code here referring to like a medical crash? Like when you need a crash cart? Is that what the codes are? Or is that not? Or is it referring to something else? I have no idea. Billing, is it billing codes? Total billed, 4.8 million, risk tier critical, fraud indicators, $5,807 per beneficiary, 28.6 claims per patient, only 2 codes, 819 patients. I think they're ICD codes. What is, I don't know why I'm even asking this. What is this? Like, what is he reading off of? Does anybody have a link to it?
$4.8 million per beneficiary. They charged $5,807 with 28.6 claims per patient and only 2 codes, which means 2 services were provided. And inside of this same location, there's also Blossom Hospice, and they received $3.4 million with $6,000 per beneficiary at $927 per claim and only 1 code, which means they only provided 1 service. And it looks like there's about 15 more hospice centers inside this one plaza we're going to right now. We have all the information with us. In some of these places, it doesn't even look like they've been registered with the CMS.
What does CMS even mean? NPI registry details. A national provider identifier is a free public, okay. Okay, individuals need to apply for NIP or NPIs through the CMS National Plan and Provider Enumeration System. For Medicare and Medicaid services, CMS to improve. CMS makes periodic updates to the NPPES system to help make it easier for a better overall experience. Here are some of the latest feature improvements. Okay. Does this just mean that if you're not registered with CMS, maybe they just don't do Medicare or Medicaid? The Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS, provided an important document that helps clearly identify many factors surrounding national provider identifiers. I don't know. Okay.
Which is the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid. 7 of the...
I like how he's like reading off like he's discovering what his document is about. Does he have any idea what any of this even means or what it is?
All the information with us. In some of these places, it doesn't even look like they've been registered with the CMS, which is the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid. 7 of the 4 entities have 0 SMS data possibly shell registrations, shell companies. And it's rumored that these are Armenian Russian gangs, Armenian Russian mafia. So we're gonna be going in there and we're just gonna ask them.
Armenian Russian mafia. Okay, let's go.
What's the need for all this hospice? Is there that many people dying here in LA where they need to be spending millions and millions of dollars on this hospice care? All right, right now we're looking for a Garden of Angels.
My guess is hospice care is probably some of the more expensive medical care. Or actually maybe not, because maybe you're not doing crazy operations or whatever at that point. But I feel like all, I feel like I heard this, I'm repeating this with low confidence, that all like post-care stuff is one of the things that's driving up the cost of especially old people medical stuff so much that once you leave the hospital, the care that you get afterwards is some of the more expensive things that are driving up the healthcare consumption, especially for older population. I don't know what I guess hospice costs would be for keeping people alive and everything.
Angels Hospice. All these buildings are all hospice centers. Let's see if we can find Garden of Angels. This is the Angels of Haven Hospice Care. We have Angels of Valley Hospice. Hello, how are you? Good. We're looking for...
Okay, but this looks like, again, this looks like an office space. Like, is this where they actually do hospice? Like, do they have the actual patients here? Or is this just like the offices, the managerial buildings? Are we going to run this meme again?
For Guardian of Angels Hospice, but this one will probably do Angels of Valley Hospice. We were wondering if we could get some information to check our grandma into hospice.
Your grandma?
Yeah.
Which hospice is she enrolled?
We would love to maybe see if it's possible to get her in here to Angels of Valley.
We have to get a hospital referral.
Yeah. Hospital referral. Okay, how many people do you guys have with you guys?
Irrelevant.
Irrelevant? Oh, okay.
Where are you guys from?
Where am I from? I'm from here. We're just looking for a spot for our grandma.
Yeah, no, we're doing only
referrals from hospital.
Okay.
We don't just walk in and take pictures.
Yeah, because we're seeing like, we got Garden of Angels.
Crazy, huh?
Blossom Hospice here.
I don't know if they are, but this is Angels of Valley.
Okay, well, we'll keep looking for Guardian of Angels then.
For hospice, don't they send someone to the home directly? I think you can do in-home hospice, but I think generally there's another place that, like, ordinary hospice happens at a hospice center. A hospice house? I don't know what the fuck you'd call it. But people are at hospice. I don't think you normally do it in-house. I don't think. Can we check? Percentage of hospice in-house versus facility. Oh, just kidding. Never mind. It's the opposite. Approximately 66% of hospice patients receive care in a home setting, and then 34% are served in a facility setting. All right. Never mind. Most people do it in home then.
Yeah, I don't know, bro.
So they say they only take it from hospitals, which could be a valid response. Let's go see.
Do you not know? What? Okay.
If we can find Guardian of Angels. This place is just filled with hospice centers and home health care centers. You have one right here, 7-star home health care. And then up here, you have Miracle Healing Hospice. So this hospice location, Miracle Healing Hospice.
Okay. Why would you call yourself Miracle Healing Hospice when hospice is what you put dying people on? That seems a little bit oxymoronic, no? Isn't that kind of a stupid name for hospice care? but that's like Get Better Hospice.
In 2023, they charged $1.3 million, and per beneficiary, it was $32,000 for 38 beneficiaries. Per beneficiary, that comes out to $32,930 hospice. So this hospice location, Miracle Healing Hospice, in 2023, they charged $1.3 million, and per beneficiary, it was $32,000 for 38 beneficiaries. Per beneficiary, that comes out to $32,935.
Wait, what is he saying? Am I not following this? What the fuck is he saying? Hold on.
And then up here, you have Miracle Healing Hospice. So this hospice location,
one more
Miracle Healing Hospice.
Okay.
In 2023, they charged $1.3 million.
Okay. Charged to who? Who the fuck knows? And for what? Who knows?
And per beneficiary, it was $32,000.
What was per beneficiary? That's how much they charged per beneficiary, or?
For 38 beneficiaries per beneficiary, that comes out to $32,000, $935.
That's the number you just said. Is that, were you supposed to multiply them all, or?
See if grandma could check herself into this one. I'm just trying to be a good grandson.
Do people check themselves into hospice? Hospice, my understanding, hospice is a place you go where you're dying, right? And they're trying to like ease your end of life pain and suffering. I don't know if you walk up to hospice care and say, "Can you please enroll me? I'm ready to die now. Can you morphine me out until I'm gone?" What? Does anybody knock on a door? I need hospice for my grandma. She's dying. You probably, hold on. Do you need a referral from doctor for hospice? The AI thing said, you do not need a doctor's referral to initiate or explore hospice care. A family member patients themselves can contact a hospice provider directly for an evaluation. However, to officially qualify, a doctor must certify the patient has a terminal illness with a life expectancy of 6 months or less. Okay, that makes sense. Because I don't think you can just put people in a place to die. My guess is hospices have like drugs and shit that they're authorized to disperse. I don't know if you have to grab like, I don't know how inside these. I feel like my grandma was in hospice for a bit. And then she died.
When we're knocking the door, no one's coming. You look inside the window.
When a life-limiting, incurable illness no longer responds to treatment, or when treatment severely diminishes the patient's quality of life, and the patient or their proxy has elected not to pursue further treatment, it's time to consider hospice care. Entering hospice early, with weeks or months of life remaining, rather than waiting until death is imminent, gives both the patient and family caregivers time to take advantage of the many benefits hospice provides. In general, there are 2 ways to initiate care. You can request a hospice referral from a physician who's been treating the patient, or you can make a self-referral by contacting a hospice provider directly. In either case, the hospice provider must determine whether the patient is eligible to enroll in hospice care. Federal rules require that patients have a life expectancy of 6 months or less. If their condition runs its expected course, hospice care can be extended indefinitely as long as the patient continues to meet eligibility requirements. Maybe some hospice places have doctors that can make those determinations, I guess.
Empty building. In 2023, Wait.
Hospice doesn't mean you're going to die. I had a cousin in hospice 3 separate times before he passed from recurring brain cancer. Essentially, hospice gives you the good drugs. You can't just go in hospice, you need a referral. Well, but I think the general trend is like hospice is like you've given up on trying to cure a thing. I think in general, hospice is like you're on the way to dying, right? Is the understanding? But also, so we're repeating this thing of Nick Shirley going to like a plaza with a bunch of office buildings here, and then assuming that the offices also have the entire businesses that they are doing office work for. So like if there was an office here for Walmart, he would walk in and say, "Where can I buy some milk?"
When we're knocking the door, no one's coming. You look inside the window. Empty building. In 2023, this place received $1.3 million.
Not a single piece of furniture.
But that's in 2023. That was 3 years ago, 2 years ago. Maybe they've closed down since then? Like, what are we proving here?
Nothing.
Insane.
Hospice fraud counter, 1.3 million. What is this saying about what happened in 2023? What?
It's insane.
Okay, well, since we can't go to Miracle, let's see if we can get SX Home Health. It says they're open Monday through Friday from 9:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m.
Do you think they put all this, the sticky things or the tape things, do you think they put that up before filming here?
To Miracle, let's see if we can get SX Home Health. It says they're open Monday through Friday.
From 9:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m.?
From 9:30 a.m. to 5.
Open Monday through Friday. Okay, all right.
5:30 p.m.
It's getting really hard to find grandma the healthcare she needs these days.
It really is, isn't it?
Like this must hit hard if you're fucking retarded. Like,
we got SX Home Healthcare. They're not open, so it's all right because you can go to Alpha Omega, Ventana Hospice Inc.
Not only are these shell companies, these are shell buildings.
Shell companies? The management offices are now shell companies?
It's like somebody took a motel building, It turned it into 100 fraudulent organizations. I don't.
Like, this is another episode of Nick Shirley has never been to a plaza with a bunch of registered offices before. Like,
got a nice Mercedes down there. 3 nice Mercedes down there.
This
3
place might
Teslas.
even double as like a illegitimate car lot. Like, are they selling a car right now?
Grandma's not going to Alpha and Omega, so maybe she can go to Serene Touch Home Healthcare.
Oh.
Says they're open Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. It's 1 p.m. right now. Let's see if they're hiring. Perfect.
on what day? Does he say? Did we get an indicator? Where's our sun guessers? Can we get a time and a day for this?
Green Touch Home Healthcare. Oh. Says they're open Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. It's 1 p.m. right now. Let's see if they're hiring. Perfect. This one's open.
I like how they knock on the open door. Okay.
Hello.
And once again, it was completely empty and nobody was there. We went to the next door because it was another hospice.
Here we have another location. We got St. Michel, HHCI, Home Healthcare Inc. Hello? No one's here. Hello?
Why are these doors all open? Hospice fraud counter, 17.3 million. How is this all fraud? We know that it's fraud based. Okay.
Hello, sir.
How can I help you?
Yes. Well, we were originally looking for some hospice for our grandma, and then it turns out that all these locations are hospice and home health care locations, and a lot of these.
Looking for hospice for who?
Grandma.
For Dr. Oz?
Yeah, for Dr. Oz.
Yeah?
Yeah, for our grandma.
Yeah?
It'd be.
Grandma?
All these guys know this motherfucker.
It'd be pretty
Get
good.
Dr. Oz to take his grandma and go to the other buildings and find the hospice. You know, this is stupid. You can record me.
Why can't I record you?
You cannot.
Oh, okay. Well, we were looking for Guardian of Angels.
Well, did you see any Guardian of Angels on the doors?
Nope, but they received and billed $4.8 million.
Well, it's their problem.
But we do have yours, actually. Yeah, yours is a KMD, right?
Yes.
So we do have yours.
Okay.
And a lot of these.
How many millions did I need?
We don't have your official number because it wasn't posted on the CMS website or on their data set.
And you're from where?
My name's Nick Shirley. They actually made like all this information, the data public for everyone to see what was going on in our country because so much corruption's happening.
Yes.
But it doesn't look like we could find any of your information from the CMS data set, but we do have you here. So is that concerning that your information wasn't reported to the CMS?
What information?
To the CMS data set as far as the billing and how much money you guys receive from Medicare and
Medicaid? First, you have to research.
Oh, that's what we have right here.
No. It's a piece of paper.
Oh well, we went through all the data sets.
If you want to learn, I'll teach you how to get after the crooked people.
Okay, help us. We'd love for you to help us.
First, you have to research. Like you said the name, and you have a number, right?
Yes.
Then you come to my office. It's a brand new office, and you don't come to building like this, like FBI guys. Oh, we're gonna get the crooks.
Okay, well, can you tell us, for instance, Miracle over there?
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about the Miracle.
Well,
I like how this guy is even offering to walk him through some of the fucking low IQ shit that he's doing.
You should, because they're.
Why not?
You should, because they're making you people like you who have a real business apparently getting a bad rap. You realize that, right? For instance, they received $1.3 million. They're a shell company. There's nothing in there. It's completely empty, and they received $1.3 million. You should care.
What do you mean?
If you're in this industry, I'd be pissed if someone was stealing money, making me look bad if they were in my industry.
They don't look me bad because I'm not bad. You have anything against my agency? Let's go.
Well, we were asking.
Put my hands and.
We were just asking you questions, sir. Like, how come Miracle Healing Hospice right there? They received $32,000 per beneficiary, yet their building's completely empty.
Call the FBI, Department of Justice.
I'm just doing my job as a citizen to show people what's happening here in our country. Because we're all paying a lot of money in taxes, and it turns out a lot of it's just going towards fraud.
Well, I'm very happy you're going to catch the fraud people. Honestly.
Yeah, me too.
But it doesn't look like bad. It doesn't make me bad because some people are doing bad stuff.
Yeah, so what's the need for 1,000% increase in hospice here inside
Oh my God, 17.3 million current fraud
LA,
counter.
in California.
Is that up from the last one we looked at?
You're asking me?
Yeah, because you're in the industry, so we figured might as well ask you. You obviously found it was a good business to start. You just started yours, right?
I started my business
How long?
1997.
Okay, great. So
How old are you?
how come you're seeing such an increase in hospice care here?
Maybe I don't know if everybody likes the business. What could I say? I do this from 1997.
Good for you. And so, since you've been in the industry for so long, why do you think we're seeing a 1,000% increase in hospice care here inside of LA and in California?
I cannot answer that question because
Looks like they're all running out of here. Everyone's heading out. We just gotta answer some questions, and why can't?
Who's running out?
What? Look at all the people scattering out of here. They're all here just a minute ago.
It's strange, you know. There's
Two cars
over
late.
80 people connected to one of these dormant motel rooms with no furniture, and they are, getting $30,000 per person. It's millions of dollars.
Does he think that the hospice care is being delivered in all of? Is that like? I wish somebody was asking that question. Do you think that people come here and then they all stay here to receive hospice?
We come and knock on the door. It's an abandoned shell company.
I don't say it's right, and I don't care about those people.
Could you just answer the question? What's the need for a 1,000% increase in hospice care here inside of LA, inside of California? You're in the industry, sir. You've known it. You know it better than me.
You're asking me? No, I don't.
You've been it since 1997. You said.
Yeah, but I don't.
So what's the need for an increase?
Maybe there is a lot of old people already. I don't know what to say.
A lot of old people are dying.
You listen to Dr. Oz. Let me tell you like this.
He's a good doctor.
He's a fraud. He said a lot of
King! Absolute fucking king! King shit!
medication online. One of them, it's me. I bought.
Well, his
He
information
told
comes
me,
straight from the federal
let
government,
me
so I
finish
trust
it.
his more than.
Oh my god. Except literally not, but okay.
Let me finish it. I bought his pills. I gained weight.
Well, you still look like you're pretty heavy, sir.
You look healthy to me.
That's what he just.
Because of Dr. Oz.
Oh, you're fat because of Dr. Oz?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Sure.
Sir, how are you doing?
About the-
This guy doesn't think there's any fraud going on.
That's not what he said, but
First
okay.
of all, not this guy. You have to respect me.
What's your name?
Doesn't matter.
All right, well,
Let me
this guy with
finish
no
it.
name. Well, you don't think there's
I know
any
my
fraud?
name. What's your name?
My name's Nick Shirley.
My name is John Boyagin.
Okay, great.
There is a lot of fraud going on, but it's not me. I don't give a who does what.
Yeah, we never said you were committing the fraud,
Well,
sir. We're
you see,
doing.
I'm here.
Yeah,
I'm here, right?
so
I'm
thank you.
standing next to you.
Do you know where Guardian of Angels Hospice is? No idea. Oh, Angels of Peace. Cool. Hello. Well, could we just ask you guys some questions? We might be able to get you some business. Are you the head honcho here or what?
No, you're the headhunter. Get out of from here. Give me my
Wait,
phone.
I thought you don't know who these people were, though.
Give me my phone.
Alrighty. Light of Angel. Light
Hey,
Angel.
Zohran, come here.
Oh, you. Oh, I'm running. Look at him. What?
Come here.
I'm right
Come
here. I'm right here, sir.
I'm here.
What's going on?
Call 911.
For what?
Call 911.
For what? Sir, we're just asking questions, and if you want to answer them, you can answer them.
Call 911.
We're just looking for Guardian of Angels Hospice.
We're trying to check
You're American citizens,
Look,
right?
we're looking for Guardian of Angels.
You're American citizens, right?
Of course, are
Do
you?
you see any Guardian of Angels in here?
Not yet. We're looking.
Then get out of here.
That's what we're looking for, sir.
There's like 100 doors. This is just one door.
Okay, get out of here then.
What's your problem with us asking people about simple questions about where our tax dollars are going?
I don't.
We're asking questions about where our taxes are going.
You're not asking, you're harassing people.
How are we harassing
you
people?
You can't be two guys standing in here as the guardians and you're harassing people.
Yeah, because people want to kill me for exposing fraud here in the United States.
Why they want to kill you?
Fraudsters
You're
don't
doing
like
good
being
job.
exposed.
Huh?
Why are you raising your voice if you have nothing to hide?
You think I'm hiding?
What are you so scared
You're
about me
accusing
coming
me?
around here for?
I'm not scared. I'm telling you, don't harass
You're shaking.
people.
Why are you shaking?
Because I have a diabetes.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah.
But so.
I need your full names.
Oh, you want my full name? It's on the internet.
No, I don't go to internet. I'm too old.
Oh, okay.
What's your full names?
Sir, we're just asking you questions about.
What's your full names?
Oh, we just want
They
hospice.
told you the Garden of Angels in this building.
It's right here.
Check in my grandma.
Go look for it, bro. You see
That's
the
what we're
Garden of
doing.
Angels.
That's what we're doing.
I'm
And you're getting
telling
mad
you.
at us.
No, you're going to hold the door.
We can't find it.
I can't find it.
So are all
Where's
the.
my grandma gonna go, man? They're taking in millions of dollars. I can't find the place. You know?
Well, what can I say?
Okay, well, thank you, sir. Have a good day. So here in this parking lot, you do have some nice cars. You got a Tesla, a nice Mercedes, you got another Tesla, a nice Lexus, another Tesla, a really nice Mercedes right here as well, another Tesla, Audi. Really nice cars.
A lot of Teslas.
A lot of really nice cars for
Hospice.
Usually must be very lucrative because a lot of these businesses, these doors right here have nothing on them. All the blinds are churned out. In places like Miracle up there, they have received $1.3 million, yet there's absolutely nothing inside. This is what you call welfare maxing. And Rise, you come out, you're
like, imagine how retarded this is. Like, you come out and you film this fucking video and it's going to be millions and millions of views and everybody's going to be sucking you off for your hard-hitting investigative journalism. And this is like, just like the most retarded thing ever.
We're walking by two nice BMWs, one right here, and inside of there, you have a whole plethora of Mercedes, Teslas, BMWs, you name
25.3 million.
it. But apparently, there's nothing fishy going on according to them.
We then headed to the next hospice compound in search of Hospice of Caring Hearts, which billed $2.5 million. However, when we arrived, it was nowhere to be found, but there was a bunch of new hospices that had popped up.
So this is how crazy this hospice fraud is here inside of California.
Okay, I'm just curious, for anybody here, I'll link this in chat. Is there any, like, can you see a cell phone or a clock or like a calendar thing on like a sign on the street or anything that says the day? I'm really curious if they went out here on a Saturday or Sunday. If there's any way that you can tell. I'm just so curious about that. That would be really funny.
California, you have all these businesses. They literally open up a business. They just put HFS Hospice Care Inc. They don't do anything with the storefront. And then you have another one right here, Relief Home Healthcare. Absolutely empty inside. And then you have another one, SKH Home Healthcare. They're just popping up everywhere. So this isn't some random thing that's happening here inside of California and Los Angeles in this Van Nuys area. Quite literally, we've been to 2 locations so far and they're just popping up.
Am I retarded, or has Nick literally never in his life heard of the concept of a management office? No, he didn't know in the first video either though. The one he made in Minnesota, he had no concept of like a management office.
These home health care, these hospice centers, and they're not even doing anything to try and hide what they're doing. It's 1 p.m. right now.
What day? Like, I feel like it's really sus that he never says the day of the week. Like, if it was on a weekday, why wouldn't he just say it's Monday at 1 p.m.? Why does he keep saying it's 1 p.m.?
No one's working the front desk inside this location as well.
Also, why are these doors all fucking open?
You have absolutely nobody inside it. We're just wondering, we're coming through Van Nuys.
Yeah.
How come there's so many of these home health care, these hospices that are popping up everywhere?
I have no idea.
What made you want to start yours?
This isn't mine. I just work here.
Okay, and how come you think there's such a sudden rise of all these hospices and home health cares?
I have no idea, honestly.
Pretty lucrative business, or?
I wouldn't say like that's that crazy.
Because there's a lot of them.
Yeah, I know.
The same building, but now on the backside you have Canestro Care Hospice Inc., Studio Care Hospice Inc., El Primero Home Health Care right there, and
whoa, 50.98 million.
To take a break from the hospice and everything, you can come right up here and get some sort of massage.
And this building right here is a perfect example of a dilapidated building that is now being used for a hospice, home health care, and adult daycare.
And this is the crazy thing that appears to be happening here in California. You can just start your own hospice. You have Advent Hospice right here.
Okay.
If you want to start your own home health care, you can just put up a white piece of paper and stick a logo onto it and say that's your home health care company. If you want to start an adult daycare, you can just get a building like this and receive money from the government. That's the crazy thing, is inside this one building, you have an adult day health care, you have a hospice, and then you have a home health care center operating all in one location.
Wow.
And why are tax dollars going towards all of these buildings? And they're
good question.
Quite literally
Up the
everywhere.
number. Up the number.
Everyone should be a bit suspicious about what's happening.
Come
here.
on.
Inside of these parking lots too, you'll always find a super nice BMW, Mercedes,
super nice.
You name it, newest Audis. You always find the nicest
like these
cars outside.
These are just stores. They could just be like customers visiting the stores. I don't know what this is supposed to prove.
healthcare.
Like rich people in LA? What?
Hospice centers. We headed to the next suspicious hospice location, and what do we find? A brand new Mercedes.
Holy
Everywhere
shit.
we go in this video, going around these hospice and home healthcare centers, there is a nice Mercedes or BMW. We have...
Like, how did they even get in here? What, did the gate look closed?
Nicest cars.
Maybe it opens? Hold on.
Healthcare and hospice centers. We headed...
Oh, no. This is open to the street here. Never mind. It
to
looked
the
like
next
this was
suspicious
part of the-
hospice
okay.
location, and what do we find? A brand new Mercedes.
Okay.
Everywhere we go in this video, going around these hospice and home healthcare centers,
Unbelievable.
there is a nice Mercedes or BMW. We have all-day hospice care, Health Elect Care, you have Edom Hospice, Lacar Home Health, and even back here,
Up the fraud
this is
number.
just one floor inside this building.
Up the fraud
you have
number.
Santa Rita Hospice. I don't know what the need is for all these hospice centers, but for instance, All Day Hospice back there, they billed $3.1 million, and per beneficiary, that was $6,000, 24 claims per patient with only 2 codes, which means 2 services and over 500 patients. And they started billing in April 2023 and accumulated 3.1.
Like, what is this risk tier critical? Is this just like a activist site or something? Or does the government actually have risk tiers for fraud indicators that they publicly publish?
$1 million in 19 months. So maybe if you want to get rich here inside the United States, come to LA, open up a hospice, because there's a 1,000% increase in hospices.
At 12:34, you can see a big fat clock in one of the offices that they were in.
This one will probably do Angels of Valley Hospice. We were wondering if
Well, I'm looking
we could
for
get some information
if it's possible to see like a day of the week
Information to
anywhere. Is this
check our
like a
gram-
calendar thing up there? I don't think it is.
on to hospice.
Sometimes people have like note cards that you would rip off like every time it's a new day for like desk calendars. I don't know if you guys, I don't know how young you guys are.
Yeah. We would love to maybe see if it's possible to get her in here to Angels of Valley.
Also, what the fuck is this desk? Does he just have a phone here? There's no computer? Oh, maybe a laptop he brings in? Oh, yeah, she's got a laptop. Why is the video in 240p? Good question.
Hospital referral. Okay, how many people do you guys have with you guys? Irrelevant.
Did that whiteboard say February 22nd? Yeah, but I don't know if that's like the current
Okay, how many?
day or something for... Like this looks like you have to do something by February 22nd. Something by Feb 22nd.
People do you guys
There's a clock on the wall. Does the clock have the date on it? Stop. You're a bunch of Nick Shirleys.
KH Home Health. If you're looking for a massage. Okay, yeah, we just want to make sure. If you want anything to clarify, anything. No. Okay. For this video, we really do want to give each and every single person the opportunity to answer just quite literally the facts. All this information is coming straight from the public databases. And if they refuse to answer simple questions about business,
Oh, we're up to 68.1 million. Don't know how, but we're there.
they're operating, I think that says a lot about what's going on behind the scenes. Now we are here outside of Healthy Life Adult Daycare. This
Okay.
place over the past few years has billed $19.8 million alone.
damn.
Now let's go see if I can enroll my grandma.
Okay.
Because she needs some daycare. And
Okay.
this right here is the entrance of a building that's received over $19 million.
Crazy.
So this is the location that's received over $19 million. Kind of crazy, right? They say that right here, right now we're at 130. No adults are here. I wouldn't doubt that adults do come, but $19 million.
Oh, we got the Poly Market sweater and everything.
Like North Korea, it's like everything's set up, but there's no people. It's like for show.
It's to fool the government.
No, nobody's here already. You have to come back tomorrow.
And can we get like a brochure to enroll our grandma into this location?
I don't have anything.
Can anyone give us a brochure?
Oh, shit. Is that a calendar on the wall? She said, nobody's here. You have to come back tomorrow. Could it be a Saturday or Sunday?
Angela, does somebody don't have anything?
And can we get like a brochure
Do you think this is a calendar right here on the wall?
to enroll our grandma into this location?
I don't have anything.
Can anyone give us a brochure?
Do you think he blurs us out intentionally?
does somebody has information about here?
Get closer.
I don't think it's enough to say it's fraudulent because you do see that it is operating. There were people working inside there.
Oh, thank you. But for the other ones, definitely, you could definitely say the other ones were fraudulent. We just don't know for this one. Okay, based.
But the fact that there's just businesses like these popping around everywhere, and this is what they look like outside.
Yeah, is this uploaded on YouTube with like better quality?
Of a location that receives 19.
Sometimes the parking meters will flash or whatever if it's like a different
$1 million.
Like if it's a weekend or whatever, but I can't. I don't think you can see in enough detail any of this shit. Fuck.
Over the past few years. Yet the building looks completely almost dismantled out here. And look, all they have to say that they are an adult day healthcare is that sign that says ADHC. And there was some people working inside of it. We have the phone number right here. Darren's gonna go ahead and give a phone call and see if somebody from inside answers. There are people inside right now. The phone's just ringing.
You can leave a message after the tone. This mailbox is full.
There you have it. They don't even have an inbox available to take in a voicemail. And another thing to take note of is Gavin Newsom right now in Polymarket. He is the leading nominee for the.
Wait, 3049. Is the quality any better on this? Oh shit, it might be.
Back tomorrow.
And could we get like a brochure to enroll our grandma into this location?
I feel like he's got. Is there a digital blur on this? I feel like he has a digital blur on some of these things.
I don't have anything.
Do you think, or am I crazy?
Can anyone give us a brochure?
Angela.
Or maybe not. It could just be encoding artifacts. He's blurring every paper on the wall. Yeah, but could also be like because it's trying to. These would be the hardest spots of the image probably to encode, right? As small text.
Somebody has information about here.
Don't think it's enough to say it's fraudulent because you do see that it is operating. There were people working inside there. But the fact that there's just businesses like these popping around everywhere, and this is what they look like outside of a location that receives yet the bill $15 million over the past few years. Yet the building looks completely almost dismantled out here. And look. All they have to say that they are.
Does he have black pants on?
An adult day healthcare is that sign that says ADHC. And there was some people working inside of it. We have the phone number right here. Darren's gonna go ahead and give a phone call and see if somebody from inside answers. There are people inside right now. The phone's just ringing.
You can leave a message after the tone. This mailbox is full.
There you have it. They don't even have an inbox available to take in a voicemail. And another thing to take note of is Gavin Newsom right now in Polymarket. He is the leading nominee.
Wait, he does have black pants on. Bro, YouTube, hello?
Chair right there. And if you're looking for a massage to take a break from the hospice and everything, you can come right up here and get some sort of massage.
And this building right here is a perfect example of a dilapidated building that is now being used for a hospice, home health care.
He posted this picture, "Hello California, I've arrived," on January 31st. Do you think they took this after they did all the filming, maybe? What day was January 31st, 2026? How do we find the date? Well, he said here he arrived on January 31st. This is a Saturday. He's wearing the same uniform outfit, but he could just have limited outfits. Hold on. YouTuber Nick Shirley spotted in San Diego asking a smaller one about her daycare.
Look!
Says there's 14 children.
What is the day? 6 weeks. January 30th, 2026. Okay, so this would have been on a Friday?
You don't.
So if he did the investigation on Friday, then it would fall within the weekday thing, obviously. Holy fuck, YouTube, why is this shit so slow?
Place that looks like a place where a daycare would be. In fact, it's actually in one of these apartments right here. So they're
Fuck you. I wonder if they drove right from doing the independent houses to going to the plazas. You would have to do like a time analysis on all of them.
fraud lost each and every single year. And
thank you, YouTube. Thank you.
Per state, and here in LA, 1 out of every $10 that goes towards home health care in the United States.
The daycares were in San Diego, but now he's in Van Nuys. Oh, is that like a neighborhood up in LA, which is about a 2-hour drive? Somebody should do the time analysis on all of these and find out. Van Nuys? Van Nuys? Van...
Come 2028. All this fraud's taking place, all this waste is taking place. Nobody...
Yeah, like it's raining here. You could look up the weather reports, I guess, for the days as well.
Nobody really knows what's going on. I mean, look at this.
Oh, Van Nuys? I don't know what the fuck this is.
Place.
I didn't leave my apartment, ever. Stay mad.
This adult daycare received $19 million, has billed the state of California over $19 million over the past few years. This is all taking place here. So that is something to think about come 2028 with Gavin Newsom leading the Democrats right now on Poly Market. The way these hospices are able to enroll these people and collect money from Medicare and Medi-Cal here inside of California is they collect the Medicare numbers from individuals and then sign them up for hospice without them even knowing. I actually went and spoke with a professional inside of the medical industry to get her opinion on how this all works. We're seeing all of these hospices pop up here.
Medical Insider.
Why is hospice and home health care such a booming business right now?
I think it's become a trend of fraud. Honestly, has like I heard about this about 5 years ago during COVID, that people were building hospices and selling them. It was like a business. These people became.
I heard about this during COVID 5 years ago. I heard about this.
Made. So it's an easy way to build Medicare with their people's beneficiary numbers that people can easily steal and even purchase and buy. They buy numbers from people and tell them, give me your Medicare beneficiary number and I will give you something in return.
And what does that mean, give you my beneficiary
So
number?
there's an ID that you have. Medicare gives you. Medicare is for anybody 65 and over. So they'll give you a Medicare ID number, and that number is what's used to bill Medicare.
So essentially, if they can get a number from somebody, it's almost like getting a credit card number, and then from there they can continue to bill and get that Medicare money.
Exactly. It's actually more beneficial than finding a credit card these days. Anybody can get a hospice license. Actually, you don't need to be a physician. You don't need to be a doctor. You can apply and get a hospice license in the state of California. They bill. They take the Medicare numbers. They bill Medicare. The Medicare sends them a check right away. It's an easy process.
So an old person might be a bit naive to giving somebody their Medicare number,
Yes.
and without them even knowing, that's more valuable than giving them their credit card number.
Correct.
In fact, in LA, there's locations that will teach you how to open up your own hospice center. So I went there with a potential business partner to try and become a multi-millionaire in hospice.
We know that hospice is a very lucrative business, so I've joined a business partner right here. His name's Darren, and we're here outside the Hospice Consultants, and we would like to start our own hospice today. We're just two young men who want to become millionaires here inside the United States, and it seems like the only way to do it nowadays is by committing fraud, so we're going to go in and see if we can start our own hospice. Are you guys the hospice consultants?
Yes.
Oh, can we talk to you guys?
About?
I want to open my hospice.
You want to open a hospice?
Yeah.
Okay, what was your name?
My name's Nick, but I want to open up a hospice.
I understand, but we don't take care of that.
Can I get some information?
Do you want a number?
Yeah, or give me a flyer or something. And this is a hospice consultant.
Yes. Not only hospice.
All right, so they say they're open right now. They won't let us into the lobby. This is no way to conduct business. We are two entrepreneurs trying to open up our own hospice.
Soaked to the bone right now.
We were denied service by the potential fraudsters, and as we were leaving, one of the fraudsters started to leave from the back in a $200,000 Maybach.
We have a Mercedes-Benz driving up. Where can we open a hospice at? We'd like to open up a hospice. Get a Maybach just like you. So this how I can get a Maybach by opening my own hospice?
Now, after seeing all the wealth that is being created from these hospice centers, I headed back to the original location where we found over 15 hospices in one plaza. I wanted to make sure it wasn't a fluke that Armenian mafia members were running the show and that there weren't just randomly $100,000 cars the day I went by. And this time, it was even worse.
Sir, how are you? Good. So what do you think about all this hospice fraud? Sir, you're in the Cybertruck, driving away, taking money from old people. Yet he's just driving away in a Cybertruck, won't even answer any questions. Let's see, we have another rich person as well. Let's get rich off this hospice. This guy's leaving as well. So the two people that walked out of Holy Angels, they're in a brand new Cybertruck and a new BMW. How lucrative a business is hospice? I'm seeing a Cybertruck, you're in a nice BMW. It's good? Yeah, because it looks like, for instance, Guardian of Angels, that used to be here, $4.8 million they built the state of California. And how many clients do you guys have?
Do you have a badge? Do I need to answer your question?
I'm just curious.
It's not mine. I just work here.
Yeah. You must be getting paid pretty well, right?
Bro, it's my parents.
Do your parents run the hospice?
They don't work.
No. Who's that guy in the Cybertruck? He's your uncle, so it's like a family business to own the hospices. But why was he walking out of the hospice then too? Like these hospices, there's nothing inside of them.
If it's not you guys, how come you're in the newest BMW and into a Cybertruck? I can only imagine what the guy uses.
Just all the other hospices? Do you like taking care of old people? Like, are you the one going out visiting the hospice patients, sir? Oh, he's gonna have to do another point turn.
Yeah, you guys are in my fucking way. Move.
You could just go that way. What's the key to opening up a hospice if I want to open up one? Because you're in the family business of hospices. If I want to open my own. What do you do for work here?
Huh?
What do you do for work here?
Why?
Oh, we're just looking around. We're seeing all these hospices. So we're just curious.
Well, I don't know, man.
Word got out that I was inside the plaza and all the fraudsters started hopping in their cars, leaving the scene.
Excuse me. Let's see if they can just answer our questions really
Because
quick.
3 people drove. All of them?
Driving out in a brand new M8. They can't get out that easy. How can I get an M8 as well? Should I open up a hospice?
Based.
We're driving out in a brand new
all
M8
the fraudsters.
BMW M8 competition. Listen to this thing. This is the sound of hospice money.
Oh my God, there they go.
And this is the guy who said he's fat because of Dr. Oz.
Uh-oh.
His business is not open today. Seems like this mafia right here is naming all of their companies after the word angel. We have Angels of Valley Hospice. We have Angels of Haven, Angels of Peace, Light of Angels. Yet BMWs, one right here, one right there, 2 brand new Mercedes over there. It just is unbelievable the amount of money that these people are making, and they're not even trying to hide it. Buying these luxury cars, each and every single person's wearing some sort of designer clothing as well. And this building looks like it used to be some sort of old motel that has turned into some cash grab, money grab for hospices here. Would you like to give any last statement about what's going on here? Nothing? Because it seems like it's pretty good family business. Another guy just pulled out in the M8 competition.
Good for them, bro. Why you guys pocket watching?
Because this is taxpayers' dollars that are paying for all this stuff.
Okay. What the fuck is it? That just working, bro.
With taxpayers' dollars receiving money from Medicare, Medicaid, Medi-Cal, you name it. And it just seems like a lot of people are getting rich off of
I'm busy, bro. I work.
the death of old people. What do you do for work here?
What is it?
And it just seems like a lot of people are getting rich off of
I'm busy, bro. I work.
the death of old people. What do you do for work here?
Bro.
It's sad to think about it. Here in the United States, we're literally being defrauded by people who are taking advantage of old people, young people in daycares, disabled people with autism clinics, and no one's doing anything to stop it. So I think it's time we stand up to these fraudsters and tell them, let them know, you are stealing from everyday American citizens. People can't afford homes, rents are expensive, their insurance is expensive, everything's getting more and more expensive.
Because of these
fraudsters. Don't crack down on this fraud.
fraudsters.
National debt's going to continue going up. It's just one of the factors that affects the national debt, and we're going to lose the value of our own dollar. So people, if they want to really fight to keep America great, a great way to do it is by fighting fraud, because this is just unbelievable. You have people driving around BMWs, M8 competitions, Mercedes. Meanwhile, everyday American citizens are struggling to be able to afford their own bills.
In this video alone, we exposed over $172 in fraud. $172? Oh no! What, in parking tickets? What? This guy has almost 2 million subs on YouTube because of his great investigative journalistic work. Kill me. Kite, wind, hot water, key, teabag, lightning, balloon, jam, pitch, arrow, bind, scale, yo-yo, tone, rocket, and pickle. Things that fly in the sky, like an arrow, a kite, a balloon, and a rocket? No way, right? That would be so stupid. God damn it. Okay. You're in hot water, you're in a jam, you're in a pickle, you're in a bind. Oh, these are musical things, notes, or whatever. Like the guy who the key and he got shocked. Just kidding. That was this is a bait. Those are bait places. Or fuck, I just read place in chat. This is a bait tip. Words, things. My brain just fell on my head. Teabag, arrow, rocket, yo-yo. Oh, things on a string? Kite, teabag, yo-yo, and balloon. Balloons are on strings. Arrow, wind, rocket, lightning. Things that go fast in the sky? I have no fucking idea. Metaphors for quickness. Quick like an arrow? Swift like an arrow? Whatever. Okay. I'll leave you guys. Be careful. We're going to cappuccino, 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 cappuccino. Catch you guys next stream right now. Be careful.